Chapter 81, 033 Gentle and Weak Granddaughter. Mr. Jianghu is as cold as ice _3. As she spoke, she placed her 4 pieces of metal into his hand. Pretend it's a long stick. Push sweep downward with your right hand moving forward. Follow with your right foot. Pull back with your right hand. Push forward with your left hand. Unexpectedly weighed down by an 8-pound object, Mao Kun's right hand shook. Bai Lian slowly bent over, holding a milk carton in her left hand, and used the cold edges of the carton to press against his right hand, gently lifting it up. Mao Kun looked at her languid face, her dark pupils clearly lacking any aggression, yet he felt an immense pressure. Steady, Bai Lian said after he had stabilized, and only then did she let go of the milk carton with an air of nonchalance. He spent half an hour today learning 3 strength-building movements until he had memorized them. Sis, am I really stupid? Mao Kun escorted her to the door and suddenly asked cautiously on the way. Bai Lian clipped another word, and without lifting her head, responded, poor memory but naturally gifted in martial arts. Mao Kun was stunned. It was the first time someone had praised him. After a long while, he rubbed his head and said, so, can I teach Xiaowu and Xiaoqi? They were his 2 sidekicks. Sure. As they approached the courtyard gate, Bai Lian gave him a look, telling him to go back. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard, not bothering to take out her keys to unlock the door. 2 seconds later. As Jianghu opened the door to come out and greet her, he was met with the sight of someone standing nonchalantly at the entrance. Jianghu was momentarily silent, then stepped aside to let her in. What are you holding in your hand? When he saw her fingers hook a small bag, he reached out to take it from her. The moment he took it his hands sank, almost causing him to stumble, but Bai Lian quickly stabilized him with a sincere look. Grandpa, I'll take it. Then, she casually hooked the bag back with one finger, as effortlessly as if it held not 8 pounds, but a feather. Jianghu. What's this? He asked while locking the door, looking at her. It was just 4 objects, each the size of an egg. So heavy. Tools for physical training. Bai Lian took out a small spherical object from the bag and tilted her head. Grandpa, do you have a thicker soft strap? I need to thread it through. 5 minutes later. Jianghu watched his delicate granddaughter tie 4 spherical weights to her limbs. Then she serenely wished him a good night. The next morning, Bai Lian had arranged to visit the Xiangqing Library with Zhang He. The Route 12 bus on Purist Street was very convenient, traveling from the city gate, through Purist Street, to the school, and right to the library, a veritable assembly line covering nearly the whole of Xiangqing. The library was located just 1 stop past the school. Bai Lian spotted Jiang He squatting beside a lamppost opposite the library from a distance on the bus. He was dressed in a light blue shirt and a white vest, squatting with his back to the pole, ignoring everyone around him. Jiang Fulai stood by his side, expressionless, fixing the colors on a broken Rubik's cube to make 3 centers the same. He wore a black t-shirt, his pale fingers as if tipped with frost, his long eyelashes demure. Leisurely restoring the cube with one hand, he glanced down at Jiang He with a cold look. Are you planning on fixing this by squatting here all night? Jiang He, not wishing to stay near him, shifted to another spot, squatting facing a trash bin. Think you might fit in there yourself? Jiang Fulai scoffed. Jiang He then covered his ears with his hands. Across the street, Ming Dongheng and Chief Chen stood far from a black business car, not daring to approach the two. A tense Ming Dongheng saw the Route 12 bus arrive. As the bus stopped and a figure in water green alighted, he visibly relaxed. Chief Chen had been frowning and smoking. Seeing Bai Lian, he immediately stubbed out his cigarette and, knowing what Ming Dongheng had been waiting for, greeted her without delay. Miss Bai. Miss Bai. Ming Dongheng also stepped forward, respectfully handing over a little book bag to Bai Lian. This is the young master's book bag, please hand it over to him later. When Jiang Fulai was scolding Jiang He, not even Ming Dongheng, let alone the entire Jiang family, dared to come close. Even Shijue, passing by them, would be affected. Jiang Fulai had stayed in the lab the night before and hadn't come back. Jiang He had been alone at home, not sleeping, and eventually came to squat opposite the library, waiting for Bai Lian. Upon messing up the cube, he just squatted by the pole, immobile. Ming Dongheng didn't dare to disturb Jiang Fulai and couldn't bear to call Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai's lab was involved in the handover of detectors, and Ming Dongheng understood the gravity of the situation, so he kept Jiang He company there. Jiang Fulai only learned that Jiang He was squatting here when he returned in the morning. Jiang He's? Bai Lian reached out and took the bok choy printed little backpack from Ming Dongheng's hand. Today, she wore a wide water-green cross-collared shirt with broad sleeves and a dark green horseface skirt beneath. Her hair was still bundled with a wooden hairpin. Lifting her hand, she inadvertently revealed a glimpse of red around her wrist along with a silver-white metal object the size of an egg. Yes, Ming Dongheng glanced over at Jiang Fulai. If possible, please tell the young master that Chief Chen is looking for him. Bai Lian walked towards the other side. Chief Chen still had a smoldering cigarette in his hand, but he kept staring at the silver-white metal on Bai Lian's hand. Ming Dongheng frowned and sharply reminded him, "Chief, mind where you're looking." Chief Chen snapped back to attention, and looked at Ming Dongheng mournfully. "Mr. Ming, don't you think the silver accessory on Miss Bai's hand looks familiar?" "What's that to you?" Ming Dongheng glowered at him. "No, I mean," Chief Chen hastily explained, "such a large piece of iridium. A whole 2 pounds of it, at least. And naturally occurring." Chapter 82, Zhang Xiaoniao, What Does She Owe You? _1 Director Chen used several exclamation marks to express his surprise. Ming Dongheng didn't study this, his greatest breakthrough in life being that he had studied astronomy for a while, but he understood Director Chen's meaning, very scarce. Don't be fooled by the current appearance that iridium doesn't seem so expensive. Director Chen shook his head. You can't buy it even if you go abroad to negotiate with those mine owners. It's a prized commodity, you understand? The entire world is in short supply of iridium, yet the production of iridium is particularly low. Domestically, to save on iridium, recycling efforts have been intensified. Director Chen's last mission was to negotiate the purchase of iridium in the F continent, but he didn't even get to see the mine owner. Despite having sufficient funds, he failed to acquire iridium for the country. Therefore, he was very familiar with iridium metal and could recognize it at a glance. Isn't? Who would hang a piece of iridium metal on their wrist like that? And such a large piece? This piece of iridium, if placed in Jiangjing University's laboratory, how many people in the departments of physics and chemistry would go crazy? 2 pounds? Ming Dongheng's focus was also odd as he looked in surprise at Bai Lian's retreating figure. He hadn't noticed at all that she was carrying something weighing 2 pounds on her hand. Across from them, Jiang Fulai was about to say something, but seeing a figure walking slowly towards them, he took a deep breath. Bai Lian looked at his cold face, then lowered her gaze to Jiang He who was squatting by the trash can, covering his ears. She bent down slightly, pinching Jiang He's collar with 2 fingers, lifting him up. She scrutinized him for a while with narrowed eyes, before lazily asking, "Are you little trash? Squatting by the trash can?" Jiang Fulai quickly restored the Rubik's Cube to the steps Jiang He had set. Upon hearing this, he stood coldly behind Bai Lian with one hand in his pocket, his tall figure slightly leaning, his pale eyes narrowly opened, sneering at Jiang He. Jiang He's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian let go, putting him down. Jiang He clutched at her clothes tightly, hanging his head low, silent. She didn't ask why he was squatting there. After nearly a month of acquaintance, she knew that Jiang He had some issues with his personality. Letting Jiang He cling to her clothes, she turned her head and looked at Jiang Fulai for a while. Jiang Fulai was difficult to approach even in the best of moods, let alone when he was in a bad one. Expressionless, his gaze lowered, Ming Dongheng didn't dare to come close. Taken aback by her casual glance, he too was slightly stunned. Just when Jiang Fulai was about to say something, Bai Lian suddenly spoke up, "Didn't you sleep last night?" Jiang Fulai was somewhat surprised. He subconsciously looked himself over. Even after a sleepless night, young Master Jiang remained impeccably neat, spotless from head to toe, his hair unruffled, proudly elegant. Still looking as dashing as ever. His narrowed phoenix eyes betrayed no trace of fatigue. You should go back to sleep, Bai Lian said lazily, patting Jiang He's head and tilting her own slightly, her voice carrying a casual chuckle. Leave Jiang He to me. She also handed Jiang He's little bok choy packet to him, letting him hold it himself. As for what Ming Dongheng mentioned about Director Chen needing to see Jiang Fulai, Bai Lian didn't mention a word of it. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Fulai and Jiang He would be at an impasse for at least a day. Jiang He would ignore everyone, insisting on squatting alone like this. He would cover his ears whenever someone spoke, refusing to eat or sleep. Jiang Fulai, often busy, would still have to make time to watch over him and ensure he ate, frequently sitting beside him with a laptop. Both were quite resilient, it was just a matter of who couldn't bear the sleeplessness first. Unsurprisingly, it was always Jiang He who fell asleep first. Today marked the first time Jiang He had a breakdown since coming to Shangcheng, an occurrence both unexpected and routine for Jiang Fulai. Perhaps not expecting Bai Lian to respond in that way, Jiang Fulai slightly lifted his gaze. It was after a pause of about a minute that he replied calmly, The two adults and one child walked in the opposite direction. Bai Lian, with one hand carrying her backpack and the other holding Jiang He's hand, led him into the library. Jiang Fulai stood beside the car, hands still in his pockets, his tall figure elongated by the morning sun. His cold and exquisite face was illuminated by the golden light, looking even more unapproachable. He watched as the two entered the library. Only after they had gone inside did he withdraw his gaze, get into the car, and said indifferently, Let's go. Director Chen had already planned to disclose the following matters. But he didn't expect Jiang Fulai to say, Let's go. He sat down in the passenger seat, immediately looking towards Ming Dongheng for help. Ming Dongheng, at the driver's seat, was also surprised, fearing he had misunderstood Jiang Fulai's intent. Back to the manor. Chapter 83, Jiang Xiaoniao, What does she owe you? _2 MMM. Jiang Fulai leaned against the chair back, his eyelashes slightly closed, crossing his long legs elegantly, his eyes hidden in the shadows as if resting with his eyes closed. Ming Dongheng and Director Chen didn't dare to speak. They had thought after returning, Jiang Fulai would say something. But they hadn't expected him to go straight upstairs, to sleep. Miss Bai didn't speak with young Master Jiang? Director Chen looked at Ming Dongheng, completely confused. Why did young Master Jiang go to sleep? Not to mention Director Chen, Ming Dongheng, who had followed Jiang Fulai for several years, was also surprised. Jiang Fulai is a workaholic. When the Jiang family was unstable, he attended school while dealing with the family affairs, and even had a record of staying awake for 4 consecutive days. Now that Jiang Shijue is managing the Jiang family for him, the laboratories are at a critical stage, and he is still very busy. Only when Jiang Shijue really can't handle a matter would he come to find him. To stay up all night and deal with other matters the next day was all too common for Jiang Fulai. Today, Director Chen had contacted Ming Dongheng early in the morning to meet with Jiang Fulai, obviously to discuss important matters, and Jiang Fulai could not have failed to see this. So, what on earth did Miss Bai say? And why did young Master Jiang go to catch up on sleep? Ming Dongheng scratched his head, puzzled, and simply yawned and went to sleep too, as he hadn't slept all night either because Jiang He didn't sleep. Coolly, he left Director Chen to his own devices. Director Chen didn't dare to object and just sat silently in the hall. The library, still early today, not many people around. Bai Lian found a spot on the second floor to sit down. She first opened Jiang He's backpack, placed his big dictionary on his desk, and then said, Read. Jiang He sat down beside her, silently reading. Bai Lian had just taken out her notebook when she received a message from Pu Xiaohan on WeChat. We're planning to go hiking today, are you coming? Bai Lian, I'm at the library. Pu Xiaohan then asked in the class group chat if anyone wanted to hike. Zhang Xiai's hadn't even gotten out of bed yet, and she kept tagging everyone until he woke up. Zhang Xiai's, what the heck, tagging your daddy early in the morning? Pu Xiaohan, early? Idiot, your desk mate is already at the library. Smile. Zhang Xiai's, how many times do I have to tell you not to touch my flowers? Zhang Xi's immediately covered his phone, worried his mother coming to lift his blankets would see that someone was already at the library. It wasn't until his mom chased him with a stick from his room to the living room that he raised his phone high, bravely tagging Pu Xiaohan back with one word in the group chat, cool. Meanwhile, at Ning Xiao's house, he held his phone, thinking over Pu Xiaohan's message, and then messaged Bai Lian in their private group to ask for the exact location of the library. He started packing his bag. Are you going out? The elderly man with snow-white hair looked at Ning Xiao with surprise in the yard. Ning Xiao hummed a response, always just as silent no matter where he was, going to the library with classmates. Go ahead. The old man smiled, standing up straight, his expression gentle and kind. Watching Ning Xiao truly leave, he looked greatly relieved. He returned to the main hall, took an incense stick, bowed to the 3 memorial plaques with his hands together, and spoke with kindness and warmth, "Good morning. Little Ning Xiao seems to have made a friend. Are you happy too, Noa Noa?" He inserted the incense stick. In the room, the old man's cell phone started ringing. He put on his reading glasses to look for the phone, squinting his eyes and pressing the big green answer button. "Hello, Xiao Wang, high school seniors are under great pressure." Pu Xiaohan originally wanted to go hiking. But in the end, no one from her class wanted to hike, they just wanted to sleep or lie down. So she had no choice but to bring her homework to the library to find Bai Lian. Upon entering the second floor, she saw Ning Xiao and Tang Ming sitting opposite Bai Lian. Tang Ming was the top student of class 11 and was also someone Pu Xiaohan often saw on the school's honor roll. Of course, compared to Tang Ming, how did this lone top student who always kept to himself end up hanging out with Bai Lian? Ning Xiao looked up, nodding to Pu Xiaohan as a greeting. Pu Xiaohan sat next to Bai Lian, feeling flattered. The Scholar King greeted her. She hurriedly responded and exchanged WeChat contacts with Tang Ming before turning back to talk to Bai Lian. Then she saw Jianghu sitting next to her, engrossed in a big dictionary, his face expressionless, his eyelashes long and thick. Who is this kid? He's really good looking, his eyelashes are so long. Pu Xiaohan whispered, her voice filled with excitement. On the other side, Tang Ming looked at Pu Xiaohan with a complicated expression. Chapter 84, Zhang Xiaoniao, what does she owe you? _3 looks good, doesn't it? In a moment, I'll make you question life itself. Bai Lian took out her biology book and notebook, her slender and fair fingertips pressing against the page numbers of the notebook, her long eyelashes lowered, methodically stating, his name is Zhang Xiaoniao. Zhang Xiaoniao? Pu Xiaohan took her words for truth. He looked up at Bai Lian incredulously once again. If He were a normal child, he would definitely have objected loudly and introduced himself. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He could only silently flip the dictionary to the page with the character, crane. You see, Bai Lian said calmly as she pointed the tip of her pen at one half of the character, looked sideways, and calmly told Pu Xiaohan, it means this bird. With her face in her hands, Pu Xiaohan looked at Jianghu, although the name is strange, it's pretty cute. Jianghu, whoosh, he silently turned the page. Then he took out his 7-layered 5 magic cube from his backpack. Pu Xiaohan, who had just written a few words and was stretching, caught sight of the unfamiliar, football-shaped cube the boy was slowly pulling out. 12 sides, 12 colors, and still a 7-layered cube, she felt dizzy just looking at it. Then, in the next second, she saw, the delicate boy restored the colors on one face to the same color. Her half-raised hand paused in midair. Tang Ming finally retracted his gaze contentedly from across the room. Some time passed. Jianghu, playing with the 7-layered 5 magic cube, yawned quietly. Bai Lian tilted her head, took out some milk, inserted the straw, and handed it to Jianghu with composure. Don't fall asleep, Zhang Xiaoniao. You normally can hold up well, don't sleep now, it'll stay with you till tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoniao holding the milk, meanwhile. At the Ren family home. Upstairs. The Secretary General, seeing Ren Wanxian in a sulk, whispered comfortingly, "Miss, I understand your grievances, but please don't throw a tantrum in front of Mr. Ren. He likes to be in control and not be controlled. After all, you are his only granddaughter. Miss, you must believe that I am absolutely on your side." "I know," Ren Wanxian responded sullenly. If it hadn't been for the Secretary General risking his own safety to save Ren Jiawei and personally handing the newborn Ren Wanxian to Ren Qian, Ren Wengshuan's safe birth would have been impossible. As a great contributor to the Ren family, the Secretary General still remained cautious and modest, without resting on his laurels. Everyone in the Ren family, including Ren Jiawei, trusted him deeply. After he comforted Ren Wanxian, he then stepped out. Ren Qian stood at the end of the corridor. "How is she doing?" "The miss says she knows she was wrong." The secretary bowed his head humbly. "She also doesn't want to cause you worry. She's very remorseful." Ren Wanxian then came out to apologize. "Grandfather, I'm sorry." Ren Qian couldn't possibly be truly angry with her. "It's all right. Remember to apologize to your teacher later." Downstairs, Ren Jiawei was on the phone in the living room. "Yeah, okay." Ji Xiaorong sat to the side, looking down as he sipped his tea. Ren Qian then sat opposite Ren Jiawei, waiting for her response. Ren Wanxian sat beside Ren Qian, unconsciously twirling her fingers. "How did it go? What did Dr. Gao's assistant say?" Ren Qian hurriedly inquired once Ren Jiawei hung up the call. Ren Jiawei threw her phone onto the table and crossed her arms over her chest, sweeping her gaze around the room. Dr. Gao gave a standard answer. "Let's leave it at that. After all these years of elite education, they still can't compete with Chenju. What can I say? How did Teacher Li arrange things?" Ren Qian interrupted Ren Jiawei, looking up at the secretary standing by. "Noon, a private room in the Wanha building." The Secretary General checked the schedule. "You've invited him. He couldn't possibly refuse to give you face. The only issue is that Miss Bei's phone doesn't seem to be reachable." Ji Xiaorong, who had been silent up to this point, spoke up indifferently. "Alien is focused on her studies, and she has already given her spot to someone else. I hope you don't disturb her." The others in the hall didn't know about this. "She gave her spot away just like that?" Ren Qian was shocked. Ren Wanxian also suddenly stood up. The secretary looked at Ji Xiaorong with a deep frown. "Mr. Ji, she's at the very least your niece, and we are all relatives. Why do you keep helping outsiders? If she's giving the spot away casually, why not give it to Miss Wanxian?" Ren Qian didn't interrupt the secretary. Clearly, that was also his line of thought. Admittedly, he admired Bai Lian a lot, but compared with Ren Wanxian, she seemed insignificant. First it was the book, and now it's the spot. Ji Xiaorong stood up, looking at Ren Qian. "What does she owe you?" Chapter 85. 035 is modest and does not compete. The one picking up trash picks up _1. Ji Xiaorong had always been an invisible presence in the Ren family. He rarely visited the Ren family's old residence and conducted himself with quiet, scholarly elegance and a strong sense of literary pride. He had almost no presence in the Ren family. Ren Qian was unsatisfied with the marriage and seldom concerned himself with his son-in-law, until the birth of his pleasing granddaughter. Ji Xiaorong had only sought out Ren Qian once 7 years ago because of an issue concerning Ji Xiaojun. This was still the first time he had spoken up like this at the Ren family home. Even Ren Qian was taken aback by his attitude. "All right." Ren Jiawei picked up the cigarette box on the table and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as she bowed her head. "Dad, if you're outclassed, you have to admit it. It's not that I look down on them." Ren Wanxian looked up at Ren Jiawei and bit her lip. "Mom, forget it." Ren Qian stopped expressing his opinion and stood up. "Wanxian, come with us to Wanha building first. Your teacher is arriving soon." He didn't bring Ren Jiawei with him. Once everyone had left, Ji Xiaorong retrieved a pillbox from the pocket of his coat and poured out 2 pills. Ren Jiawei poured him a glass of water, frowning. "Don't worry about this matter. You also know Wanxian has always been under my dad's care." Ren Wanxian was the only descendant of the Ren family, taken and handed over to Ren Qian to be raised from the moment she was born. They simply had no say in the matter. Across from them, the Secretary General glanced at them indifferently before turning to walk out the door. I do have some regrets about handing Wanxian over to your father. Ji Xiaorong put down the water glass and pressed his brow. Stop thinking about it. However, Ren Jiawei resettled in her chair, eyeing Ji Xiaorong thoughtfully. Bai Lian does bear a resemblance to the Ji family, whereas Wanxian doesn't resemble her at all. Don't say that again in the future. Don't bring up the idea of grooming Lian anymore either. She wouldn't want it. Ji Xiaorong swallowed the pills and put away the pillbox, then shook his head, and if Wanxian hears it, she'll cause a fuss again. He had a feeling that Ren Wanxian harbored significant animosity towards Bai Lian. Yet there was clearly no conflict between the two of them. All right, I haven't said it in front of anyone else, Ren Jiawei gestured in surrender, but if your niece truly doesn't want. All right, I won't mention it. At 12 o'clock, the private room in Wanha building. Chen Zhu and Chen Gang were also there. The head teacher of Class 8 had been transferred to First Middle School, and anyone in Xiangqing with money and influence tried to get their child into his class. Chen Gang and Ren Xian were very polite to him. Bai Lian passed the spot to Tang Ming. Upon hearing this news from Ren Xian and Chen Gang, the Class 8 teacher's surprise was not less than that of Chen Zhu or Ren Wanxian. This was a slot for Jianghu University's preparatory camp. Even if Bai Lian genuinely didn't want it, on the black market, it could fetch at least tens of millions. But, it was Bai Lian who had done this. Upon reflection, the Class 8 teacher felt that this was something she was capable of doing. Indeed, Bai Lian has always been such a person, honest even when unobserved, and pure at heart, the Class 8 teacher mused. In his eyes, Bai Lian was like that. Proud but not contentious. Bright but not blinding. He really had a high opinion of Bai Lian. Ren Xian and Chen Gang exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Their Class 8 head teacher was someone genuinely wise and learned. They were very reassured to entrust the younger generation to him. After hosting several banquets, they had never heard him praise someone so highly before. His highest praise for Chen Zhu was simply being bright. To be honest, she is my son-in-law's niece, Ren Xian said with a smile, seeing that the head teacher had taken a liking to Bai Lian, so he turned to Ren Wanxian. Wanxian, you should learn more from your cousin about the principles of being a person. Ren Wanxian had been struggling to contain herself ever since the head teacher began to speak, and to make matters worse, Ren Xian actually told the head teacher that Bai Lian was her cousin. Especially since. He also suggested she learn from Bai Lian. With her sharp intelligence, she had already guessed Ren Xian's thoughts. Ren Wanxian gripped her chopsticks, still managing to maintain the most perfect demeanor. She stood up to apologize. Teacher, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. I hope you take my words to heart. The Class 8 head teacher raised his glass to her, then drank the wine. He politely bade farewell to Ren Xian, neither overbearing nor servile. Mr. Ren, Mr. Chen, I need to prepare my lessons and must leave now. Once the head teacher had left, Chen Gang asked Ren Xian, I didn't expect old Jis niece to be so impressive. Have you inquired about who taught her? I don't know. Ren Xian knew very little about the quiet and ordinary Ji family. The Secretary General stood by, humbly pouring clear sake for the two men. Sir, why didn't you ask Teacher Li to request Bai Lian to transfer that slot to Miss Wanxian or young Master Chen Zhu? Chapter 86. 035 is modest and does not compete. The garbage picker picks up _2. Chen Gang picked up the wine glass, took a sip with his eyes lowered, and said nothing. He silently supported the secretary's idea. He knew very little about the Ji family, but in his eyes, the Ji family was no different from any other passerby. We can't control Teacher Li, Ren Xian thought about Ren Jiawei and Ji Xiaorong, and holding his temple, said, let's not talk about this anymore. The Secretary General stood by, listening with a slightly grim expression. The meal disbanded. Ren Xian went to deal with work, while the Secretary General took Ren Wanxian home. It wasn't until they were in the car that the Secretary General looked in the rearview mirror and said, Miss, you need to step out of your own castle. If your cheese has been moved, you have to take it back yourself. Right now, You're like that mouse, squeaking away, but I think you can be a chirping bird. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jianghu Lai's residence. Chief Chen was still waiting for the two to get up. His cell phone rang. It was his subordinate stationed in Xiangcheng. He hastily answered and stepped outside before speaking. Go ahead. The voice on the other end was respectful. Sir, Xiangcheng No. 1 Middle School said that their school anniversary is in a few days. Will you be attending? The Chen family had always placed great importance on Xiangcheng. They allocated funds to Xiangcheng each year for the sake of protection, even though a large part of that funding came from the Jiang family. Hence, even though Xiangcheng was on the edge of several countries with many escaped convicts, no one dared to cause trouble across Purist Street. Aside from Xiangcheng's defense, another portion of resources was given to Xiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. This year, a distant, side branch of the Chen family that remained in Xiangcheng produced a student with decent achievements. The Chen family reported this and had Academician Ma secure a spot in the reserve camp for Xiangcheng. Every year, Xiangcheng No. 1 Middle School would invite the stationed forces to any celebratory events. This year, because Chief Chen was also there, the subordinate called to ask if he wanted to go and watch. Xiangcheng No. 1 Middle School? Upon hearing it was Xiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Chief Chen paused and calculated the time. They'll check my schedule. Wang Yufeng wasn't found yet, and he wasn't really in the mood. The headmaster of No. 1 said that they have a student this year who writes lianti quite well. The subordinate evidently understood Chief Chen very well. People from the Chen family, especially the old master, favored young people who could write lianti and play the guzheng. If they could play the White Robe Journey, that would be even better. That's why almost everyone in the Guzheng Association could play it, but not many could play it entirely. With these words, Chief Chen obviously hesitated. Really? Then I do want to go and see. Finally, there were sounds of movement from upstairs. Chief Chen quickly hung up the phone and walked into the hall to look towards the wooden staircase entrance. Jianghu Lai slowly descended the stairs after a shower, his half-dried hair slightly moist. He wore only a black silk robe, tied tightly at the waist, and his pale fingers held a laptop. Young Master Jiang, Chief Chen lowered his voice. Jianghu Lai sat on the sofa and opened his laptop. A servant served a simple meal. Chief Chen sat down anxiously. Someone saw Wang Yufeng at the Azure Dragon bar, so I've already sent someone to stake it out. The bar? Jianghu Lai browsed through papers submitted by team members, his light eyes slightly narrowing. Jiang Xian had never been to a bar in his life. After a moment of thought, Chief Chen said, I'm waiting for Mr. Ming to get up. Well, go scout first. Mr. Ming wants to go to the fighting ring to find Teacher Zhu. Tongpa is putting too much pressure on them. Jianghu Lai hummed in response, closed his laptop, turned around, and pulled out a black card from his drawer to give to Chief Chen. Chief Chen's eyes lit up, and he took it with both hands. By the way, Chief Chen remembered that Bai Lian was wearing Xiangcheng No. 1 Middle School's uniform last time. Next week, Xiangcheng No. 1 Middle School will have their school anniversary. Will you be attending the ceremony? Jianghu Lai picked up his chopsticks and ate in an unhurried manner. I don't have time. Okay, Chief Chen nodded. Miss Bai doesn't have a performance? He actually thought Miss Bai would have a performance. But then again, Bai Lian is like Jianghu Lai, who would have the courage to ask Jianghu Lai to perform? Are they tired of living? The library. At noon, Bai Lian and Pu Shaohan went to eat hot pot across the street. Pu Shaohan only held out for the morning, wanting to go home to binge-watch after eating the hot pot. Before leaving, she squatted beside Jiang He with a beaming smile. By the way, little brother Xiaoniao, our school anniversary is next Wednesday, and there's a program with your sister Bai Lian. Remember to come and watch if you have time. Jiang He didn't speak, just slowly looked up at Pu Shaohan. Pu Shaohan roughly knew there might be some issues with Jiang He's personality and didn't mind it. After speaking, she stood up and said to Bai Lian, if your family has time, make sure they come and watch, or it'll be such a shame. Bai Lian didn't know if Ji Heng would have time. Chapter 87, 035 is modest and does not compete. The one picking up trash picks up _3 but Ji Xiaojun definitely didn't have the time, as he needed to teach his students. Okay. Bai Lian lazily took out her earphones. Jiang He followed behind Bai Lian, silently noting down the time. What's your account name? Back in the library, Tang Ming recalled Bai Lian's Jingjiang preparatory camp account and lowered his voice. Ning Xiao also looked up. Bai Lian leaned back, crossed her legs, and lazily tapped the tabletop with her fingertips. Bai Jian. Bai sister? Tang Ming thought it sounded kind of cool. Bai Lian glanced at Jiang He and curved her lips. Bai Jian, Jian as in picking up trash. Jiang He's head dipped low. With an expressionless face, he took out a dictionary. With a whoosh, he started flipping through it. Picking up trash? Tang Ming didn't dare to ask anything further and silently took out his phone to search for Bai Jian. No wonder he couldn't find Bai Lian's name before. Ning Xiao also took out his phone. This time with the correct username, Tang Ming could find it immediately. Username, Bai Jian this month's points, 0, sis. Haven't you started doing the questions yet? The explanations in there are amazing, Tang Ming whispered, and there are video explanations, seriously worth watching, but getting points. He himself had only a few hundred points this month. Tang Ming had already realized how big the gap was between him and the others there. As he was speaking, he casually glanced further back. Total points, 0 followers, 1 fans, 1258. Tang Ming nearly blurted out, hey, isn't that? Bai Lian opened a page of her book, looked up, her posture relaxed, her faint expression exuding an aura of pressure. Tang Ming forcefully swallowed the words that had reached his mouth. Monday, morning. After finishing a Chinese language class, Bai Lian casually leaned on the desk with one hand and pulled out a biology book with the other, flipping through it at random. Her eyes drooped, and in the morning light, her fingers resembled soaked white jade. She just happened to see a diagram of a paramecium. She couldn't help but let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Pu Xiaohan, who was stunned, came back to her senses, clueless. Lu Mom is calling for you outside. After Bai Lian left, Pu Xiaohan stared at her biology book. It was just a diagram of a paramecium that looked like a straw sandal insert. Was it that funny? Outside, Lu Lingxi was scolding a group of boys. When she saw Bai Lian, her expression softened. Mrs. Li is looking for you. Holding the test papers, Lu Lingxi pointed towards the second floor. The office is just downstairs. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, nodded, and headed to the second floor. The class teacher of Class 8 was sitting in the office, wearing glasses, writing lesson plans. He looked up, saw Bai Lian, and smiled, the sternness on his face warming. Student Bai. Teacher. Bai Lian lowered her eyes, wearing her school uniform neatly and cutely. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her eyelids. I heard you gave your spot to Tang Ming. The Class 8 teacher pondered for a moment before saying, the opportunity is a rare one. Can you tell me what you're thinking? Bai Lian didn't say anything. She nobly took out her phone and showed him a blue app on it. Class 8 teacher, okay, he got it too. The two looked at each other, on the verge of laughter, and after a while, he handed her a book of chemistry notes. All right, go back. Thank you, teacher. Bai Lian accepted the chemistry notes with both hands. After she left, the Class 8 teacher still watched Bai Lian's slender and tall figure in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. If the Ren family didn't say it, who would know that this girl was a relative of the Ren family? At the door, Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu, who were coming in, missed Bai Lian. Chen Zhu took an extra glance at her. Then they went to get their homework. Ren Wanxian, I'm calling you because there's something I need to discuss. The teacher of Class 8 recovered his smile slightly, less relaxed than he was in front of Bai Lian, and composed himself. A gentleman will be visiting on the day of the school celebration, and you're to receive him with the principal. Spend some extra time practicing your calligraphy these next few days. There were many in the school who were adept at Li script. Even Chen Zhu could do it. But none were as good as Ren Wanxian. A VIP from the school? That could only be from the Jianghu Chen family. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu exchanged a glance, both recalling the Mr. Chen whom they had met once before. But after that, Chen Gang could never invite him again. Today's Ren Wanxian seemed to lack her usual aloofness. She nodded. Teacher, I understand. This was a big deal for the school, and as the teacher of Class 8 looked at Ren Wanxian, thinking of her fine calligraphy skills, he softened his expression. Wanxian, you are a smart child, and your teacher hopes you will become better. Ren Wanxian bowed and thanked him. Suddenly, she spoke with a hint of grievance. When you asked me to share the answers publicly with the prep school, I disagreed. But I haven't seen Bai Lian sharing her answers with us either. Teacher, you're being somewhat unfair to me. Why did she have to be the frog at the bottom of the well, while Bai Lian was considered to be of pure virtue? Ren Wanxian, Class 8 teacher, looked at her for a while before speaking. How do you know she didn't share the answers with you? What? Chapter 88, 036 Chen Wei learns Muay Thai, Liang T_1, Chen Zhu, you know best, don't you? The homeroom teacher of Class 8 turned his gaze toward Chen Zhu. The first analysis you received was that of Bai Lian. I thought the fact that Bai Lian was willing to give her spot to Tang Ming already made it clear that she didn't care about these things at all. Ren, you were the one who said it had to be absolutely fair. I thought you were right, so I took the liberty of deciding on behalf of Bai Lian to withhold her analysis, to provide you with the fairness you wanted. Chen Zhu suddenly looked up. Of course, he knew that the first answer was Bai Lian's. He had even asked the teacher at the time. But the teacher didn't tell him who it was, just asking if he was willing to team up with Bai Lian. He had refused. So Bai Lian had actually considered giving them her analysis. Ren Wangxuan's heart was in turmoil. Bai Lian had actually agreed to give it to them? She had always believed that it was every man for himself. In this competitive relationship, even she and Chen Zhu would be on guard against each other. Bai Lian had actually agreed to let them see the analysis. Class is about to start, you two go back to your classrooms. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 continued to look down at his lesson plan. Both left with complicated feelings. Xiangqing First Middle School has 2 cafeterias. One was established when the school was founded, and the other is a small cafeteria donated by the Ren family. The small cafeteria has high prices, and it's said that the chef is 5-star rated. But apart from the students of Class 8, few others go there. The water of the well does not interfere with the water of the river. So when Pu Xiaohan came back with her meal, she frowned upon seeing Chen Wei at the entrance of the cafeteria. Why would she come here? Who? Zhang Xi's passed her with 2 bottles of drink to find Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao, who always kept to himself, was eating lunch with them today. After the study session on Saturday, Xiaohan was no longer surprised. The long table was quite full. Zhang Xi's handed the 2 bottles of drink to Ning Xiao and Bai Lian, then put his hands together in a prayer. May you both bless me with over 60 points in physics on the next monthly test, amen. I suggest you put that joint photo in your room and idolize it every day. Xiaohan reserved a seat for Yang Lin. Glancing in Chen Wei's direction, she said to Zhang Xi's, you know, why don't you just give in to that woman? Only then did Zhang Xi's see Chen Wei. He was startled by Chen Wei and shrank back. No way, she's too much for me to handle. And my body and soul belong to Sister Yen. Other little demons, back off. He gestured with his hands. Really stupid. Xiaohan rolled her eyes, and for a moment, she felt that there was something off with Chen Wei's eye. Everyone in Class 15 knew that Zhang Xi's liked a female celebrity. Their table was covered with her posters. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Chen Wei watched Zhang Xi's place the drinks in front of Bai Lian. Malice in her eyes almost sprayed out. Her eyes narrowed and she asked slowly, who is that girl? Bai Lian, a transfer student from the 35th class of senior year 3, the tall and strong girl beside Chen Wei recognized Bai Lian. Wei, should we? Chen Wei appeared very irritated. My dad told me not to cause trouble. Suddenly, she kicked a table in front of her. The person sitting at the table had his lunchbox fall to the floor, but he didn't dare say a word. He trembled as he picked it up, then headed back to find a table in a corner without raising his head. The entrance of the cafeteria suddenly grew quiet as if someone had pressed the pause button. Chen Wei walked up to Zhang Xi's, her brooding gaze sweeping over Bai Lian. Then she pushed Zhang Shi's lunchbox aside and sat next to him, smiling. Zhang Xi's, let's go eat in the small cafeteria. Today the chef made me squirrel fish. Zhang Xi's looked up and refused with an embarrassed smile. Sorry, I like spicy food. Well, all right then. Chen Wei let go of the lunchbox regretfully, but her eyes lit up with a smile again. Tomorrow I'll have the small cafeteria make something to your taste. She stood up, looking disappointed as she left. Just as she did, Yang Lin, who was holding her meal, stood aside to let them pass through the aisle first. What's the matter, you bad omen? With a face like your parents just died, the tall and strong girl grabbed Yang Lin by the collar and pulled her face to face, disgustingly saying, Who told you to make that face? Smack! Bai Lian coldly looked up, her chopsticks dropped with a clatter. Before she could stand up, her sleeves were tugged tightly from both sides. Zhang Xi's reacted quickly, standing up and frowning. Chen Wei, we're all classmates, after all. That's enough, you're all in the same class as Zhang. Chen Wei paused to appreciate Zhang Shi's expression before speaking. The tall and strong girl released her grip resentfully. The group swaggered out of the cafeteria. Only after they had left did the cafeteria return to its usual liveliness. Chapter 89, 036 Chen Wei learns Muay Thai. Liang T_2 Yang Lin quietly sat down next to Pu Xiaohan with her meal, her expression calm. Pu Xiaohan turned and asked, Are you all right? Yang Lin spoke even less than Ning Xiao. She shook her head, indicating she was fine. Only then did Pu Xiaohan let go of her hand. They had all seen how Bai Lian treated Shi Yutong. She whispered to Bai Lian, We should avoid Chen Wei whenever possible. I've told you, she's from the Chen family, Chen Zhu's sister. No matter how much trouble she causes at school, the Chen family can smooth it over. Everyone at the same table from class 15 strongly agreed. Only Ning Xiao was different. He too had grabbed Bai Lian's sleeve just before, but he explained things very matter-of-factly. Chen Wei has learned Muay Thai, you can't beat her. Hearing this, Pu Xiaohan cast a silent glance at Ning Xiao. Look at the way studious Ning Xiao put it, as if they could fight a member of the Chen family if only they could beat them. Chen Wei's outrageous deeds at school were not limited to just this one. Forcing others to drop out wasn't a first for her, and ordinary students tried their best to avoid provoking them. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze from the cafeteria entrance and, with a slow and unhurried movement, began to use her chopsticks while her long lashes lowered. She made a measured gesture with them in front of herself. Pu Xiaohan looked into Bai Lian's pitch-black eyes. Even though the other party hadn't said anything, there was an inexplicably chilling feeling running down one's spine. Why are you looking at me? Bai Lian asked, her food-holding fingers pinching the chopsticks and tilting her head toward Pu Xiaohan with a slight curve of her lips. Pu Xiaohan found her smile inexplicably bloodthirsty. Ah, you don't have tutoring today, do you? Pu Xiaohan suddenly snapped back to reality. She broke the eerie atmosphere, asking Bai Lian. Bai Lian leaned on her elbow on the table and slowly replied, Right. Then we can leave school together today. Pu Xiaohan smiled, then turned serious. This school celebration is very important, we absolutely can't make any mistakes. I'll walk you through the process again after school this afternoon. The school celebration was imminent, and Pu Xiaohan, along with the entertainment committee members, had all volunteered. After school in the afternoon, Pu Xiaohan went to the student council to help set up the stage, and Bai Lian went with her to go through the process. Yang Lin still went to work at the milk tea shop until 8 o'clock after her classes. Zhang Xi's, afraid of being ambushed by Chen Wei on his way home, didn't dare to play basketball, so he went with Pu Xiaohan and Bai Lian to the auditorium to avoid Chen Wei. At this time, there were a lot of people in the auditorium. When they arrived, the president of the student council was holding a meeting. Seeing Pu Xiaohan bring Bai Lian, he came over with the program list. By the way, Pu Xiaohan, I've moved Bai Lian's performance to the second to last. Pu Xiaohan examined Bai Lian's long sword. Surprised by the president's words, she asked, why suddenly change the performance order? It's just been pushed back one spot. The student council president obviously wouldn't mention Ren Wanxian and just chuckled. I've heard Bai Lian's performance is quite spectacular, to hold the audience's attention a bit longer. He hadn't seen Bai Lian's rehearsal, but someone from the student council had, and they said it could rival Ren Wengshuan's. The student council president didn't confirm or deny this, feeling people exaggerated. However, this transfer student certainly looked better than Ren Wanxian. That much was true, perhaps adding some filter in this aspect. Pu Xiaohan reluctantly agreed with his explanation. Having Bai Lian as the finale meant the school had good insight. Xiaohan, the head of the arts department, quickly came over, waving at Pu Xiaohan. You guys are early, go ahead with the process. Bai Lian was holding a vocabulary book in one hand and casually took off her school jacket with the other. She was wearing a light green satin blouse, tall and elegant, her demeanor extremely striking. She was really different from the average student. She looked up and greeted the head of the arts department courteously. The head of the arts department immediately slowed her gait and gently smiled with pursed lips toward Bai Lian. Pu Xiaohan. Sun Qian, you're scaring me like that. Sun Qian resisted the urge to roll her eyes and said to Zhang Xi's, you boy, why don't you come be a mascot? It'll pass with the new student here. Zhang Xi's, fearing being caught by Sun Qian as a cheerleader as before, quickly said, I've got something to do, I'm off to the restroom. Sun Qian muttered, idiot. Pu Xiaohan found it hard not to agree, and then she patted the shoulder of the head of the arts department with a wink. Who didn't come today? According to the student council's usual style, the first spot was definitely reserved for Ren Wanxian. Today they were actually following the process, not giving Ren Wanxian any special treatment. I've heard Ren Wanxian is practicing calligraphy today. Sun Qian shrugged. She glanced around at the others, seeing no one was paying attention here, and whispered, you know, the school leaders have always valued her calligraphy. This was no secret in the school. After all, whenever there was a major event, or when the honor board under the teaching building needed calligraphy or posters, Ren Wanxian was asked to come forward. Chapter 90, 036 Chen Wei learns Muay Thai. Liang T_3 There are many fans of Ren Wanxian in the school, the kind that are good at studying, talented in various arts, and come from a distinguished family. It's not common. Pu Xiaohan explained this to Bai Lian, who had just arrived at the school. Our school is funded by Jianghu, and they place great importance on students' handwriting. Ren Wanxian writes Liang style extremely well. Pu Xiaohan's tone carried a rare hint of admiration. She had long admitted that she truly respected the talents of Class 8. Because Pu Xiaohan herself had also studied Liang style for a while, but hadn't mastered it. So she knew how difficult it was to achieve the level of Ren Wanxian. Liang style? Bai Lian, who was carrying a vocabulary book, paused and slightly turned her head. Pu Xiaohan knew that Bai Lian wrote in the imperial script. Lu's mom had mentioned it in class, saying it was neat and nice looking. Not just Lu's mom, many teachers who taught class 15 started collectively disdaining the handwriting of science students. The test papers of Pu Xiaohan, who always had neat handwriting, were not much affected by this. It's Liang Zuan's handwriting, Pu Xiaohan thought Bai Lian might not be aware, and so she explained, you can't not know about it, right? Many people in our school can use this handwriting, but only Ren Wanxian writes it the best. So whenever someone from Jianghu visits, the school would ask Ren Wanxian to meet those big shots. As for exactly which big shots they would meet, that's not something ordinary people like Pu Xiaohan would know. I see, Bai Lian retracted her gaze. Here we are. Sun Qian led Bai Lian to the renovated backstage entrance. She lifted the curtain and guided Bai Lian through the procedure on stage. When it's time, you'll go up from here, the spotlight will focus on you, and the final stance will be centered right here. The school anniversary was being taken very seriously this time, and every member of the student council was working diligently to ensure there were no mistakes on the day of the celebration. Not far away, a few sturdy girls were escorting someone as they approached. The student council president paused briefly and then went to meet them. Chen Wei, what brings you here? He was on good terms with Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu. It wasn't that he was particularly afraid of Chen Wei, rather, he was the only one bold enough to talk to her. Chen Wei's gaze lightly swept over him and landed on Bai Lian ahead. She has a performance too. Yes, the student council president glanced over there. The new student will be performing a sword dance. There are a lot of people backstage. Chen Wei, why don't you wait outside? I just saw Zhang Xiai's heading out. Chen Wei gave a nonchalant, in response. As she turned to walk outside, Zhang Xiai's, who had been avoiding the crowd in the auditorium, slipped away as soon as he saw Chen Wei. When Chen Wei came out, all she saw was his retreating figure. The smile on her face began to contort. Zhang Xiai's came with Bai Lian? To watch her performance? Yeah, one of the tall and sturdy girls scoffed, spilling all the information she had gathered that afternoon. Bai Lian is his desk mate. Ah, Chen Wei paused mid-stride. She turned back, her sinister gaze locked onto the sword Pu Xiaohan was holding on stage. She licked her lips ominously. A sword dance? That chilling look sent a shiver down Pu Xiaohan's spine. She clutched Bai Lian's arm, and when she caught a glimpse of Chen Wei out of the corner of her eye, she grabbed Bai Lian nervously. Sun Qian, let's go ahead and leave. Chen Wei was unabashedly standing just below the stage. Sun Qian noticed the change in atmosphere, and the whole auditorium became much quieter. Pu Xiaohan handed the long sword to a member of the student council and reiterated with earnest, please take care of the props for us, put it in the same place as last time. This was a long sword she had custom-made for Bai Lian. Okay. He gave Pu Xiaohan a reassuring gesture. As Pu Xiaohan was leaving, he took the long sword and walked towards the props room, but after just a couple of steps, he was stopped by someone. Chapter 91, 037 Longsword Incident, Update at noon tomorrow, _1 Upon looking up, the boy saw Chen Wei, dressed in school uniform. He embraced the long sword and involuntarily took a step back. Why are you running? The girl beside Chen Wei kicked him. The boy's hand shook, and the long sword he was holding almost fell. Chen Wei raised her hand and simply passed her hand over the sword he was embracing. Let me hold it for you. Thank you. The boy's hand trembled as he handed the long sword to Chen Wei. Chen Wei took the long sword, drew it out to look at it, and made a few gestures with it, snorting coldly. He likes this sort of thing? Her voice was chilly. What are you still looking at? Don't you hurry up and leave. The tall and strong girl by her side kicked him once more. The boy staggered away as if fleeing. What's wrong? Sun Qian looked at his flustered appearance, surprised. No, nothing. The boy shook his head frantically. Sun Qian narrowed her eyes at his retreating figure, finding it strange. Outside, Pu Xiaohan handed 2 tickets to Bai Lian. This time, it was said that there would be sponsors present, and the school, fearing any mishaps at the event, had limited the number of outsiders in the auditorium. Bai Lian was to take the number 12 bus to the next stop's library, and Pu Xiaohan accompanied her to the bus stop. While passing the street corner, Zhang Shi's mother suddenly peered out from the flower shop. Xiaohan, Yang Lin isn't with you today? She's at the milk tea shop. Pu Xiaohan and Bai Lian stopped. Then, could you give her this flower for me? That boy, Zhang Xi's, said he seemed to have caused her trouble today. Zhang Shi's mother hastily came out with a fresh lily, closing the door to the flower shop. The flowerbed people are rushing me. I can't wait for her to finish work today. Of course, Auntie. Pu Xiaohan took the lily. Yang Lin always came here to buy a lily on Fridays. Zhang Shi's mother knew she liked lilies and had specially reserved the most beautiful one for her today. You go ahead. Pu Xiaohan touched her nose and handed the flower to Bai Lian. I'm afraid classmate Yang Lin might not accept it. Other than from Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan hadn't seen Yang Lin accept anything from anyone else. Bai Lian glanced at the elegant lily in Pu Xiaohan's hand. The flower was snow-white and uniquely shaped like a trumpet, with fresh droplets rolling down, and the green stems stood tall and graceful. It was pure, beautiful, and refined. Okay. She reached out to take it. It was now the peak time after school, and the milk tea shop was still quite crowded. I heard the milk tea shop changed owners, and both the milk tea and pastries here are superb. Many people come here for them, commented Pu Xiaohan. Bai Lian, Yang Lin, dressed in the milk tea shop's yellow jacket and wearing a mask, was making milk tea for someone. Just as she handed a cup of milk tea to a customer, a lily was stuffed into her hand. Why are you looking at me? Bai Lian slowly drew out her earphones, put them on, and raised an eyebrow. It's from Zhang Shi's mother for you. Pu Xiaohan was amazed. As they were about to leave, she suddenly heard Yang Lin say softly, "Wait a minute." Yang Lin rarely spoke. Her voice was both faint and light, and Pu Xiaohan almost thought she had imagined it. About 5 minutes later, Yang Lin handed them 2 cups of milk tea, bowing her head and whispering, "The owner here doubled my salary, and the cost of the milk tea will be deducted from it." Moreover, the pastry chef at the milk tea shop would give Yang Lin some pastries that hadn't sold each day to take home. Yang Lin turned and went back to continue working. With several employees hired by the owner, her 3-hour part-time job every day wasn't hectic. She even had time to study vocabulary. "I want a rainbow mousse cake," the middle-aged woman listed off a string of names. Yang Lin went to the back to get the cake. The pastry chef had already taken a break. He removed the cap from his head, glanced at Yang Lin, and waved his hand. "Tell them the cakes are sold out." After saying that, he turned neatly, packed the 2 remaining cakes on the back counter into plastic bags, tied them up, and casually tossed them onto the workbench. "These are waste. Remember to take them home when you close, or toss them in the trash if you don't eat them." Hanging up his white coat, he took his phone and left through the back door. Yang Lin also heard him muttering under his breath, "Damn, where did I offend him to be dispatched here making cakes for 5 hours a day? I don't like making cakes anymore. I hate making cakes." 2 tickets, one for Jianghu and one that Bai Lian would take home to Jianghu. By the time she arrived at the library by bus, Ming Dongheng and Chief Chen were there with Jianghu at the entrance to the library. When Bai Lian arrived, Chief Chen, while smoking, complained to Ming Dongheng, "I finally managed to arrange to meet him yesterday, but his subordinate tells me he's fixing an old lattice gate? Tell me, how ridiculous is that?" Chapter 92, 037 Longsword Incident. Update tomorrow noon, _2 Ming Dongheng, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, stood coolly 2 steps away, holding a cartoon backpack emblazoned with a daikon radish. Without even looking up, he responded, "Nothing outrageous. Sister Beixian helped an old granny cross the street before." "She really did that?" Director Chen was surprised. "She's so cold, and she'd help an old granny cross the street? I always thought you guys were just joking with her." Director Chen would not dare joke with any one of them. Jiang Ziju's smile concealed a knife. Su Nanjing's gentleness was like a drawing knife. Chen Beixian was formidable, every cut drew blood. Ming Dongheng, on the other hand, was easier to get along with, simple. Ming Dongheng glanced at him, "Go look it up on the Military Academy forum, you can still find her post there." Director Chen didn't dare to ask Chen Beixian. Upon hearing there was a post, he was intrigued. As they were talking, Bai Lian got out of the car, and Director Chen hurriedly pinched out his cigarette. Ming Dongheng promptly straightened up. He had business with Director Chen and wanted to leave Jianghu with Bai Lian. "Sorry to trouble you." He respectfully handed over Jianghu's school bag to Bai Lian. Both of them were exceedingly respectful towards Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng stood at the entrance of the library. Watching Bai Lian and Jianghu enter the main gate, they then got into their car. Bai Lian obviously had the ability to reign in Jianghu. With her by Jianghu's side and people lurking in the shadows to protect him, Jiang Fulai felt reassured enough to transfer Ming Dongheng away. "Fortunately, we have Miss Bai." Director Chen looked at the library in the rearview mirror and sighed. Library. Leisurely, Bai Lian pulled out a ticket in front of Jianghu, teasing, "Going the day after tomorrow?" Jiang He didn't speak, just reached out to grab it. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, lifting the ticket higher and nonchalantly flicked it. Your silence means you don't want to go. Jiang He's hand could not reach Bai Lian's wrist. Seeing the other person actually put away the ticket and calmly started pulling out a biology notebook, Jiang He, "I'll go." He spoke sullenly. Bai Lian, with her legs crossed, flipped through the notebook with her long fingers, rested her arm on the table, casually holding the ticket, and lazily tilted her head at his words. Go where? To see the school anniversary. Bai Lian elegantly folded the ticket and stuffed it into Jiang He's vest pocket. Hold on to this. Late at 10 o'clock at night. Chen Wei, wearing a school uniform, was going home with a long sword. At the gate, the servants saw her and quickly opened the iron gate. Meet miss, the master is waiting for you. Chen Wei entered the house expressionlessly with her school bag and long sword. In the hall, a man was standing with his back to her. Dad, she stood at attention. Slap, a harsh slap struck her face. Missing a monthly test is one thing, but did I send you to school to cause trouble? Chen Gang looked at her coldly. If only you could learn a bit from your brother, I wouldn't be so disappointed in you. A streak of blood appeared at the corner of Chen Wei's mouth. She covered her face, her expression dark and ominous. Did I lose face for you again? That's really great. Chen Gang extended his hand. Where's the ruler? Don't. The distraught woman finally rushed over, sobbing as she pleaded with Chen Gang, then turned back, tears streaming down her face. Chen Wei, apologize to your father. Apologize to him. The servant bowed his head and handed over the ruler. 5 minutes later. Chen Gang glared down at Chen Wei, who was lying on the ground barely able to get up, and said indifferently, take her to the confinement room. The servant approached to help Chen Wei. Using the long sword to support herself, she staggered to her feet and viciously grabbed a cup from the side table and hurled it at the servant's head. Get lost. Struck on the head, the servant bled and retreated while holding his forehead. The others were used to it. Early Wednesday morning. Jiang He got up early. When Jiang Fulai came down from upstairs, Jiang He had finished his breakfast and changed into a white shirt with black and white striped suspenders, now squatting to put on his shoes. Jiang Fulai was still in his soft homewear, his hair slightly damp. He didn't speak, just gave Ming Dongheng, who was standing beside Jiang He, a shallow look. Ming Dongheng stood up straight, speaking in a very matter-of-fact tone. The young master is going to Miss Bei's school. Jiang Fulai, holding a teacup, with an elongated stature and one hand in his pocket, stood in front of Jiang He, his light-colored pupils slightly narrowed, surveying the youngster from above. There was a sense of intimidation. Ming Dongheng immediately took 3 steps back, retreating from the battlefield. Jiang He maintained his posture, looking up at Jiang Fulai with an expressionless face. His eyes black, large and round, devoid of emotion, he always kept himself sealed within his own world. A silent resistance. Jiang Fulai locked eyes with him for quite a while. Then, with a cold expression, he went plop as he set the teacup on the nearby round table, crouched down beside Jiang He, and with a cold touch, those slender fingers tied the untied shoelaces. Chapter 93, 037 Longsword Incident, Update tomorrow noon, _3 It was a neatly tied bow. After tying it, Jiang Fulai stood up, crossed her arms, and looked down at Jiang He with an indifferent gaze. It was then that Jiang He slowly spoke. There's a performance at the school celebration, Sister Bai. As he said this, he took out his own ticket. I only have 1 ticket. Jiang Fulai looked at him coldly. She took out her phone while heading upstairs to change clothes. She tapped on Director Chen's profile picture. As a result, Director Chen, who had just awakened, received the 4 cold words from Jiang Fulai. School celebration ticket. Director Chen stared at those 4 words, instantly shivering with realization. Through the screen, it was almost as if he could feel the chill and murderous intent coming at him, and he couldn't help but shudder. He hadn't even had time to ponder why Jiang Fulai wanted tickets. Meanwhile, at the Chen family's place. In the dark confinement room, Chen Wei, who had just woken up, got up from the floor. The confinement room had no windows. There was only a small slot in the door through which meals were passed to Chen Wei. Supporting herself with her hand on the longsword, she crawled to the door and clung to it. Where is everyone? The servant who was on guard outside cautiously approached, and before getting close, Chen Wei's hand reached out and grabbed the collar of his clothes, pulling him closer. Give me your phone. Chen Gang, who had put her in confinement, always took away her phone. The servant, trembling, handed her the phone and told her the unlock code. Chen Wei turned on the phone and dialed a number directly. After ringing for quite a while, it was finally picked up by a groggy voice. Who's calling Dad so early in the morning? Chen Wei leaned against the door. She only remembered Zhang Shi's number. As the wound on her body tore, she hissed in pain, then slowly sat down. Zhang Shi eyes, this is Chen Wei, I have the white stringer longsword. I can't go to school, you go find Chen Zhu from class 8 and have him come back to fetch it. Chen Wei knew everyone in the Chen family. Chen Zhu knew his bounds and wouldn't fail to come back for it. After speaking, she hung up the phone and, trembling, leaned against the door and slowly sat down. She then looked down at the sword in her hand with cold eyes. It truly was a pity. She hadn't even used it for 2 days at school. Whether Zhang Shi'ais was fond of this sword dance or genuinely admired the transfer student, she licked her dry lips. Zhang Shi'ais. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Shi'ais suddenly perked up, his drowsiness completely dissipating. He hastily got up, washed up in a rush, and without eating breakfast, went to the school to find people. Because it was the school celebration. Today, the school was decorated with lights and colors, and everyone was dressed in their finest, creating a lively scene. Zhang Shi'ais lived close to the school. He rushed into the campus and after inquiring around, he finally found someone from class 8 in the art building, and relayed the whole situation exactly as it was. Upon hearing it was at the behest of Chen Wei, the people from class 8 didn't dare to delay. Finally, having delivered the message, Zhang Shi'ais leaned against the wall wiping off his sweat, his long legs carelessly crossed as he slowly exhaled. Despite his exceptional good looks, not a hint of dishevelment showed. A few girls couldn't help but glance over several times. His popularity in the school was no less than that of Chen Zhu. Even Ren Wanxian, who had just entered the music room, recognized him. What's he doing here? Chen Wei sent him to find Chen Zhu. The person from class 8 began to explain and then added, by the way, where is Chen Zhu? Haven't seen him all morning, could you let him know for me later? Neither Chen Zhu nor Wanxian ever joined the class group chats. Even those in class 8 who could add them were scarce. Ren Wanxian kicked away a Guzheng stool blocking her path and walked up to the piano, her voice cold. Upon hearing this, the boy sighed with relief. Thank you. He went out to move other stuff. Ren Wanxian sat in front of the piano, tested the sound, and her phone rang. It was Chen Zhu. Where are you? Come to the principal's office to prepare first. The old Chen is about to arrive. Okay, Ren Wanxian quickly stood up. Her classmates, knowing she would be accompanying the principal to meet VIPs, watched her enviously as she left. The principal's office wasn't far from here. Ren Wanxian saw Chen Zhu waiting for her at the bottom of the administration building. When Chen Zhu noticed Ren Wangshuan's gaze, he stopped and asked, is there something else? Ren Wanxian was not acquainted with Chen Wei, and Chen Wei didn't dare to provoke her. Chen Zhu waited for her at the stairway entrance. After a while, she withdrew her gaze. She shook her head. No. Chapter 94, Student 038, Do you have a Guzheng? Part 1, _1 Chen Zhu was no longer so curious about Ren Wanxian. Alright, let's go then. Ever since the homeroom teacher mentioned something about Bai Lian the day before yesterday, he had been very quiet, and his communication with Ren Wanxian had decreased a lot. Ren Wanxian didn't mention the long sword incident. She nodded her head and went upstairs with Chen Zhu. The school leaders were all up early today. They arrived at school at 6 in the morning for an early meeting. Throughout the school, security guards could be seen everywhere, striving to ensure that no detail was amiss. When Chen Zhu and Ren Wanxian arrived at the principal's office, several top leaders were dressed in formal attire, seriously discussing something. Seeing the two enter, the principal smiled warmly at Ren Wanxian. "Ren student, you've arrived? How has your calligraphy been lately?" As he spoke, he stepped aside to show her the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone laid out behind him. "Try these out first to see if they're to your liking. Ren Wanxian will need to perform when that gentleman arrives." The other leaders greeted the two students amicably. When Ren Wanxian tried the weasel hair brush, someone leaned close to the principal, lowering their voice. "What about Ning Xiao and student Bai Lian? To welcome that Mr. Chen, they definitely need to show the best side of their number 1 middle school." Chen Zhu and Ren Wanxian were both students of excellent character and learning at the school. Ning Xiao had always been a genius on par with Chen Zhu, and Bai Lian had risen rather abruptly. Their teachers had been hearing a lot about them lately. "Neither of them are available," the principal sighed. The leaders were baffled. "Didn't you explain it to them clearly? Such a rare opportunity, to meet Mr. Chen. I'm seeing him in person for the first time myself. Did they really refuse?" They never imagined someone would pass up such an opportunity. Wouldn't everyone else be fighting for the chance to welcome him? The principal couldn't help but smile wryly. To others, this would be hard to believe. But Ning Xiao had always been indifferent to them, elusive as a dragon seen in parts but never as a whole. Bai Lian could be found, but she declined with neither subservience nor arrogance. Lu Lingxi was even more straightforward. She directly called and told him not to disturb their class precious student with such trivial matters. What could he do? Meanwhile, Jiang Fulai had cancelled his lab schedule at the last minute to come to Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School with Jiang He. Upon receiving Jiang Fulai's message, Director Chen got up and rushed to his place. At that moment, he was respectfully handing a ticket to Jiang Fulai, bowing and inquiring, "Are you sure you don't want to come with me? I've arranged a separate, quiet spot for you at the school where no one will disturb you." Director Chen couldn't imagine how Jiang Fulai would look with a cold face in the company of a bunch of students in the audience. He himself didn't need a ticket. When the school found out he needed one, they were quite surprised. Director Chen was helpless. Could he really manage the son of the Jiang family? Jiang Fulai's pale fingers hooked onto a black face mask, fastening a black cap on his head, his expression haughty and indifferent. "No need." He glanced at Jiang He, his demeanor as noble and aloof as ever. His eyes lacked any hint of emotion. Jiang He climbed into the car. Director Chen dared not look around, standing still, waiting respectfully until the car had driven far away before daring to look up and letting out a deep breath, turning to the servant beside him to ask, "What's with the young master today? Why so forbidding?" He hadn't dared to make eye contact with Jiang Fulai from the start to end. Bai Lian was waiting for Ji Heng. So they let Pu Xiaohan meet Jiang He first. Ning Xiao and Pu Xiaohan were waiting for Jiang He at the school gate. When the black car stopped, Pu Xiaohan lifted her hand about to call Xiaonyao brother, when she saw the tall, black figure descending from the car. The person was slightly looking down, wearing a black cap. Even without a glimpse of the face, Pu Xiaohan just couldn't bring herself to utter Xiaonyao brother. The alarm bells ringing in her brain made her forget the school's infamous, "Keep away from strangers," Ning Xiao, and she hastily turned her head, nervously grabbing Ning Xiao's arm. "Sch. Scholar," then she realized, originally standing next to her with one hand in his pocket, a brooding Ning Xiao abruptly withdrew his hand, both hands hanging by the seams of his pants, his stance suddenly becoming constrained. "Pu Xiaohan, student Bai hasn't arrived." Ning Xiao led the way for the two, the cold and somber scholar acting as their guide. "They'll take you to the auditorium's viewing area first." "Thanks," Jiang Fulai spoke. Today, with Jiang Fulai present, Ming Dongheng didn't provide personal security for Jiang He. The group entered the school gates. With Jiang Fulai's air of lofty coldness, particularly the intense, low pressure emanating from him today, even from 2 meters away, the standing security guard was sharp enough to recognize him. From a distance, they deeply bowed to their group. Chapter 95, Student 038, "Do you have a guzheng?" Part 1, _2 Jianghe, dressed in a white shirt and black suspenders, worked hard to keep step with Jiang Fulai. A big and small figure on the road attracted countless gazes. At the entrance of the auditorium, a student council member was checking tickets. They wanted to greet Pu Xiaohan with a smile, but upon catching a glimpse of the person in front, they hastily withheld their voice. Inside the auditorium, Pu Xiaohan didn't dare to go in with Ning Xiao. She waited until she saw Ning Xiao lead Jiang Fulai inside before she relaxed. "Who is that?" the student council member dared to speak out, somewhat certain, "Must be a VIP invited by the principal. I wonder why the principal and Chenju haven't arrived." Pu Xiaohan was waiting at the entrance for Bai Lian. Time was brief. The school celebration began at 8 o'clock. At 7:40, Bai Lian arrived with Ji Heng. The moment she appeared in sight, she held tight the gaze of everyone present. Bai Lian wore a beige cross-collared jacket today, the beige lapels embroidered with green vines, her skirt, a gradient splicing of light green and off-white, with the hem embroidered with clusters of stunningly lifelike poppies. Ji Heng knew she had a performance and specially added a 6-meter silk chiffon skirt to her outfit, making her look both ethereal and beautiful. Atop her head was still a loosely tied plain wooden hairpin. There were no extraneous hair ornaments. Facing the morning sun, walking step by step, causing the embroidered poppies on her skirt to bloom gently, she looked like an elegant white tiger stepping out slowly from mountains of bones soaked in blood. In this world of colors, none seemed as multifaceted as her. Most of the people passing by stopped in their tracks. All of a sudden, Pu Xiaohan thought of the line, "Not vying with the peaches and plums of this world." Pu Xiaohan. Bai Lian, not hurriedly tapping on her phone, noticed that Pu Xiaohan was spaced out for quite a while, so she raised her eyebrows. Pu Xiaohan's face turned red all at once, and she quietly greeted Ji Heng, "Grandpa, good day, Pu Xiaohan." As she said this, she turned her head to look at Bai Lian's grandfather. The grandfather wore a black long gown, had a stern face, and held a smoking pipe in his hand, but the tobacco pouch hanging from it was empty. Pu Xiaohan accompanied Bai Lian and Ji Heng inside. Today, there were many people in the auditorium. Most students had no seats, standing in a large open area at the back, with a few rows of chairs in the front reserved for teachers, school leaders, and some members of the student council. Ji Heng, being elderly, was given a seat towards the back by the student council. Class 15 students all gathered in a spot towards the back. When Bai Lian arrived, she saw Jiang Fulai, who stood out in the crowd. Despite the packed auditorium, he managed to maintain a space for 3 people around him. Only Jiang He, who disliked noise, stuck closely to Jiang Fulai. Teacher Jiang, would you like to go backstage and wait?" Bai Lian paused her thumb mid-tap. She was dressed in traditional attire suitable for a sword dance today, yet held a Huami smartphone in a languid grip. When the corners of her lips hooked slightly, it always gave a sense of misty collision between the ancient and the modern. It was like seeing flowers through the mist, at once roguish and refined. Jiang Fulai, pressing down his duckbill hat a bit more, looked down at her, suppressing his irritation, lips faintly pursed. "No need." Jiang He didn't even know where in the program sheet Bai Lian's performance was scheduled. Jiang Fulai's expression grew even colder. In the principal's office, Ren Wanxian set down her pen, showing the verses she had just copied to Director Chen. Director Chen glanced over and saw the line, "Green tassel entering the temple hall." At the auction house, Ren Wanxian had taken a photo. Although she couldn't capture the original, she copied that genuine script every day. She even managed to reproduce 1/10 to 1/5 of its essence. The principal and Chenju watched attentively, as people in the room were all serious students of Liang Zuan's calligraphy. Even the principal couldn't help but compliment, "Ren is only 17 and can write such beautiful characters." Praises were heard endlessly. But Director Chen's expression was somewhat calm. If it were any other time, upon seeing such writing and the young age of the writer, he would have the same expression as the principal. However, the original that was auctioned off was now in Jiang Fulai's collection room. Director Chen had visited it many times and even video called the old master to admire together. Even the modest Liang Zun, esteemed as an imperial teacher through the ages, could not bear to do without it, preferring to resort to sneaky acts of thievery to take the calligraphy that was about to be burned. This illustrated just how extraordinary that piece of writing was. These past few days, he had been spoiled by the masterpieces, and now looking at Ren Wengshuan's characters felt like chewing on wax. Director Chen, with hands clasped behind his back, evaluated slowly. The character shapes are good, but they lack vigor. You need to work harder on wrist strength, though it's common for girls to lack force in their wrists. To write like this is already quite impressive. Ren Wanxian, who had expected praises, was somewhat surprised. Chapter 96, Student 038, Do you have a guzheng? Part 1_3 She paused, then lowered her head. Wanxian knows, thank you, Mr. Chen, for the pointer. Ren Wanxian had grown up in an environment where she was always praised. She was sufficiently diligent and smart. At her age, she could write such characters. Even teachers would say the younger generation might surpass us. It's inevitable she'd be proud. The school leaders, big and small, all gave her extra praise. She found it hard to accept Director Chen's evaluation. Director Chen naturally could see that Ren Wanxian was somewhat resentful towards his assessment. He only smiled. It was undeniable that at 17 years old, the writing she produced truly surpassed her peers by a large margin. But that piece of writing, collected by Jianghu Lai, when their ancestor Bai Shangjuan wrote it, he was only 15 years old. Not to mention the numerous poems he wrote at 15, just his handwriting alone, Ren Wanxian might not be able to achieve that kind of spirit even after another 10 years of study. In the eyes of the Bai family, the Chen family seemed like those fervent, mindless fans. You may write well, but if you compare yourself to the Bai family, sorry, you couldn't reach their ancestors' level even if you were on a rocket. It wasn't just about comparing to the ancestors. Even Su Yajun from Jianghu wrote better than Ren Wanxian. Director Chen didn't seem that impressed. The school authorities naturally noticed. They felt a sudden urge and quickly took Director Chen to see the school anniversary celebration. Eager in anticipation, Director Chen also wanted to see the students of Shangqing now. A group of people headed to the auditorium. When they arrived, it was already 7:55. The principal led a group of people in. The student association members checking tickets at the door saw the principal respectfully following a middle-aged man and couldn't help but gape. Wasn't that the person the principal invited as a distinguished guest? The first row of the auditorium seats was reserved for school leaders. Director Chen walked inside while covertly observing the crowd, knowing Jianghu Lai was also there today. Finally, he saw someone standing in a corner of the auditorium and Director Chen was startled. He really came? He wasn't supposed to be free? Mr. Chen? The principal was somewhat stunned. Director Chen quickly averted his gaze. It's nothing. He thoughtfully wondered if Miss Bai had a performance. School anniversary programs, every class took it very seriously. Not a single school leader in the front row had left, especially since one of them was regarded as Mount Tai. To protect that dignitary, there were nearly bodyguards every 10 meters, with a tense atmosphere spreading throughout the whole auditorium. At 11 o'clock, it was almost time for the finale. The last few performers all went backstage to prepare, Pu Xiaohan accompanied by Lian along with the arts committee member. You're not nervous, Pu Xiaohan calmed down her own heartbeat, comforting Bai Lian. Looking up, she saw Bai Lian walking while earnestly memorizing words. The last of her word, zhang, was swallowed into her own belly. All right then, the big shot doesn't need to be anxious. Bai Lian's clothing was her own, no need to change. Miss, help us touch up the makeup. Pu Xiaohan pushed Bai Lian to the makeup artist. The backstage makeup artist holding a powder puff, stared at Bai Lian's face. After a long while, she asked Pu Xiaohan in a faint voice, You're not asking me to jokingly dab a powder puff on a bowtie's face, are you? The exceedingly nervous Pu Xiaohan, she calmed herself down, telling herself not to be so anxious. The arts committee member went to fetch the long sword. Just then, the arts committee member ran in from outside. looking pale at Pu Xiaohan, her voice trembling unstoppably. Xiaohan, where's the long sword? Pu Xiaohan's heart, just calmed down, violently surged. She pushed through the crowd and ran straight into the storage room. Indeed, she didn't see the long sword there. Everyone backstage knew how important today was, and the student council members began their search. The commotion was anything but small, and Class 15 soon caught wind of the situation. Among the crowd, Zhang Xiai's received the news, his face changed instantly, and he hurried backstage. Backstage. Almost everyone was there. Zhang Xiai's grabbed the collar of that person from Class 8, didn't you say you'd pass the message to Jianghu for me? The Class 8 student was also startled. His gaze flicked towards Ren Wanxian, who was touching up her makeup, realizing she had not relayed the message to Jianghu at all. I couldn't find Jianghu, he dared not offend Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian had been watching since Zhang Xiai's came in, turning off her phone, slightly leaning against the wall, squinting at the male student from Class 8. So the long sword isn't at school at all? Pu Xiaohan, who was still searching for the long sword, heard this and almost fainted. It's my fault, I should have looked after it myself, it's my fault. Zhang Xiai's punched the wall fiercely. Backstage was in chaos, the blunder was too big for students to handle, and soon someone went to fetch a faculty leader from the audience. He came in dressed in a suit, with a stern face. What's going on here? What are you all doing? The school celebration isn't over yet, look what a mess you've made. Only Ren Wanxian sat in a resting chair, head down, taking out her gown. What happened? Someone explain. The people backstage stood, looking at each other with baffled expressions, none daring to speak. The faculty leader scanned the room and finally settled his gaze on Ren Wanxian, softening slightly. Ren student, what happened? Class 15's performance prop, the long sword, is missing, Ren Wanxian said, looking at her phone, without lifting her head. The next act was Class 15's. This school celebration was personally overseen by the principal, with all the senior school leaders being vigilant, and a host of security was even invited today, just to avoid any mishaps with the celebration. Unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, Class 15's prop went missing. The faculty leader's face instantly turned grim. Chen Wei took it away, Zhang Xiai's frowned, explaining. So what? The faculty leader lashed out at him, don't you have a backup plan? You can't even handle this small part of the school celebration? Tell me, what can you do in the future? The faculty leader knew who Chen Wei was, and although he was furious, Chen Wei was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. The anger could only be directed at Class 15 and the student council. How is the program scheduled? The faculty leader asked sternly. The next act is Class 15's, and it's too late to retrieve it now. Hurried over, the president of the student council explained to the faculty leader, glancing at the people present. The last two acts were supposed to be Class 15's longsword performance, followed by Ren's student's piano. The atmosphere turned icy. The previous act was a pop song. The backstage reception was poor, but the song could faintly be heard nearing its end. With the last two acts remaining, it was too late to find the longsword now. The faculty leader cast a cold look at Class 15's members, finally fixing his gaze on Ren Wanxian. Ren student, given the situation, we can only trouble you to change your clothes and go on stage first. Class 15 was to be struck off the list. Ren Wanxian didn't say a word, but let out a derisive laugh. She picked up her gown but did not immediately change. Ren student, I thank you on behalf of Class 15, Pu Xiaohan spoke up from the side. It was her own negligence. Ren Wanxian glanced at Bai Lian, arms crossed. Bai Lian, don't you have something you want to say to me? Bai Lian didn't look at Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian almost laughed, fine. She turned around, looking at the faculty leader, and said directly, sorry, my dress isn't ready yet. By student, the faculty leader instantly understood Ren Wanxian's meaning, and he frowned as he turned towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian merely tilted her head and grabbed a student council member. Her skin was chillingly pale, her eyes slightly downcast, the corners of her mouth curled into a slow smile. like a blood-colored mandala blooming in the endless hell of midnight. She leaned in, tugging at the person's collar while she softly inquired, "Classmate, do you have a guzheng?" Chapter 97, 039 The White Robe Journey, Part 2, _1 The quiet backstage left no one able to follow her train of thought. Even the school leaders were a bit stunned. The boy, with his collar grabbed by Bai Lian, had an impactful view of her face at close quarters, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. Bai Lian calmly looked at him, repeating, "Do you have an ancient zither?" Yes, he quickly came to his senses. Many things in the school were sponsored by Jianghu, and they especially loved to donate zither to the school. The music room alone had 7 or 8 different types of zither. Bai Lian nodded her head and let go of him. She handed her phone to Pu Xiaohan standing nearby and methodically took off the 2 iridium rings from her fingers and gave them to her, politely saying, "Please help me get the zither." After a moment of surprise, the boy hurried next door to fetch the zither. The performance on the stage was already approaching its end. Bai Lian smoothed out her sleeves and looked at the school leaders, her chilly eyes devoid of any emotion, yet her flat tone sounded intimidating. "The program can be changed, right?" The once imposing school leader subconsciously nodded. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze, "Then change it, I'll play the zither." The boy who went to get the zither just came back with it. Bai Lian took the zither and looked at the brown instrument for a long while before plucking a string. The somewhat harsh sound indicated that the zither was not of the highest quality, and its tone wasn't good either. She took her time to tune the instrument properly. But it was barely acceptable. The logistics staff understood Bai Lian's intentions. On-site pickups and zither were readily available, making the performance convenient. They set up the zither stool and stand, and Bai Lian, with the zither in her arms, lifted the curtain and went on stage. Ren Wanxian, who had been expecting Bai Lian to ask for her help, stood in place, frowning as she watched Bai Lian disappear backstage. "Pu Xiaohan, does your classmate really know how to play the zither?" Someone else also caught on and quietly inquired of Pu Xiaohan. Bai Lian had tuned the zither with quite a bearing. She didn't seem like an amateur. At this moment, Pu Xiaohan was drenched in cold sweat. With little strength, she just hummed in affirmation. But her answer lacked confidence and she was distracted. Most people present could tell from her state, and after exchanging glances, they seemed to understand that Bai Lian probably wasn't proficient with the zither. That made sense. If she were, she wouldn't have signed up for a sword dance. As the people from Class 15 went out to see the situation, there was a soft discussion backstage. "It's really sad, not only was Longsword taken away, but now she has to play the zither." Especially since, someone cautiously glanced at Ren Wanxian, her next act is Ren Wengshuan's piano performance. Does she know that Ren Wanxian is performing the piano? Doubtful whispers constantly reached their ears. Ren Wanxian had realized by now. She pulled her gaze back, and scoffed, "I originally wanted to help her." Since the other party would rather force herself to play the zither than ask for help, there was nothing she could do. Outside, Pu Xiaohan and the others had already come out to watch the stage. The zither stand and stool on the stage were all ready. Pu Xiaohan and her group stood in the corner, their faces not looking very good. Zhang Xiais, not daring to return to the class, asked Pu Xiaohan about the situation in a low voice. Pu Xiaohan stared at the stage and shook her head with a wry smile. She has never practiced the zither. Not to mention the zither, Bai Lian had hardly ever touched the white stringer longsword. Even Ren Wanxian, who was proficient in piano, made time to practice every day. Bai Lian hadn't touched the zither recently, nor had she communicated with the stage crew about the rhythm in advance. The outcome of this zither performance was foreseeable. Zhang Xiais and the others suddenly felt a sinking feeling. Bai Lian, dressed in a ruchuan, emerged from backstage, a spotlight shining on her pale face, and the sounds in the auditorium suddenly dropped considerably. But there were still people talking quietly. Like the boys standing next to Jianghu. They seemed to be keen on learning, continuously arguing over a biological heredity problem involving the probability of disease. But her offspring includes both sufferers and normal individuals. Ji Heng saw Bai Lian come out, seemingly to perform on the zither. Bai Lian hadn't told him about her performance, and he thought it had always been the zither. He had also heard from Ji Xiaojun that Bai Lian seemed to have learned the zither in the Bai family, and Ji Heng didn't doubt it for a second. He turned his head back to the two debating boys and said, "She's a sufferer and her son is a sufferer, her daughter is normal. It's clearly X-linked recessive inheritance, so the child that her daughter would have with a normal person has a 1 in 4 chance of being sick." The two students flipped to the back of their book for the answer, and sure enough, it was 1 in 4, an X-linked recessive disease. Chapter 98, 039 The White Robe Journey, Part 2, They looked at the elderly Ji Heng, whose hair was streaked with white, and asked with quivering voices, "Old gentleman, were you a biology teacher before?" "Me? A tailor." The two of them stared at Ji Heng's solemn face, which did not seem to be joking, and were flustered. "A tailor?" Their tones sounded as if they were about to cry. "Yes," Ji Heng said expressionlessly as he watched them, then pointed at the stage and said, "My granddaughter is about to perform. You two be quiet and watch, and remember to applaud later. Look, the clothes she's wearing were made by me." The two turned their gaze to the stage, looking at the exquisite clothes on Bai Lian. Ah, was he really a tailor? Finally, the two of them started to cry. The first row. Director Chen saw Bai Lian come on stage, still holding a guzheng, and he suddenly sat up straight. He watched Bai Lian without blinking an eye. Today, many performances had been outstanding, but Director Chen watched them with a sort of absent-mindedness. He had seen many national-level live performances, and the small shows in Shangqing, where he had managed to sit from 8 until after 11. It was solely out of respect for Jianghu Lai, and possibly for Bai Lian, who might perform. Unexpectedly, Director Chen, who had been indifferent to the performances, suddenly sat upright, which startled the principal. At the same time, a leader who had returned from backstage whispered to the principal what had happened there. The principal's smile froze on his face as he quickly whispered to Director Chen, "This guzheng performance is just a little amusement by the students and naturally cannot compare to the professionalism in Jiangjing. You are just here to enjoy the show." Director Chen did not take his eyes off her. He was still sitting straight, watching Bai Lian on stage. Bai Lian sat on the stool. Her hands gently rested on the guzheng, with her eyes slightly closed. The wide, gradient green skirt spread on the floor, with various colors of poppies blossoming in the wind at the hem that lay on the ground. The anxious and uneasy auditorium gradually quieted down. Bang! The brightest spotlight shone down in the center. Bai Lian, who had kept her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her eyes were no longer casual and indifferent, but dark and cold, brimming with a murderous air. She raised her hands, her fingers poised on the strings, and started to pluck them from top to bottom. The incredibly fluid arpeggio cascaded effortlessly from her hands. The sound of the guzheng was reserved and powerful, like a commanding presence. Even those without an understanding of music could feel the tension related by the guzheng, one note at a time. Director Chen in the first row abruptly stood up. He stared at Bai Lian, his hands trembling. It was just the prelude, but he recognized it. It was White Robe Army. It was the Bai family's army. Zeng, the sound of the guzheng became more and more urgent. Bai Lian raised her wrist, with her index finger and thumb ready, pressing the strings with decisive and crisp strums. Although she wasn't wearing artificial nails, the sound of the guzheng was not soft at all, but became firmer instead. One could faintly perceive through the passage of time, thousands of troops charging forth. Bai Lian, with her head half lowered, moved her fingertips swiftly across the strings. Her finger rolls matching her string shakes, her fingers moving so quickly they were almost a blur. The gushing sound, whether slow or fast, light or heavy, clashed into a symphony of swords and shadows. The gushing's rapid and cutting sound, full of ups and downs, did not offer the audience a moment's respite. At its most exuberant peak, it quickly descended sharply. Where her jade fingers swept across, 1,000 troops charged forth. Zeng, the final note was like a taut string in everyone's minds, almost holding their breath. The rapid sound abruptly stopped, and Bai Lian's hands rested on the guzheng strings as she slowly lifted her head. The only screen behind her magnified her face. Her eyes were still pitch black, yet they seemed faintly bloodshot. Although the piece had come to an end, the hall was still utterly silent. Only the poppies on the stage fluttered elegantly, and only her slowly lifting peach blossom face seemed to weave together a picture interlacing 1,000 years with reality, an image etched in the vast cosmic wildness. Bai Lian's fingers pressed on the guzheng strings, pausing for 2 or 3 seconds before she stood up with her instrument. With one hand, she swept aside her skirt and took a small bow in thanks. In Class 15's gathering spot, Jianghu was held by Ning Xiao, his mouth slightly open as he stared at the stage. Beside him, the tall and upright Zhang Fulai also quietly stood in place. His usually unemotional eyes were now surging with waves, his fingertips almost trembling. And in the first row, Director Chen's eyes were also almost red. Everyone on site was from Xiangcheng, and some understood Director Chen's feelings. This song, being Jiangjing University's anthem, just listening to it was enough to stir the hearts of the listeners. Imagine, this was a pre-war piece composed 1,000 years ago by the Bai family's young mistress and played to send off the Bai family's army. Now, to think of it being almost perfectly recreated in such a spirited performance filled with pride and trembling excitement. Chapter 99, 039 The White Robe Journey, Part 2, _3 This was the white clothing routine. No need for drums, no need for piano, no need for guitar. Just one guzheng sufficed to conjure the tumult of 1,000 troops. After Bai Lian stepped down, the venue remained quiet for nearly a minute. Then, applause rumbled forth like thunder. Chen family head also snapped back to reality. He didn't say a word and immediately pursued to the backstage. By his side, the principal finally came to his senses, too, and as he followed, he asked someone beside him, "Didn't you say that Bai Lian wasn't very good at it?" "Not very good at it?" The school leader, who had just exploded in anger backstage, the 2 senior year hosts also finally recovered from the ups and downs, walking out from behind and continuing with a smile. "Next, please welcome the last performer." On this side, once Jiang Fulai came out, he saw Bai Lian standing lazily by the left side of the gate. She was waiting for Pu Xiaohan, looking ahead with a serene gaze. A wooden hairpin on her head, standing against the wind in the backlight. The hem of her garment was gently lifted by the breeze. It seemed as if she could drift away with the wind at any moment. A half-yellow leaf gently landed on her shoulder. Jiang Fulai reached out and delicately plucked the leaf off, his fingertip still hooking onto a black mask. He lowered his eyes, his face hidden in shadow, and said softly, "What are you looking at here?" Following her gaze, he saw nothing but a teaching building blocking the view. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Lian tilted her head and replied, "Reflecting." "Reflecting?" Jiang Fulai stood there gracefully, his light eyes narrowing slightly. "How did you get here?" Bai Lian suddenly remembered to ask, "Didn't Jiang he say that you were busy?" At this, the young master Jiang fell silent for a while. It wasn't the weekend, and the lab was awaiting his return to test new equipment. He had already ditched work for the entire morning. Yet no one dared to question young Master Jiang on this matter. Bai Lian was the first to ask. Chen family head didn't even dare to glance at Jiang Fulai that morning, let alone have the audacity to ask, for if he did, he wouldn't have time to cry before being sent off to the fighting ring by young Master Jiang. If he saw how bold Bai Lian was, he would certainly view her in a new light. During the silence of young Master Jiang, the Chen family head also came out from behind. "Miss Bai," he always addressed Bai Lian with respect. But now, his respect came intermingled with indescribable excitement and admiration. After uttering "Miss Bai," he looked up and saw Jiang Fulai by her side. The "keep away or perish" coldness from the morning was gone from him, but those faintly sweeping eyes were still chillingly aloof. Chen family head's next words were choked back in his throat. Bai Lian tilted her head lightly towards Chen family head, raising an eyebrow. Miss Bai, Chen family head braced himself to inquire, you play the guzheng very well. May I ask where you studied? He only listened to music. It seemed like the Chen family members were all missing a screw in their heads, failing to master the liang technique and lacking talent for music. Even though Chen Beixian was as clever as they come, his guzheng playing was as grating as sawing logs. The same went for the Chen family head. But not being able to play didn't mean not understanding. Having followed the old master, he had heard countless professional-level performances, yet none had been as shocking as today's. Aside from seeming a bit esoteric at the start, the performance had become increasingly exquisite as it progressed. The Chen family had paid attention to various guzheng schools under different associations, but there was no style like Bai Lian's, and he wanted to know where exactly she had come from. The Chen family head was genuinely curious. However, Bai Lian looked at him somewhat quizzically and responded, play very well. Chapter 100, 040 Butcher's Edition. Prescription, 3_1 Bai Lian, in her 2 lifetimes combined, had nearly gone a year without touching the guzheng, so it was understandable that her proficiency was lacking. The main issue was that the guzheng given to her by the student council had 21 strings. But the guzheng she was previously accustomed to had only 18 strings. So she had just found it very awkward to play. Her performance was not even 1/10 of her normal standard. Fortunately, she played The White Robe Journey. If it had been something else, it might have been even more unpleasant to listen to. Who was her teacher? She chose not to disgrace her mentor. Bai Lian silently wondered if the founding master had received her reflections and repentance. Isn't that so? Chief Chen looked at Bai Lian as if she were dissatisfied with herself and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He didn't understand guzheng, but he could still feel the music's power. With her performance, Bai Lian could now join the Jianghu Guzheng Association and, with another 2 years of practice, it was not impossible for her to become a concert-level guzheng performer. Is Bai Lian setting such high standards for herself? Chief Chen wanted to continue questioning, but the slow, deliberate gaze of the person beside him made him shudder all of a sudden. Looking back, he indeed met Jiang Fulai's faint gaze. Chief Chen stiffened. Thankfully, the arrival of Pu Xiaohan and others eased Chief Chen's stiffness at that moment. Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xi's were just as puzzled as Chief Chen, but with Jiang Fulai standing next to Bai Lian, not a single person dared to utter a word. Tell my grandpa I'll go ahead to the school cafeteria and wait for him, Bai Lian said as she took over her phone and 2 pieces of iridium. Pu Xiaohan nodded. Only after Bai Lian and the others had left did Zhang Xi's wipe his sweat, looking at Pu Xiaohan and relaxing slightly. Who was that just now? He didn't specify whom, but Pu Xiaohan knew he meant Jiang Fulai. Her lack of surprise at Zhang Shi's timidity was because even the top students would. Pu Xiaohan did not answer, instead frowning. What's the deal with that longsword anyway? It's about Chen Wei calling me this morning. Zhang Xi's also calmed down. Over at the auditorium. Because only a faint sound of the guzheng could be heard backstage. They missed the grand, overwhelming atmosphere of the live performance. When Bai Lian came out, she returned the guzheng to that boy, her calm face revealing nothing. No one backstage knew she had played The White Robe Journey. The logistics staff removed the guzheng, and several people lifted the piano for Ren Wengshuan's performance onto the stage. Ren Wanxian, stroking her gorgeous custom dress and lifting the hem, stepped onto the stage and bowed slightly to the audience. As she sat down, her eyes lifted, and the smile at her lips suddenly froze. The first row of school leaders' seats in the auditorium were almost all empty. Even Elder Chen was gone. For whom was she performing then? Not knowing what had happened, Ren Wanxian played a piece with a disturbed mind, and sparse applause followed from the auditorium. This had never happened before. Even if she hadn't put her heart into it today, Ren Wanxian knew her piano performance had met the standard. Why was the auditorium's reaction so lukewarm? She was puzzled in her heart but showed no sign of it as she walked backstage, dragging her dress, feeling vaguely uneasy. The Qin family and the Ren family had both been busy with Chief Chen's underground market affairs lately. Nobody had found the time to come today. Ren Wanxian changed into her regular clothes and went outside to find Chenju. Students passing by were excitedly checking their phones, and she could distantly hear words like guzheng and so cool. A bad premonition faintly formed in Ren Wangxuan's heart. Chenju was still sitting in the first row, quietly sitting with his phone, lost in thought. Where did the principal and the others go? Ren Wanxian looked around. Chenju came to his senses and looked up. They probably went to find Bai Lian, I guess. Bai Lian? Ren Wangxuan's heart clenched, yet her face remained indifferent. What do they want with her? Chenju didn't respond, just tossed his phone to Ren Wanxian. See for yourself. Ren Wanxian caught the phone reflexively, looked down. It was the school's forum, with the hottest post just published. Ah. Bai Lian's guzheng performance was epic. I got goosebumps. You really missed out if you weren't there to see her live today. Video attached, just 5 minutes long. There were already over 200 replies. As Ren Wanxian scrolled further, all the posts were about Bai Lian's performance. She didn't see a single one about her piano. The entire school forum had been completely taken over by Bai Lian. Ren Wangxuan's hand holding the phone was a bit unsteady. She started to understand why the atmosphere had been so tepid during her piano performance. But how could Bai Lian play the guzheng? She didn't return the phone to Chenju. Instead, she stood still and directly opened the video. Chapter 101, 040 Butcher's Edition. Prescription, 3_2 The canteen of No. 1 Middle School. Bai Lian got her meal and waited for Pu Xiaohan to bring Ji Heng back. Jiang Fulai was called away by a phone call halfway there, so Jiang He followed Bai Lian to the No. 1 Middle School canteen. Zhang Xiais arrived before Pu Xiaohan. He brought that male student from Class 8 and apologized to Bai Lian. I'm sorry, Bai student. Was it you who took longsword? Bai Lian was memorizing words. Hearing the apology, she looked up slightly, leaning gently against the canteen chair, her emerald green skirt spreading over the stool in full bloom, the peonies blossoming in luxurious and extravagant beauty. The boy from Class 8 was a bit stunned. Don't be nervous, Bai Lian smiled, her lips curling up. She was always breathtakingly beautiful, usually lazy and not aggressive, and now, methodically pressing on her phone, she said, I just want to understand what happened. Nervous about what? Zhang Xi's gave him a glance. Our Bai classmate here is such a sweet student, not like Chen Wei, she's straightforward. The boy from Class 8 looked at Bai Lian, at her, I just want to clear things up, otherwise I won't know who to annihilate, expression. Is this being sweet? Does Class 15 have some kind of filter when it comes to Bai Lian? Ren Wanxian agreed to me. The boy hesitated but chose to tell the truth. I don't know why she didn't contact Chenju. Chen Wei, Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze and silently repeated these two names. Outside the canteen's main entrance, Pu Xiaohan brought Ji Heng in. Pu Xiaohan was sweet-tongued, and Ji Heng, carrying a big smoking pipe, looked at this gathering of students, likely all Bai Lian's good friends, and his usually stern face softened a lot. Upon seeing Ji Heng, Bai Lian gestured with her hand for Zhang Xi's to take the boy away. Right, she was originally going to perform a sword dance. And then her zither playing turned out to be even more amazing. She also said she didn't have any talents. Pu Xiaohan chattered all the way, grandfather, how can she play the zither so well? Ji Heng was dressed in a black robe, neat and clean. Surprised by her words, he sat down and looked at Bai Lian. You can do sword dancing too? I only heard from your uncle that you learned the zither for a year. Only learned for a year? Pu Xiaohan was shocked. Alien, you've only learned the zither for a year? Bai Lian, who had been learning since a child and for over a decade, she remained silent. But she couldn't refute it. Let's eat. She passed the chopsticks next to her to Ji Heng and Jiang He. It was then that Ji Heng noticed the little boy beside Bai Lian. Is this your first friend? At the time, Ji Xiaojun had told Ji Heng that Bai Lian had made a friend in Xiangcheng. Yes, grandfather, his name is Jiang He. Bai Lian picked up her chopsticks and raised an eyebrow at Jiang He. This is my grandfather, you can just call him Grandpa Ji. Jiang He swallowed his food and then looked up slowly, very quietly. Hello, Grandpa Ji. Hello. Ji Heng still had a pretty stern face. He always had this expression, serious and old-fashioned. Today was the school anniversary celebration, with performances in the morning and a half-day off in the afternoon. Bai Lian was always one not to waste time, so she'd go to the library to read and do homework during the holiday. She put Ji Heng on a public bus. By the way, we're having dinner at your uncle's tonight. Ji Heng remembered this as he was boarding the bus and reminded Bai Lian, go straight to your uncle's house this evening. Usually, when mentioned, uncle referred to Ji Xiaojun. Bai Lian, pressing her phone, her delicate brows and eyes lazy, replied, okay. The bus drove off slowly. After seeing Ji Heng off, Bai Lian took Jiang He to the library. Pu Xiaohan, who didn't love visiting the library, tugged at Yang Lin, who had just finished a part-time shift, to follow along. The library wasn't crowded on a workday. Bai Lian found a table by the window on the second floor, a spot she and Jiang He often chose, and the group sat down and studied seriously. She hadn't answered many questions when her phone buzzed a few times. White tank top, sis, I just knocked that guy out from last time. My godfather gave me a mountain. Bai Lian glanced at the message. 1. White tank top, sis, my godfather said he wants to give you a mountain too. Bai Lian made time to write 2 biology problems. No need, a gratuitous offer of services is either from a plotter or a thief. White tank top, why not? Bai Lian couldn't be bothered to reply. White tank top, sis, do you have time tonight? I have another matter to discuss with you. With the afternoon free, Bai Lian sent a location and told Mao Kuan to find her directly. The library was a bit far from Purist Street. It took Mao Kuan more than half an hour to arrive. Bai Lian put down her pen, picked up her phone, and stood up. Jiang He stood up as well. Stay put, they'll just be at the library entrance to meet someone. Bai Lian stretched out a finger and leisurely pressed Jiang He's head back down. They'll be right back. Chapter 102, 040 Butcher's Edition. Prescription, 3_3 Jiang He, ed, and then sat back down properly. Bai Lian looked towards Pu Xiaohan again, and before she could speak, Pu Xiaohan gave her an okay gesture to reassure her. Outside the door, Mao Kuan led 2 underlings, Xiaowu and Xiaoqi, as the 3 of them squatted silently at the doorway. Brother Mao, Xiaowu rubbed his head, this place isn't really for us, though Xiaoqi fits in quite well. Xiaoqi had a tender face and looked to be only around 15 or 16. His hair wasn't long, and he had neither dyed it nor styled it in any odd way. If he hadn't been following behind Mao Kuan, he would have looked more like a delicate high school boy. Mao Kuan, with a cigarette between his lips, didn't argue. As they were talking, Bai Lian emerged from inside, prompting Mao Kuan and his companions to immediately stand up. Sis, Mao Kuan scratched his head while introducing the 2 beside him to Bai Lian. This is Xiaowu and Xiaoqi, whom I picked up on Bacter Street. They both share the surname Mao with me. Sister Bai, both of them called out in unison. Xiao's voice, in particular, was loud and clear. Bai Lian leaned lazily against the wall, still dressed in her finely decorated robe, exuding grace and willfulness, her snowy face showing a casual indifference. She folded her arms across her chest. What's it about? The plaster you gave me is extremely effective, Mao Kuan said earnestly. Some people want to buy the recipe. Are you selling it? Buy the recipe? Bai Lian narrowed her eyes, aware that traditional Chinese medicine was declining and Western medicine was prevalent nowadays. But this was a recipe from the Imperial Palace, capable of treating sprains and strengthening the Bodhis Foundation, a miraculous drug for martial artists. Why hadn't it been handed down? Sis. Mao Kuan saw Bai Lian lost in thought and not speaking for a long while. he quietly reminded her. Bai Lian came back to her senses, gazing at Mao Kuan for a long moment, her expression tranquil and distant. All right, but the name of the recipe must be stated, Imperial Revitalizing Plaster. Imperial Revitalizing Plaster? Despite never having heard of it, Mao Kuan thought the name sounded cultured. I'll handle this, rest assured. Although I'm not smart, Xiaoqi is knowledgeable about these matters and will make sure you're not taken advantage of. Xiaoqi seemed not to speak much, just standing quietly behind until Mao Kuan called him, then he would offer a reserved smile. Bai Lian just leaned there, looking at Xiaoqi. How old are you? 17, Xiaoqi responded. Not in school? Bai Lian tapped her phone screen with her slender fingertips and furrowed her pretty brows. At that age, he should be in the first year of high school. 9 years of compulsory schooling. The orphanage only let him finish middle school and didn't allow him to continue. Later, he was tricked into Bacter Street, and I picked him up, Mao Kuan explained for Xiaoqi as if such things were commonplace. Also, sis, my godfather wants to meet you. Are you going to Bacter Street? He looked at Bai Lian, seeking her opinion. Mao Kuan was originally just a small-time hoodlum, and it was just good luck that his godfather took him in. His godfather had many capable people under him, and like the poison scorpion, those people called him Young Master Mao to his face but didn't really regard him, something Mao Kuan was well aware of. Yet in recent days, his godfather had taken a liking to him. Mao Kuan knew it was all because of someone, so when his godfather said he wanted to see Bai Lian, Mao Kuan didn't accept on her behalf. Bai Lian stood up straight, smoothed out her sleeves gently, but did not reply. Mao Kuan immediately understood what Bai Lian meant. She did not want to meet, he always knew what Bai Lian was thinking. Suddenly, a ringtone sounded from the phone. Bai Lian glanced down and saw it was Pu Xiaohan calling. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she answered immediately. From the other end of the phone came a cacophony of noises and intermittent cursing. Ah, alien, come quickly. Bai Lian's head snapped up, and without a word, she strode into the library, her skirt tracing a proud, cold arc behind her. Mao Kuan and the others exchanged glances, then followed her in. Chapter 103, Even if you invite Ren Qian himself over, 4th watch, _1 second floor of the library. At the entrance of the public restroom, chaos reigned. An elegantly dressed elderly woman was gently coaxing a 5 or 6-year-old child, who was crying incessantly, while looking coldly ahead. Be good, my treasure. I won't, the little boy struggled and wailed. Grandma. He pushed me. The old grandma looked at the swelling on the boy's head with distress and gave a cold glance to the bodyguards beside her. One of them immediately reacted, grabbing Jianghu who was squatting aside. Which family are you from? Where are your parents? Are you blind? You pushed our young master to the ground. Grandma, I want his watch, the little boy said, breaking into laughter when he saw Jianghu being picked up. His watch glows. Without a reminder from the elderly woman, the bodyguard immediately went to snatch Jianghu's watch. Suddenly lifted up, the silent Jianghu suddenly began to struggle violently. He was making strange noises with his mouth while trying to bite the bodyguard's wrist. The bodyguard didn't expect him to be so strong and got bitten accidentally. You little beast. He hurriedly squeezed Jianghu's neck to make him let go, then firmly grasped his wrist and handed it to the little boy to please him. What are you doing? Pu Xiaohan and Yang Lin hurried over after hearing the commotion. Pu Xiaohan immediately called Bai Lian. Yang Lin didn't say a word, running over trying to stop the tall and sturdy bodyguard. The old lady sized up Yang Lin and Pu Xiaohan. Yang Lin's hair almost covered her entire face, a dead air emanating from her. She was wearing the most ordinary school uniform. The old lady quickly withdrew her gaze, indifferent to the two of them. Seeing her grandson struggling to remove Jianghu's watch, the old lady walked over and forcibly tore it off Jianghu's wrist. As soon as Bai Lian came upstairs, she saw Jianghu being choked and controlled by a man. He kept kicking and punching the man, making strange noises, and it was evident that he was on the edge of a breakdown. Yang Lin and Pu Xiaohan tried to snatch Jianghu away, but were easily blocked by the man. An old woman was forcefully taking off Jianghu's watch, and his wrist was already red. Bang! She raised her foot and kicked the man to the ground. Then she reached out and took over Jianghu. Jianghu was trembling all over, his eyes nearly unfocused, just shaking with cold. His neck was swollen, and his wrist was red as well. Sis, Mao Kun had just come up when Bai Lian handed Jianghu to him. She then turned around and stomped hard on the man's chest. Mao Kun could clearly hear two cracking sounds, the sound of ribs breaking. Bai Lian's gaze slowly shifted to the old lady. She walked over slowly, her eyes narrowed. The smile that slowly formed on her lips was like that of a Rakshasa stepping over a sea of corpses. The old lady held her grandson protectively as Bai Lian's chilly eyes bore into her. She couldn't help but retreat backward. Ah! Bai Lian stopped and stared at the black watch in her other hand, her almond-shaped eyes squinting. She directly grabbed the old lattice collar with one hand, choking her neck with the other, and slowly retrieved the watch. You, the old lady was suddenly lifted up, struggling to breathe, and began to speak in terror. Do you dare? Do you know who my son-in-law is? Bai Lian's fingers gradually tightened. Pu Shaohan finally snapped out of it. She got up from the ground, held Bai Lian's hand and shook her head. Alien. Bai Lian looked down at the old lady for a long while, finally releasing her grip before the woman suffocated. The old woman fell to the ground, coughing non-stop while clutching her throat. Bai Lian turned around to check on Jianghu. Jianghu was still shivering. She placed one hand on his pulse and wrapped her other arm around him to take him into her arms, her eyelids drooping slightly, a layer of gloom covering her overly delicate face. Mao Kun coldly looked at the old lady and her entourage, lowering his voice. Sis, should I? He made a slight slashing motion across his neck. What are you thinking? Bai Lian noticed that Jianghu was reacting to stress, glanced at Mao Kun, and said lightly, it's a society governed by the rule of law. Mao Kun, for some reason, he found what his sister said quite amusing. All right, Mao Kun didn't mind, call me if there's trouble. This kind of small matter doesn't require my godfather to take action. Alien. Pu Shaohan didn't hear the conversation between Bai Lian and Mao Kun. She just looked worriedly towards the old lady. That person doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Mao Kun scratched his head. Really? He couldn't tell. Meanwhile, the library staff who had pretended not to see Jianghu getting caught, seeing the old lattice side at a disadvantage, started to panic and called security to maintain order. Madam Li, are you okay? Chapter 104. Even if you invite Ren Qian himself over, 4th watch, _2 they helped the elderly woman up. Damn it. The old lady was helped to stand up, with her nearly frightened witless grandson beside her. She looked in the direction of Bai Lian, her voice hoarse as she said, what are you all staring at for? Call the police. The police arrived quickly and took everyone involved in the incident to the police station. Bai Lian, with Jianghu, cooperated fully throughout the whole process. In the police car, Jianghu's body trembled continuously as he lay across Bai Lian's legs, while Bai Lian slowly patted his back. Parental contact information. The officer was taking notes in a small notebook. Jianghu was still laying across Bai Lian's legs. Bai Lian squinted her eyes. With her pupils still holding an unvanished fierceness, she sat there in her robe, her striking eyebrows and eyes relaxed lazily. She gave Ji Shayan's number. Ji Heng was getting older, and Bai Lian did not want to trouble him to travel such a long way. The officer nodded, turned his head for someone to make contact, and then asked the next question, why did you hit them? The pale-skinned girl sat on the black car seat, her whole face shadowed. Those half-closed eyes were extremely cold, and her overly delicate features made her seem like a casual, spectral creature. She knew little about this matter, her tone indifferent. They initiated the physical altercation and also snatched a watch. The watch had already been taken by the officer as evidence. Everything was going smoothly. He was probably the easiest suspect an officer had ever interrogated. He sighed and said, regardless, hitting people is not right, you can come to us with the issue. The person you hit might have a somewhat troublesome identity. It was difficult for him to imagine how this seemingly obedient girl managed to beat a bodyguard to that state. But the very next second, a cold sweat broke out over the officer's back as he closed his notebook. He suddenly realized, ever since this girl had gotten into the car, she had almost been leading him by the nose. Even at this moment, he was still making excuses for her. This was a major taboo for a police officer. He suddenly looked at Bai Lian, and a chill surged from the soles of his feet. He had never felt this even when facing those highly intelligent criminals before. Ji Xiaojun had just finished tutoring a student preparing for an arts exam. Today, Bai Lian and Ji Heng were supposed to come over for dinner, and he was shopping for groceries with Shenqing. Having spent so much time together, Ji Xiaojun had also learned from Ji Heng which dishes Bai Lian liked to eat. Strange, Shenqing commented on the dishes, quite surprised. I thought she would prefer Beijing cuisine, but it turns out she still likes Xiangqing cuisine. She remembered the first time Bai Lian came over for a meal. What she cooked was Beijing cuisine. No wonder Bai Lian hardly ate anything that time. Alien is also from Xiangqing. Ji Xiaojun did not like Shenqing saying that. His phone in his pocket rang. Ji Xiaojun, while helping Shenqing pick out vegetables with one hand, answered the phone with the other. Hello? The person on the other end said something. What? Ji Xiaojun suddenly looked up, letting go of the vegetable in his hand. Seeing Ji Xian's reaction, Shenqing's heart jolted, reminding her of something that happened a few years ago. What's wrong? She quickly put down the vegetables and followed him to the police station. Ji Xiaojun couldn't afford to explain and headed straight for the market's main entrance, hailing a taxi with Shenqing to the police station. The police station. The old lady and her grandson were well settled in the reception room. Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing arrived just as the police finished taking statements. Alien? Seeing that Bai Lian was unharmed, Ji Xiaojun let out a huge sigh of relief. What on earth happened? Jianghu was still looking down. Ji Xiaojun saw Bai Lian half embracing Jianghu and recognized him as her friend. Since the police had taken Bai Lian's phone, she looked up at Ji Xiaojun, touched her nose, and admitted her fault. I beat someone up. You hit someone? Shenqing looked at the beautiful Bai Lian with furrowed brows, quickly turned to the police, and said, Officer, you mustn't wrongly accuse people. Look at this child. Does she look like someone who would hit others? She was loud, and when she spoke, it was a bit like an unreasonable shrew. She had forgotten that when Bai Lian first visited their home, she had said Bai Lian was a wastrel who only knew how to eat, drink, and be merry. The officers were stunned on the spot by her unreasonable tirade. Bai Lian blinked innocently on the side. Thank goodness, she wasn't that good at fighting. The other party's ribs were only broken, maybe only 1 or 2 or 3. Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun were taken out by the officers. Bai Lian sat back down in the chair, resting her chin on one hand, while slowly patting Jianghu's back with the other, leisurely saying, Why haven't you recovered yet? If we wait much longer, Xiao Mao is going to blow this place up. Chapter 105, Even if you invite Ren Qian himself over, 4th watch, _3 outside. Shenqing was still talking incessantly with the police officer. Ji Xiaojun frowned, feeling that this matter was not simple. The police officer took Ji Xiaojun to the resting room to meet the old lady, and looking at Ji Xiaojun as if he were calm, he lowered his voice to remind him, it would be best for both of you to ask for each other's forgiveness. Bai Lian was still a student and Jianghu was now having a stress reaction, so they separated the two parties. The resting room at the end of the corridor. It was the same old Mrs. Li and her grandson from earlier. As the police officer opened the door to the resting room, Shenqing felt an unusual atmosphere inside. Chief, said the police officer who opened the door with great respect, I've brought the person. The chief did not reply, he was busy keeping up a placating smile. Mrs. Li, rest assured, I will handle this matter impartially. Old Mrs. Li was holding her grandson. If Bai Lian were here, he would definitely see, the watch that they said was taken for evidence, was now being played with by the little boy. Old Mrs. Li's eyes, sharp as hawks, swept over Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun. She set down her teacup with a clack. "Why have you brought them here?" Shenqing, who was previously overbearing, changed her expression upon hearing the police officer address the person inside as Chief. She didn't dare to say another word. Facing ordinary policemen, she could raise her voice, but a chief was not someone ordinary people could meet, usually only seen on TV news. She subconsciously grabbed Ji Xian's clothes. "Didn't you hear what Mrs. Li said?" The chief did not look at Ji Xiaojun or Shenqing but glanced at the police officer. "Now, take them away quickly." The police officer hurriedly took the two of them out. "Police, comrade officer," Shenqing's voice was tense. "Auntie," the police officer lifted his eyelid, giving Shenqing a look, and said gravely, "It seems you haven't grasped the situation. Do you know who your niece hit?" Shenqing was taken aback. "You know about the Chen family, right?" The officer looked at Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun and sighed again. Why bother? For a watch to cause such a situation, she obviously wants to make it a big deal. You'd better be prepared. In the whole of Xiangqing, who didn't know about the two great families, the Chen family and the Ren family? Ji Xiaojun, Shenqing, holding Ji Xian's sleeve, stammered, "Call your brother." In the current situation, common people like them certainly couldn't intervene. It seemed they could only turn to the Ren family now. The police officer was about to leave, but he paused upon hearing Shenqing's words. He looked at Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing, both dressed simply, in surprise. Were these two also backed by powerful connections? The door to the resting room opened. Old Mrs. Li came out carrying her grandson. Her grandson was holding Jianghu's watch. The screen of the watch lit up with a blue light. It was silently glowing, displaying an incoming call. No one answered. It went off shortly after. Meanwhile, Bai Lian's confiscated phone also began to vibrate. But no one present noticed it. The little boy, holding the watch in one hand and posing with the other as if it were a little pistol, arrogantly shot at Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing. Old Mrs. Li had obviously also heard what Shenqing had said to Ji Xiaojun. She almost sneered. In all of Xiangqing, who didn't know that Chen Gang was her son-in-law, and her grandson Chen Zhu was the future Jianghu University student? Especially Chen Gang, who had been so influential in Xiangqing over the past month, even the Ren family had to curry favor with him. Even Ren Xian had to treat her with respect when he saw her. "You want to make a phone call?" Old Mrs. Li set down her grandson, looked at Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing, and touched her neck with one hand, as if she could still feel the choking sensation when Bai Lian had grabbed her neck, her voice hoarse and sinister. "Call whoever you want, but let me tell you this. I will not let go of this matter today, and I definitely won't spare those two, even if you bring over the Ren family or Ren Qian himself, my words stand." Chapter 106, 042 Ordinary background, who would dare to provoke him? _1 The people at the station stood to one side, quite accustomed to the scene. Just because she dared to mention the name Ren Qian. After the elderly lady finished speaking, the chief of police barely smiled and said to her, "The young master was frightened along with you, ma'am. Please go home and rest, leave the follow-up to us." The chief didn't have the guts to keep the Chen family at the station. The two had only exchanged pleasantries in the lounge. They hardly questioned them further about the case. Madame Li responded reservedly. As for this matter, the chief respectfully saw her out. "Mr. Chen, about that, don't worry." Madame Li placed her grandson in the car and stood by it, stroking her own neck, and spoke with a chilly tone. "I understand your predicament. If this matter is handled well, I won't mention it to Chen Gang." The chief breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your understanding, madam." He stood at the entrance, watching Madame Li's car drive away. "Chief," a police officer said hesitantly after watching the car leave, "did they take the evidence with them?" Once they entered the library, they had collected the evidence following procedure. gathering and investigating evidence. After understanding what happened, the evidence was taken by the Li family's kid back to their house. Now they had directly taken the evidence away. The officer, who had not been working long, felt it was inappropriate for the Li family to take others' belongings like that. It's just a watch. The chief turned and walked back. The watch was the least of his concerns. What about the information on the other two? Show it to me. Chen Gang was a ruthless figure in Xiangcheng, a martial artist from his youth. His exiled family regained attention from Jianghu thanks to him. Unapproachable and unsympathetic, if this issue wasn't handled well and Chen Gang took notice, his good days would be over. The officer promptly handed over the recently gathered information and the written record. The chief skimmed through it on the way. All information was narrated by Bai Lian, a student at Xiangcheng High School, with grandfather Ji Heng and uncle Ji Xiaojun. A very ordinary student, from a very ordinary family. He casually closed the notebook with his hand, recalling multiple times but unable to find a family surnamed Ji in Xiangcheng. Not one of the big shots on Backter Street had the surname Ji. Recently, the surname Bai had been added to Blackter Street, but that had nothing to do with Ji. Madame Li was shrewd. She wouldn't dare to provoke someone truly influential. The chief and the officer walked on. Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun, who were waiting in the lobby, hurried over to speak with the chief. "I'm sorry," an officer blocked them sternly. "Our chief has other matters to attend to." The chief wasn't someone ordinary people could see whenever they wished. If it had not been for this matter concerning Madame Li, such a trivial issue wouldn't have required his attention. Watching the chief's retreating figure, Shen Qing wondered, what can we do now? She had clearly heard what Madame Li said. Even seeking Ren Qian would be useless. In Shen Qing's knowledge, Ren Qian was the most powerful person she could think of. "Let's first ask Alien exactly what happened. Don't tell Dad to avoid worrying him," Ji Xiaojun said calmly. Instead of panicking like Shen Qing, he spoke with a composed voice. As for going to the Ren family, Ji Xiaojun didn't consider it for a moment. He held his phone, deep in thought. Shen Qing had begun like a headstrong brat, but compared to Madame Li, she was far outmatched. The officer, witnessing Madame Li take the watch without a word from the chief, shared empathy for the weaker, and after saying that the chief couldn't be approached, he added in a hushed tone, "Try to leverage your connections if you can. You shouldn't let the student end up with a criminal record. A criminal record would complicate future civil service examinations." "Stay with Alien," Ji Xiaojun instructed Shen Qing firmly. "I need to step out." Thinking he was going to seek help from the Ren family, she quickly agreed. "Okay, you go. Don't worry about her here." Meanwhile, Pu Xiaohan and Yang Lin returned to school, seeking Lu Lingxi. Most students, when faced with trouble, seek out their homeroom teacher, especially those in class 15. Hearing Pu Xiaohan's clear explanation, Lu Lingxi was alarmed. Bai Lian was pushed to hit someone? Her such a well-behaved, outstanding student forced to resort to violence? Yes, Pu Xiaohan felt like crying. "Ms. Lu, that old lady was unreasonable, snatching things and hitting people, and she seems tough to deal with. Bai won't get into trouble, right? You two go back first," Lu Lingxi gestured with her hand. "I'll handle this matter." Chapter 107, 042 Ordinary background, who would dare to provoke him? _2 She stepped out of the office and took out her phone to make a call. Pu Xiaohan spoke anxiously about Bai Lian's situation, and the other teachers in the office heard about it too, the news spreading quietly throughout the school. Even Ren Wanxian, who had already gone home, had heard something about it. Ren Qian made a call to ask Ren Wanxian about the incident with Chief Chen. "I don't know," Ren Wanxian said, looking out the window. "Chen Grandpa left after watching the performance and didn't join us for lunch. The school leaders had also not stayed." "How did your calligraphy go today?" Ren Qian knew that the school intended to have Ren Wanxian showcase her handwriting in front of Grandpa Chen. "The best piece I've written recently." Ren Wanxian pursed her lips, her beautiful features slightly furrowed. She was somewhat distracted. Ren Qian naturally had no doubts about Ren Wengshuan's abilities, but now, sensing something unusual in her tone, he put aside what he was doing. What happened? It's just, Ren Wanxian hesitated, biting her lip. She didn't tell Ren Qian about Bai Lian's gouging performance at school, merely asking, did someone from the Ji family come looking for you? The Ji family? Ren Qian was surprised. You mean your dad? He hasn't looked for me. I see. Ren Wanxian was a bit taken aback. She had heard that Lu Lingxi's face had turned grim at the time, and she thought someone from the Ji family would go to her grandfather. What exactly happened? Ren Qian had been very concerned about the Ji family of late, and he asked seriously, what's happened with the Ji family? It seems to be Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian withdrew her gaze from the window, lying on her bed. She caused trouble and got taken to the police station, and it's not a small matter. This was something Ren Qian truly didn't know. After hanging up the phone, he promptly instructed the Secretary General to look into Bai Lian. Even though the Ji family hasn't approached me, we cannot pretend to be ignorant of this affair. Ren Qian had his own plans, intending to take the initiative to help before the Ji family reached out to him. The matter that Ren Qian wanted to investigate yielded results in just a few minutes. The Secretary General looked at Ren Qian and hesitated to speak. Is it serious? Ren Qian asked, looking at the Secretary General, actually surprised. He didn't think there was anything in Xiangqing that could cause him trouble, especially considering it involved the Ji family. How big could it possibly get? To Ren Qian, it was just a matter of a few words. The Secretary General bowed and reported to Ren Qian, it's not that serious, but Miss Bai, she injured Madame Li, and Madame Li is very angry now. What? Ren Qian was astonished. Whom had Bai Lian offended, to have clashed with Chen Gang's mother-in-law? Sir, the Secretary General stood to one side, expressing his concern. It seems that Grandpa Chen had the intention of acknowledging Chen Zhu as his foreign-born grandson, and this. Ren Qian was silent for a good long while. He knew the importance of the Chen family, and Bai Lian was worth the investment, but Grandpa Chen. Even if given several more decades, he wouldn't find a chance to connect with the Chen family of Jianghu. Eventually, he waved his hand. Ren Qian slowly said, let's not deal with this matter for now. If the Ji family calls, you help me find an excuse to delay them. Understood. The Secretary General lowered his head. Xiangqing CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute. Jiang Fulai took off his glasses, his black coat open, his cool gaze fixed on the data, the fluorescent marker being slowly tapped between his fingers. No interaction between dark matter particles and other particles detected. Expand the variety of particles. Got it. Hewen noted down the important points. Standing behind Jiang Fulai, he observed him covertly, estimating the mood of young Master Jiang. Eventually, the quest for knowledge overcame the fear of young Master Jiang, and he won, holding his notebook, spoke cautiously, young Master Jiang, have you done the new questions from the app recently? Jianghu University's app training camp has a basic question bank and a challenge question bank, with 20 new questions released each month. They cover mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, with 20 basic questions every month. Getting all the questions right grants 10,000 base points. The scores are determined by the system. The challenge question bank is composed of questions set by a group of tutors from Jianghu University, randomly refreshed. Solving one question multiplies the monthly score by 1. The number of questions solved is equivalent to how many times the score is multiplied. The question bank is refreshed each month. The basic question bank is generally manageable, but for the challenge question bank, no one aside from young Master Jiang has completed it. The system's best answer is still young Master Jiang's. However, Jiang Fulai hasn't logged into the system for 2 years. He hadn't realized how he won and the others had spent these 2 years. Unable to finish the challenge questions, they dared not ask. A few days ago, someone downloaded the app and even followed someone. The people from several laboratories were almost brought to tears. But after waiting 2 weeks, Jiang Fulai neither brushed the questions nor left any answers. What kind of questions? Jiang Fulai picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was just past 4. Chapter 108, 042 Ordinary Background. Who would dare to provoke him? _3 He quickly perked up. There's a question about photons, he spoke succinctly. But after he finished, he had a vaguely bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang Fulai looked at Jiang He's lack of response, clenched his phone, and with calm and indifferent, emotionless 3 words, high school question? I'll look into it further. He hastily attempted to remedy the situation. Jiang Fulai looked at He-Wen, his lips slightly pursed in coolness, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. He turned and left the room, sometimes really doubting what kind of people he was spending his time with in the same laboratory. Once young Master Jiang left the office, the others looked at He-Wen with an expression that said, "You've got guts, He-Wen, can you tell me how you dared to ask him high school questions? He-Wen, can you do it?" That person shrugged, but we wouldn't be bold enough to ask him to do it. Joking, there were standard answers in the question bank, though none as clear and enlightening as young Master Jiang's answers, but they were sufficient. Who would dare to have young Master Jiang do their problems? After all, even Academician Ma hadn't been able to trick young Master Jiang into his laboratory. Outside, in the office, Jiang Fulai called Jiang He again, but no one answered. It wasn't surprising. Jiang He had been giving him the cold shoulder for several days now. Pale fingers tapping on the phone screen, he dialed Bai Lian's number, telling her that Ming Dongheng would be late picking up Jiang He tonight. Still, no answer. Jiang Fulai hesitated in his steps, knowing that Bai Lian was at the library with Jiang He. Computer. Jiang Fulai paused in his stride, made a timeout gesture to the researchers in the office, and set down his fluorescent pen. The assistant quickly handed over his computer. The underground laboratory, to avoid cosmic ray interference, was built deep into the earth, perennially cold and shadowy. Jiang Fulai set the computer on the table, not bothering to sit, one hand bracing the tabletop, the other tapping on the keyboard. The computer's glow made his face seem even more pale and sharp, and a black skull icon soon appeared on the desktop. Line after line of code emerged at his fingertips. The assistant stood 3 steps away, watching expressionlessly. Jiang's business scope was too broad for him to understand anything. Pale fingertips struck that enter key with a snap, and a large map of Shangqing popped up on the computer screen with a small red dot moving slowly. The assistant behind only saw Jiang keying in several lines of code, with the map continuously zooming in. It finally stopped on a street. He was tracking the location of Jiang He's wristwatch. Jiang He often disappeared without reason due to his personality. In all of the Jiang family, even Shijue couldn't outplay the young Jiang He. Jiang Fulai had taken special time to make a wristwatch for him with a tracking feature. Under normal circumstances, Bai Lian and Jiang He should be in the library reading. But now they appeared in an unknown location, still slowly moving. Jiang Fulai pulled up the previous movements of the watch to confirm that the last appearance was at the police station. He stared at the route, closed the laptop lid with a cold snap, postponed the meeting to tomorrow, give half a day off. He straightened up slowly, picked up his phone, and left carrying an air of frost. The entire office fell silent all at once. Someone looked towards the assistant. What happened to young Master Jiang? The assistant pushed up his glasses, making a profound guess. Probably someone who's looking for trouble messed with the young master. The son of Academician Jiang Sui? He-Wen walked in just in time to hear the assistant's words and was quite astonished. After Jiang Sui's parents passed away, Jiang He was mistreated by a group of relatives who danced with demons. Jiang Fulai took Jiang He from Jiang Sui home and severely dealt with that bunch of relatives. It was a well-known event throughout Jiangjing. They would rather provoke Jiang Shijue, who didn't blink an eye when killing someone. Who would be so bold as to provoke Jiang Fulai? Jiang Fulai took the elevator up, looking down at his phone as he dialed Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng was with Chief Chen. When he received Jiang Fulai's call, Chief Chen was exchanging pleasantries with someone. Is this drug really not for sale on a large scale? He had heard that there was a miraculous plaster on Bachter Street, which had a significant appeal to the Chen family and various special forces, no less than Wang Yufeng's minerals. The other person smiled, sorry, there's no news from Dr. Bai at the moment. Chief Chen looked at the person and cursed inwardly, thinking they were tough nuts to crack and playing the old game of holding their goods dear. Had better not find that Dr. Bai, or he would kidnap him, no matter the cost. Ming Donghan glanced at them and then stepped outside to answer the call, his tone respectful yet puzzled. Young master. Where are you? Jiang Fulai didn't wait for the driver. He picked up the car keys with his eyes downcast, his voice indifferent. But Ming Donghan on the other end of the phone heard it with a shock. Backter Street. Meet me at the police station. Jiang Fulai opened the car door, holding the phone in one hand and starting the car with the other, as the evening sun slanted through the windows, casting his fierce face in the hazy sunlight. Jiang He's watch was last positioned there. What? Ming Dongheng's heart skipped a beat. His hands became somewhat unsteady. What's the matter? Chief Chen, who was speaking to someone, noticed Ming Dongheng hastily standing up, lowering his voice. It's about Jiang He. Ming Dongheng couldn't delay. You keep an eye on this place. I have to take a trip to the police station. Seeing Ming Dongheng's complexion, Chief Chen didn't dare to ask further. Backter Street wasn't close to Shangqing police station. Ming Dongheng drove Chief Chen's car almost speeding all the way, blatantly over the speed limit in some sections. Passing policemen, recognizing the license plate number, dared not stop him. Shangqing police station headquarters. Ming Dongheng parked the car. His car was eye-catching, and as soon as it appeared, someone saw it and quickly reported it upstairs. In the police station office. The chief heard the report and immediately stood up, shocked. Chief Chen's car? Why has he come here? Chief Chen's car was provided by Shangqing, and he was always low-key. But anyone in Shangqing with some connections knew what car Chief Chen drove. The chief quickly put on his coat and went to the police station entrance. But it wasn't Chief Chen at the entrance. Instead, there stood a tall, cold man holding car keys, standing next to Chief Chen's car. Seeing the chief come out, he merely gave them a cold glance, without saying a word. Whoever followed Jiang Fulai couldn't be just anyone. The chief did not recognize Ming Dongheng, but anyone who could casually drive Chief Chen's car was clearly not ordinary. He was intimidated by Ming Dongheng's cold expression, standing at the entrance not sure how to start a conversation with him. Just when the chief hadn't quite figured out what to say, a royal blue sports car with Jiangjing license plates approached from the end of the road. Screech, a sound. It stopped at the entrance of the police station. Under the setting sun, the car's body radiated a fierce chill. Ming Dongheng recognized this as the car specially brought to Shangqing for Jiang Fulai's daily use. He strode to the driver's side, and as the car came to a steady stop, he opened the door to let Jiang Fulai out. The chief glanced and saw a man in a black overcoat getting out of the driver's seat. Just a stately silhouette, simplistic in black, reflecting dark gleams in the setting sun, the entrance of the police station fell silent for a moment. Chapter 109, 043 If the handover isn't done well, send Shin Yongkuan rolling back to Jiangjing. Second update, _1 Jiang Fulai didn't look at anyone, he merely tilted his head slightly to gaze at the sign above the entrance. Then, he strode towards the police station. His trench coat swept behind him in a haughty swirl. Young master. Ming Dongheng hurriedly followed him. The chief and others at the entrance were completely ignored, exchanging bewildered looks. This was probably the first person who dared to dismiss the chief so blatantly. Chief? Someone voiced out in silence. Did those two not recognize the chief, or were they simply too indifferent to pay any attention? While still uncertain, they vaguely felt it was the latter. The chief suddenly felt uneasy. Without uttering a word, he followed them directly. Outside the police station, Xiaowu scratched his head, looking at Mao Kuan in the back seat. Brother Mao, are we going inside? Mao Kuan pulled open the car door. Of course, my sister is still in there. These people really don't know how formidable I, Mao the younger, am without being shown some color. Xiaoqi, with his hand on the steering wheel, sighed while rubbing his forehead. Brother Mao, Xiaowu, don't rush in yet. Xiaoqi, have you forgotten how you got to where you are today? If it weren't for our sister, the three of us would still be stuck on Purist Street as gang leaders, Mao Kuan bellowed. It wasn't until his sister single-handedly took down Poison Scorpion that he caught the eye of his godfather and was able to shine on Bacter Street. If he was a step later and his sister had already wiped out those people, where would his face be? Xiaoqi, hold back, his elder brother is an idiot. Let's wait, Xiaoqi inhaled deeply, trying to calm Mao Kuan. The two people who just went in aren't simple. Xiaoqi talked him around, eventually stopping Mao Kuan. Mao Kuan squatted across from the police station, lit a cigarette with a scowl. Fine, I'll wait another half hour. Xiao Wu also squatted down beside him. Xiaoqi turned his head away, not wanting to witness their foolishness. As soon as Jiang Fulai entered the lobby, the bustling crowd fell silent. He scanned the room. Ming Dongheng immediately grabbed a police officer by the collar, asking, "Is there a brother-sister pair here?" The officer was startled by Ming Dongheng's stern gaze. "Yes, there are." "Take us to them." Ming Dongheng let go. There weren't many cases today, mostly old ones. Speaking of a brother and sister, it had to be Bai Lian and Jiang He, who were still in the interrogation room. The officer hurried to take them to Bai Lian and Jiang He. Shen Qing was with Bai Lian, her hands clutching her skirt, sitting on one side uncomfortably, anxious and restless, and frequently checking her phone. Bai Lian had to comfort the constantly trembling Jiang He while also trying to reassure Shen Qing. When Jiang Fulai entered, he saw this scene. The girl's hand slowly stroked Jiang He's back, her other hand supporting her chin, her cold black eyes half closed looking at the tree shadows outside the window, like a white cat whose peaceful sleep had been disturbed, clearly not in a good mood. Lingering on the edge of an outburst. Shen Qing, startled by the sudden entrance of the two, quickly stood up. The pressure from Jiang Fulai wasn't any less than that from the chief. Ming Dongheng, seeing that the two were unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. "Miss Bai, just hand the little master over to me." Jiang He's hands were tightly clenching Bai Lian's skirt and wouldn't let go. Bai Lian replied methodically, "His mood isn't good right now." Ming Dongheng could only stand aside. Jiang Fulai stood 2 steps away from Bai Lian, glanced at her, then lowered his gaze to the still clinging Jiang He, and for once refrained from making a sarcastic remark. He simply asked, "Did you win?" He didn't even ask if she had been fighting. Even Shen Qing didn't think she seemed like someone who would fight. Bai Lian, MHM. Bai Lian's gaze drifted out the window. "Then that's fine." Jiang Fulai nodded, sweeping a look around the interrogation room environment. As soon as Bai Lian entered the room, she knew that the old lady had connections. She had expected Mao Kuan to arrive before her patience ran out, but to her surprise, Jiang Fulai came first. "How come you're here?" Jiang Fulai was in a bad mood, but tried to speak gently. "No one answered your 2 phones, where are they?" "They were confiscated." Bai Lian crossed her legs nonchalantly, not seeming too concerned. Jiang Fulai's cold glance swept to the side. Ming Dongheng immediately grabbed someone from behind. "The phones?" The person, frightened, didn't dare to ask anything and hastily retrieved Bai Lian's phone. Bai Lian took her phone, only to see many missed calls, 2 from Jiang Fulai, 5 from Ji Xiaojun, and over a dozen from Mao Kuan. She opened WeChat. "White vest, sis." "White vest, haven't you come out yet?" "White vest, I've arrived, don't do anything rash, sis." Bai Lian, 1, then she turned to look at Shen Qing. "Where's uncle?" Shen Qing was startled by the sudden arrival of Jiang Fulai and another person. She didn't dare to look at Jiang Fulai and answered in a low voice, "He's gone out to find someone." Bai Lian lowered her head again to send a message to Ji Xiaojun. "Uncle, it's all good now." "Ah, this is my aunt." She looked up and introduced Shen Qing to Jiang Fulai. This was her first time calling someone aunt, and despite still being nervous in the police station, Shen Qing instinctively puffed up her chest. Yes, she is my niece." At this moment, she finally understood Ji Xiaojun a bit more. Ren Wanxian had never once called her aunt. Jiang Fulai looked at Shen Qing and paused. The aloof young master Jiang finally softened a bit and greeted her in a very polite manner. Hello. Ah. Shen Qing didn't know where to put her hands. Oh, and little Wenmang's watch, Bai Lian frowned. Why didn't you bring it along with you? Having investigated the watch's trail, Jiang Fulai naturally knew where it was. Without asking, he could guess what had happened between the two. Someone will bring it back, Jiang Fulai said lightly, glancing at the door, then his tone softened when he looked at Bai Lian again. Let's go out first. Ming Dongheng reached out, wanting to take Jiang He from Bai Lian's hands. Jiang He weighed at least 50 kilograms, which was not light for a frail girl. He had just stretched out his hand when he saw Bai Lian easily lift Jiang He up. Ming Dongheng. He remembered. Miss Bai, do you still have a piece of iridium in your hand? Jiang Fulai coldly watched Jiang He, who was burying his face, and he held back. The station chief was still waiting at the interrogation room door, and when he saw Jiang Fulai leaving with people, he hurried over, stiffly addressing Shen Qing with a much nicer tone than before. Please wait a moment, the procedure isn't finished yet, you can't leave for now. He didn't dare to speak to Jiang Fulai. So he had to approach Shen Qing, who seemed the easiest to talk to among the group. Jiang Fulai stopped, interrupting the chief with 3 chilly words. Who are you? I'm the chief of this substation. The chief lowered his head. The chief? Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze, not looking at him again. He continued forward. Let Chen Yongkuan come and talk to me, he said, turning his head to Ming Dongheng. If it's not handled well, just have him roll back to Jiangjing. The young master Jiang rarely called out people's full names. This was not an instruction, but a notification. Ming Dongheng's heart tightened, and he nodded seriously. Jiang Fulai didn't stop for a moment. Without making a statement or bailing anyone out, he just left with Bai Lian and Jiang He. Nobody behind them dared to stop them. After Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian left, the remaining people at the police station looked at each other in dismay. In Xiangcheng, they heard most about Ren Qian and Chen Gang. Who was Chen Yongkuan? Was he also from the Chen family? The officer from before looked at the chief and swallowed. Chief, are we just letting them leave like this? How do we explain to the Li family? What is there to explain? The chief suddenly broke out into a fine sweat on his forehead. Hurry up and notify the Li family to send over the watch. His fingers trembled. The upper circles in Xiangqing knew about a big shot from Jiangjing who had been sent down to manage things here. They all referred to this person as Qin Yi or Qin Bureau. The ordinary officers naturally didn't know Qin Ye's real name. But the chief, who had seen the files, was very clear about Qin Ye's true name, Chen Yongkuan. The rest of the officers were startled by his reaction, and they quickly went to contact the Li family. The Li family. The elderly lady had already gone home to change into a new set of clothes. At this moment, the family doctor was carefully applying ointment to her neck, and in just 2 hours, the old lattice neck had turned purple and blue. The servant half knelt on the ground, holding a mirror for her. Lady Li's eyes were full of gloom. Ever since her daughter married Chen Gang, most people didn't dare to speak to her too loudly or too softly. How dare that girl do it? Smack, she slapped the mirror away. The servant hurriedly knelt down, trembling as they bowed their head. Grandma, the little boy ran down from upstairs, holding up a black watch for Lady Li to see. It requires a password, give me the password quickly. Dear grandson, Lady Li immediately hugged the boy, rubbing the swelling on his head. I'll have someone fetch it for you right away. Just as she was saying this, her cell phone rang. It was from the police station. I was just about to contact you. Lady Li sat upright and spoke indifferently. Ask that little bastard what the password of the watch is. On the other end of the phone, the officer wiped off the cold sweat. Lady Li, the chief has asked me to notify you to return the watch immediately. What do you mean? The old lady was very displeased. What do I mean? The chief snatched the phone away. Lady Li, you may want to die, but I still want to live. You better find Chen Gang. If he has any clout in front of Qin Yi, your Li family might still find a way to survive today. Chapter 110, 044 The Great Shuffle. G. Mulan, 1_1 The director made this statement to Old Lady Li based on their past relationship. It was clear he wasn't joking. He even called out Chen Gang by his full name. Old Lady Li put down her grandson and suddenly stood up, her voice still a bit hoarse. Are you serious? She wasn't oblivious, judging from the few girls this afternoon, from head to toe, there wasn't much she deemed worthy of attention. The director didn't explain further, he simply hung up the phone as he was already overwhelmed with his own problems. Grandma, the password. Old Lady Li also felt a bit panicked. She didn't tend to her grandson any longer but instead called Chen Gang. Back to her street. When Chen from the bureau received Ming Dongheng's call, he halted what he was doing and burst into fury. Isn't this, Xiangqing is just a bunch of no-goods? Not to mention whose turf they're digging into, now they've even escalated to protecting each other like this. The emperor is far away, and in the absence of the tiger, the monkey becomes the king, his subordinate said helplessly. This wasn't an isolated incident. He used two classic examples to explain. Even if Jiang Fulai's identity is confidential, the watch on the young master's wrist was personally made by him, and it bears the Jiang family's emblem. Can't they see that? Chen from the bureau slammed the car door hard, his eyes fiercely glaring. That watch, only Jiang Fulai could make something like that in the entire Jiangjing. They really have good taste, don't they? Chen from the bureau's rage wasn't just because they offended Jiang Fulai. It was also because he was furious at the corruption from top to bottom. He was demoted here, and everything had been peaceful, even Backter Street hadn't had any major incidents. Chen from the bureau thought his main task was to handle Backter Street, then help with Chen family and Jiang family's connections, and just relax until he could go back and be promoted. Who knew, all the peace was just a facade. It was all a show put on for him by Xiangqing. It was even possible that even before they had arrived, Xiangqing had already started putting on these facades. If it weren't for what happened today, he wouldn't have known that Xiangqing was only seemingly peaceful on the surface, but was actually riddled with problems to the core. There's nothing that can be done, the driver looked in the rearview mirror as he tried to pacify Chen from the bureau. You know, both Jiang Fulai and the young master's identities are highly confidential. Not to mention Xiangqing, there aren't many in Jiangjing who could be granted an audience with Jiang Fulai. Expecting these people from Xiangqing to recognize it right away is truly asking too much of them. But one thing the bureau chief said was correct. The watch Jiang he wore was indeed rare, there was only one like that in the entire Jiangjing. That's why there's the saying, possess a treasure, become a target. They indeed knew how to pick, landing right on Jiang He's head. The subordinate wiped sweat from his brow as he looked in the rearview mirror at Chen from the bureau's dark expression. Just how they were going to endure Chen from the bureau's wrath, he didn't know. Is it okay for us to just leave like this? Shenqing asked as they walked out of the police station's main door. It still felt surreal to her. She subconsciously looked back at the solemn and imposing doorway. Only a sliver of the setting sun was left overhead, its color a deep red, almost not blinding, but Shenqing still felt dazed. We just walked out like that? It's fine, Ming Dongheng saw Jiang Fulai treated Shenqing with respect, so he lowered his posture and with a cold gaze, glanced back, before saying, you can leave with peace of mind, they wouldn't dare to trouble you again. That's good, Shenqing let out a sigh of relief. As soon as Bai Lian walked out, she saw two people squatting across the street, with Xiaoqi standing expressionless beside them, looking up at the sky. She paused for a moment, then turned to look at Jiang Fulai and handed Jiang He over to him. I will wait for my uncle, you take Jiang He back first. The sunset outlined her figure sharply, her plain clothes seeming even more assertive than the twilight sky. Jiang Fulai looked at her, then reached out and took Jiang He from her. As a researcher, Jiang Fulai's hands could definitely be considered a work of art, distinctively articulated yet wrapped in a faintly cold jade-like chill. Yet Bai Lian's fingers wrapped around Jiang He's arm were even more slender, in smooth, cold white. Hard to imagine those were the hands that could play out the sounds of charging armies. When he took Jiang he unavoidably touched that cold white. He let go upon contact, not as cool as the palm of his hands. Jiang He clung tightly to Bai Lian's sleeve and wouldn't let go. Jiang Fulai lightly glanced at his tightly closed eyes. Xiaoniao. Bai Lian gently tugged at her own sleeve, then whispered a comfort, "Sister has something to take care of right now. Let go, and I'll come to see you first thing in the morning." Jiang He's long eyelashes quivered, and his fingers loosened. Only then did Jiang Fulai, with a cold demeanor, hold him. "Doesn't Ming Dongheng need to send you back?" Chapter 111, 044 The Great Shuffle. Ji Mulan, 1_2, no need. Bai Lian lazily smoothed out her sleeves and skirt hem. Once Ming Dongheng drove off, the three people on the opposite side sheepishly walked over. "Sis." Bai Lian stood against the sunset and casually introduced, "This is my aunt." Mao Kuan and the others spoke up loudly, "Auntie, hello." Xiao Mao. Shen Qing was startled. Mao Kun's bleached hair always made him seem a bit untrustworthy, but compared to Ming Dongheng, Mao Kuan couldn't be more normal. Shen Qing relaxed a lot. "Xiao Mao, are you also friends with Alien?" "Yeah," Mao Kuan scratched his head somewhat guiltily. "Not far away." Ji Xiaojun, who was on the phone, walked towards them. On the other end was a woman's voice. "She's back in Xiangcheng?" "Ji Mulan, what kind of tone is that?" Ji Xiaojun frowned and scolded. "I left her with the Bai family because they have a big family business. With her antics, who else could protect her but the Bai family? And what does she do? Just to gratify a whim, she pats her butt and heads back to Xiangcheng, causing trouble for me everywhere." Ji Xiaojun stopped walking. "This has nothing to do with her. Do you think you know better than I do?" Ji Mulan interrupted him, listing the many issues Bai Lian had caused throughout her life. "You reaching out to me is less effective than a single word from Bai Qiming." "You have a new family?" Ji Xiaojun suddenly asked. Ji Mulan went silent. "Found your so-called true love again?" Ji Xiaojun, noticing Bai Lian standing not far ahead, looking obedient and charming, sneered, "Once this matter is settled, we won't need to mention Bai Qiming. You disappeared for over 2 years without a word. You should at least come back to see your daughter and your father when you have the time. Ji Mulan, you're no longer the capricious teenager you once were. Dad is getting old, don't do something you'll regret." He finished speaking and hung up without waiting for her reply. His expression soured. He had only one sister, and most of the time, he was stuck between Ji Mulan and Ji Heng, but this time Ji Mulan had left Bai Lian alone with the Bai family, which disappointed Ji Xiaojun deeply. Ji Xiaojun had always had Ji Mulan's phone number. He just never contacted her before, and today, for Bai Lian's sake, he reached out for the first time. He pocketed his phone and approached Bai Lian and Shen Qing, softening his expression considerably. When he saw Mao Kuan and the other two with Bai Lian, he paused, his gaze lingering on Zioki's face for a moment. "Uncle Ji, hello," the three said with great politeness. Ji Xiaojun responded with a regaining his composure, emanating authority. He was much like Ji Heng in that he didn't talk much. Shen Qing, on the other hand, was quite chatty, insisting on having Mao Kuan and the others over for dinner. "We shouldn't, Auntie," Mao Kuan scratched his head, "my godfather is looking for me." Shen Qing watched the trio leave with a touch of regret. She had a good impression of the three, especially Xiaoqi. "Let's go shopping for groceries, Dad will arrive soon," Ji Xiaojun said, withdrawing his gaze and patting Bai Lian's shoulder. "Let's not talk about this with your grandfather, to avoid worrying him. As for what actually happened at the police station." Ji Xiaojun hadn't asked Bai Lian, staying silent, thinking about the matter with Ji Mulan. Today was Bai Lian's second time visiting Ji Xian's home, but her mindset was completely different from the last. Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun were cooking in the kitchen. On the coffee table in Ji Xian's living room were many trophies and photos. Bai Lian's gaze fell on the photo in the center, featuring Ji Xiaojun in his middle age with a girl in the picture. The girl wore a black t-shirt, holding a trophy, looking very petite and smiling brightly with pure joy. She always felt, that person looked familiar. Those are his students. Ji Heng, following her gaze, noticed the picture, took a deep drag on his cigarette, his voice muffled. Each of them got into Beijing University of Arts, except for Yang Qiong. Beijing University of Arts was the best arts school among the 4 major cities. You could say that in his years of teaching, Ji Xian's students were everywhere. Ji Heng's gaze turned distant, and he didn't continue. Yang Qiong. Bai Lian lounged on the couch with a carefree posture, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had never heard the name before. Dinner's ready, what are you two doing there? Shen Qing came out with a dish, interrupting Bai Lian and Ji Heng's conversation. Come prepared to eat. Oh, Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. She went to wash her hands in the kitchen, helping with the serving. Don't bother, Shen Qing chased her out. Let your uncle do it. He's thick-skinned, he'll be fine. Chapter 112, 044 The Great Shuffle. Ji Mulan, 1_3 Ji Xiaojun, who just picked up his soup, really wanted to put it back. The doorbell rang, and Shen Qing paused in her movements, still feeling restrained around the Ren family. Alien, go open the door, it should be your little uncle who has arrived. Bai Lian went to open the door. Only Ji Xiaorong had come. This was normal. At a Ji family dinner, how could anyone from the Ren family possibly attend? Ren Wanxian had only been to Ji Heng's place a few times, countable on one hand. Shall we not mention the matter about Alien to your brother? Shen Qing caught Ji Xiaojun in the kitchen, glancing at the living room and lowering her voice. Ji Xiaojun shook his head, his voice very indifferent. If Alien said it's nothing, then there's no need to bother for now. What kind of relationship do we have with the Ren family that we could possibly climb up to? Seeing Ji Xiaojun act this way, Shen Qing knew he cared a lot about the Ren family. I'm looking out for you, she snorted coldly. She had once thought about pleasing the Ren family in every possible way, but lately, it seemed she had moved on. The Ren family. At dinner time, there were only 3 people. Ren Wanxian, Ren Qian, and Ren Jiawei. Today was Ren Wengshuan's school anniversary, and not a single person from the family had attended. If it were any other time, she would have been angry about it. Therefore, Ren Jiawei and Ren Qian had both brought her gifts and had made a special effort to have dinner with Ren Wanxian. But today, Ren Wanxian was surprisingly well behaved and did not get angry. Did Teacher Cho and your senior brother come back? Ren Qian suddenly remembered this and asked Ren Wanxian. Teacher Cho was Ren Wengshuan's calligraphy teacher. Highly accomplished in the Liang style, she had significant influence in the calligraphy world. Although she was from Xiangqing, she had moved to Beijing a long time ago and rarely returned. It had cost Ren Qian and Ren Jiawei a great deal to hire her as a teacher for Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian nodded. Yeah, they should arrive in Xiangqing tonight. Ask Teacher Cho when she's free for me to visit. Ren Qian spoke seriously. They'll let Mr. Chen know when it's time. The entire Ren family did not dare to neglect this matter. As the 2 of them were talking, Ren Qian hadn't seen Ji Xiaorong yet and turned to Ren Jiawei. Where's Xiaorong? Ren Jiawei reached for a tissue, leisurely wiping her hands. He's gone to the Ji family for dinner, no need to wait for him today. Gone to the Ji family for dinner? Ren Qian had no objections to Ji Xiaorong dining at the Ji family's home. He wasn't too concerned with the Ji family members. What surprised him was the timing of it today. Quite inconveniently, right after the incident with Bai Lian, Ji Xiaorong was having dinner at the Ji family, which made Ren Qian inevitably overthink. Across the table, Ren Wanxian also looked up at Ren Qian. After dinner, Ren Qian, holding his teacup, planned to discuss the matter about Teacher Cho and Mr. Chen with Ren Jiawei. Suddenly, a servant's voice came from outside. The master has returned. It was Ji Xiaorong. Ren Qian paused in his step, glanced outside, then suddenly set down his teacup and headed upstairs. Jiawei, I'm a bit tired. If Xiaorong needs anything, let him come find me tomorrow. Having said that, he vanished at the staircase. Ren Jiawei looked puzzledly at Ren Qian's retreating figure. What's wrong? Ji Xiaorong came back only to see Ren Jiawei deep in thought. No, it's nothing. Ren Jiawei touched her chin, contemplating, then suddenly sat up straight. Did something happen at the Ji family? Or did you recently upset my dad? The Ji family? Ji Xiaorong paused, then patted the back of Ren Jiawei's hand. It's nothing, I've just come from my brother's place. We're planning to buy alien a guzheng. Oh right, do you know any guzheng teachers? When Ren Jiawei heard this, she relaxed. Ji Xiaorong, seeing that her focus had shifted, glanced upstairs and then frowned as he sent a message to Ji Xiaojun. The following day, Ren Qian got up much later than usual. Ji Xiaorong had spent the night at the old house with Ren Jiawei. It was only when a servant informed Ren Qian that Chen Gang had come to visit out of the blue that he went downstairs. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he saw Chen Gang waiting in the lobby. Reminded of the incident with Bai Lian, Ren Qian took the initiative to speak. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I'm on your side. Uncle Chen, Ren Wanxian also came down with her school bag. Chen Gang managed only a weak smile. He was not in the mood to joke with Ren Wanxian, focusing only on Ren Qian. Mr. Ren, you're the only one who can help with this matter. Can you contact Bai Lian for me? Ren Wanxian bowed her head, slowly changed her shoes. Her hand paused upon hearing Chen Gang's request. Ren Qian felt a jolt in his heart, sensing that things might not be as he had imagined. What do you need Bai Lian for? Chapter 113, 045 The New God of the Fighting Ring, the Guzheng Teacher. Second update, _1 Chen Gang held the cup in his hand. Overnight, Xiangqing had turned upside down. It seems you haven't received the news yet. He looked at Ren Qian. The Li family got into trouble yesterday and was sealed off. Xiangqing took over a group of people from Jianghu overnight, and the only thing I could find out is that this matter is related to Bai Lian and Chen Yi. Chen Gang didn't even meet the Li family. He asked the relevant personnel, and the answer he always got was, it's classified. Fortunately, he had made the right connections in his daily life, and finally someone told him that one of the parties involved was Bai Lian. This is why he came to the Ren family. He remembered Bai Lian was Ji Xiaorong's niece. Ren Wengshuan's hand, which was tying her shoelaces, suddenly stopped. She's related to Chen Yi? Ren Qian also lost his color considerably. As for the Ji family, he never took them seriously. How could they be related to Chen Yi? Ren Wanxian stood up. She clutched her school bag tightly and suddenly spoke up. Maybe it's because she played the white robe journey at the school anniversary. Ren Qian and Chen Gang both looked at her. Bai Lian learned the guzheng, Ren Wanxian said, her eyes downcast and her mind in disarray. That day at the school anniversary, she intentionally played the white robe journey. Everyone knows the Chen family likes the white robe journey. It must be because of this. After finishing speaking, she took her school bag and went to school. Behind her, Ren Qian also recovered his composure, saying to himself that the Ji family, how could they possibly be connected to Chen Yi? If it was because of the white robe journey, then it made sense. So, did Ren Qian suddenly realize that Bai Lian was actually fine? Not only fine but had also gained Shen Ye's appreciation. Ren Qian suddenly took out his mobile phone, trying to call Ji Xiaorong, but the call didn't go through. He sat on the sofa in a daze, feeling regret for the first time. So, the Ji family didn't really want to ask for his help yesterday? Then his actions last night. Ji Xiaorong must have sensed it. As you can see, I can't get in touch with Bai Lian either. Ren Qian looked at Chen Gang and sighed. I think you should not get involved in the Li family's affair. It was just for show, and now that it's been discovered by Chen Yi, you'd better back away if you can. As for Bai Lian, Ren Qian then made a phone call to Ren Jiawei's assistant. The two of them spoke for a few moments. After hanging up the phone, Ren Qian looked at Chen Gang. It seems like they are looking for a guzheng teacher for Bai Lian. On Jiang Fulai's side, Director Chen had been waiting downstairs since dawn. When Jiang Fulai appeared, dressed in a black shirt, he quickly stood up, respectfully handing over Jiang He's watch with a shamed expression. Jiang Shao, the arrangements with the Li family and Xiangqing have been completed. It was almost a complete overhaul. Jiang Fulai just stood there, his cold gaze sweeping over him. Like the calm, dark sea before a storm. Director Chen's body trembled. Just as Director Chen was about to cry, a lazy voice came from behind him. "Where is Jiang He?" Director Chen turned in relief, turning his head sharply back. He then saw Bai Lian walking in nonchalantly from the outside, dressed in the most basic school uniform, her long hair pinned up behind her head, her face against the rising sun, holding a string of red Chinese knots in her pale fingers. Jiang Fulai retracted his gaze and then reached out to take the watch. "He's upstairs and won't come down." "I'll go take a look." Bai Lian put down her school bag. She had promised Jiang He that she would visit him and naturally wouldn't break her word. Jiang Fulai took Bai Lian upstairs to see Jiang He. Jiang He had been frightened yesterday and had slept all night after taking a sedative. Now he was already awake, sitting in front of a small table, quietly painting with a brush in his hand. Bai Lian walked quietly to his side. Jiang He was drawing the Xiangqing building. The Xiangqing building. It was also her profile picture. "The lines here are wrong." Bai Lian watched for a while, then bent down, took his hand, and lazily helped him with a few strokes. "The building is supposed to be in a state of disrepair." With her hand on Jiang He's, she added a few soulful strokes to his craftsmanlike drawing. Jiang Fulai didn't come close, just leaning against the door, watching intently as she taught Jiang He to paint. The morning sun had not yet fully risen, and a few rays of light passed through Jiang He's small window, quietly shining on the girl's translucent profile, creating a play of light and shadow that brought a burst of vitality to the room. After completing a painting, Jiang He looked at the vivid and perfect drawing, raised his head, and admired Bai Lian's little face filled with amazement. His mouth slightly ajar, his round eyes brimming with adoration. Jiang Fulai snapped out of it, surprised that Bai Lian could paint too. He approached, bent slightly, and took a glance. After looking, Director Jiang, the human photocopy machine, was somewhat silent. He began to understand why his teacher had trembled while saying he didn't have the talent when he first tried painting. Chapter 114, 045 The New God of the Fighting Ring, the Guzheng Teacher. Second update, _2 Bai Lian leisurely set down her paintbrush, leaning on Jiang He's desk with one arm and tilting her head to examine the painting she finished moments ago. Her verdict was, "Jiang Xiaoniao, with your skills, did your teacher really not die of frustration?" Though he was only 7 but already an award winner, Jiang He. Was she not here to see his work today? Speaking of this, Bai Lian suddenly remembered the cat on Jiang Fulai's notebook. She tilted her head. "Teacher Jiang, you..." Jiang Fulai suddenly stood up, glanced at the time on his phone, his expression unchanged, his tone calm, as if aloof. "Your class is about to start, I'll take you to school." At this hour, taking the bus would definitely make her late for school. Bai Lian glanced at him and didn't refuse. "Okay." But as they were going downstairs, Bai Lian, following leisurely behind Jiang Fulai, spoke up again. "Teacher Jiang, besides the fact that your cat doesn't look much like a cat, everything else is good." Jiang Fulai picked up his keys, heaved a light sigh, as he knew that notebook was nothing but trouble. Downstairs, Police Chief Chen and Ming Dongheng stood aside, swept by an icy glance from Jiang Fulai and strove to pretend they heard nothing. Once the two had left, having dodged a bullet, Police Chief Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat on the couch, poured himself a glass of cold tea, gulped it down, and then said to Ming Dongheng, "Miss Bai is my lifesaver, I can't do without her." Ming Dongheng crossed his arms, looking at him dispassionately. It was hard to disagree. By the way, Police Chief Chen remembered something, looking at Ming Dongheng. "Do you know about the new god listed in the fighting ring?" Backter Street Fighting Ring, where gods are made. The Muay Thai champion Tongpa became a legend there and took the world by storm. All the major forces were watching closely. Ming Dongheng shook his head. He had been recently searching for his master and was not focused on this matter. "This person isn't using his real name, just an alias," Police Chief Chen tapped his fingers on the couch. In just a week, he climbed from last place in the fighting ring to the top 10. Ming Dongheng startled. The Ming family and Chen family both revered martial prowess. No weakling could stay close to Jianghu Lai. With the ring attracting masters from all over the globe, including champions like Tongpa, even making it to the top 10 was a tall order. What's the alias? There weren't many top fighters in the world that could rank in the top 10, and Ming Dongheng counted them off in his mind. The alias is quite peculiar. Police Chief Chen put down his teacup, looking at Ming Dongheng. It's white tank top. Chen Jingyu might come looking for him. White tank top, Ming Dongheng repeated the name silently. Pretty cool name. Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat. She rolled down the window, resting her elbow lazily on it, her gaze fixated on the receding scenery outside. Every time she rode in a car, it felt as fresh and exciting as the first time. Haven't you been doing the problems on the app? At a red light, Jianghu Lai stopped the car, recalling that morning when he checked and saw someone still had a 0 for their score, the very last place. Bai Lian leaned back in her seat, supporting her cheek with her palm. It's difficult, Teacher Jiang. Isn't a score of 0 quite embarrassing for you? Inside there were biology and chemistry problems, and as luck would have it, the first question she encountered this month was chemistry. What a pain. No, the light turned green. Jianghu Lai glanced at her and earnestly explained, they wouldn't dare. Shortly after, they arrived at the entrance of the first high school. Jianghu Lai parked the car. Bai Lian waved at him before blending into the sea of students entering the school. It was the busiest time for the school rush hour. Jianghu Lai didn't drive off immediately, watching Bai Lian's figure until she was out of sight. It was apparent that she was quite popular at school, especially after the weekend's celebration. No sooner had Bai Lian joined the crowd than a burst of exclamations erupted from the students. Jianghu Lai sat in the car, an icy expression on his face as he watched the group of students, his demeanor as chill and sharp as a long sword's blade. When Bai Lian reached class 15, classes had not yet started. Yang Lin hasn't arrived yet? Bai Lian put away her backpack, looked at Yang Lin's empty seat, and knocked on Ning Xiao's desk behind her. Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiai's were always late. But Yang Lin was almost certainly at school by 6. Ning Xiao looked up. She hasn't come, not for the first time either. Bai Lian took out her books one by one. Her brows furrowed. Yang Lin had missed the first 2 classes. Bai Lian went to the office to ask Lu Lingxi about this, and when Lu Lingxi heard Yang Lin had not arrived, her brows also tightened slightly. Never mind, focus on your class. Lu Lingxi clearly knew something, yet said nothing more, only asking Bai Lian about her day yesterday. Bai Lian shared what she felt she could tell. Chapter 115, 045 The New God of the Fighting Ring, the Guzheng Teacher. Second update, _3 There are as many Guzheng teachers in Xiangqing as there are hairs on an ox. But among them, only one is the most famous. Teacher Yu. Ji Xiaorong took Ren Jiuwei's words to heart, especially when it involved Bai Lian. It's my fault, Ren Jiuwei, thinking back to their first unpleasant meeting which caused her to be unfriendly, as Bai Lian had been described in the same way as Shen Qing by the Secretary General, decided, I'll go find the Guzheng teacher myself. Ren Jiuwei also found it strange. Although Guzheng isn't as valuable as the piano, learning it still requires a certain family background and artistic cultivation. She hadn't expected Bai Lian to play the Guzheng. Ji Xiaorong knew very little about Ji Mulan and Bai Lian. Dad said she really likes the Guzheng. As for her performance, nobody had seen it except for Ji Heng. Even Ji Heng had said so. You bring Alien to Wanha building at noon, Ren Jiuwei haphazardly decided as she put on her sunglasses and grabbed her car keys to meet Teacher Yu. I'll have Teacher Yu wait there with you. Ji Xiaorong didn't have a chance to say a word. Ren Jiuwei had already stepped on the gas and left. He could only pick up his cell phone and send a WeChat message to Bai Lian. At noon, Ji Xiaorong waited for Bai Lian at the school gate. Dad. Ren Wanxian spotted Ji Xiaorong from a distance. Seeing Ren Wanxian, Ji Xiaorong slowed down and pondered for a while. Knowing he could not hide this matter from Ren Wanxian, he explained, I'm taking Alien to meet a Guzheng teacher. Ren Wangxuan's fingernails dug deep into her palm. She lifted her head, seemingly indifferent. Bai Lian arrived quickly. Ren Wanxian watched as Ji Xiaorong took Bai Lian away, her eyes darkening. Guzheng teacher? Bai Lian trailed behind Ji Xiaorong, thumb pressing on her notebook, unfazed, and looked up slightly, thinking they had been joking just yesterday. Was this for real? Bai Lian opened her mouth, intending to say it wasn't necessary, but seeing Ji Xiaorong's excitement, she touched her nose and followed. That teacher is Teacher Yu, the best Guzheng teacher in Xiangqing, but he rarely takes on disciples. Ji Xiaorong walked while introducing Teacher Yu to her. With that, he pushed the door open and entered the private room. Inside the private room, Ren Jiawei was making polite conversation with Teacher Yu. Upon seeing Bai Lian enter, Ren Jiawei stood up and introduced her to Teacher Yu respectfully. This is the student I wanted to introduce to you, Bai Lian. Teacher Yu was over 50 with slightly graying hair and a pair of dark, turbid eyes. He held his teacup, his gaze subtly sizing up Bai Lian. Bai Lian's fingers were slender and fair, without a single callus. Anyone who learned Guzheng would inevitably get calluses. Without calluses, it was almost an exception, an outsider. I heard from Manager Ren that you want to learn Guzheng. Teacher Yu frowned slightly as he looked at Bai Lian and asked, why do you want to learn? Bai Lian paused but was always polite to teachers. After a moment's thought, she answered honestly, because my mom asked me to learn. Just for that? Teacher Yu's brow furrowed tighter. He didn't think Bai Lian was lying, but his expression became even more serious. Then tell me, how many major schools of Guzheng are there now? Are there still schools for Guzheng now? Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. Back in her day, there had been only one school. Had her senior brothers and sisters split up? Teacher Yu knew from Bai Lian's expression that she was unaware. Anyone with even a bit of Guzheng knowledge would know the 9 major schools. He stood up leaning on the table. You know nothing. How are you going to learn the Guzheng? Young lady, the Guzheng is a sacred art, not something for you to seek attention with. I'm sorry, Manager Ren, I cannot accept this student. Upon opening the door, he saw Ren Wanxian standing outside, which startled her. She subconsciously glanced at Bai Lian standing inside, then whispered softly, Dad. Ji Xiaorong suddenly remembered, pulled out his phone, and opened a video. Wait, Teacher Yu, I have a recording of Alien's Guzheng performance. Could you take a look first? But at this moment, this teacher, unlike others, did not acknowledge Bai Lian, did not think she was good at the Guzheng, and even thought she would never succeed. The slight feeling of jealousy that had just arisen suddenly dissipated. The praises for Bai Lian in the school's online forum that had accumulated in her heart for a long time finally scattered into nothingness. Her head bowed, she suppressed the urge to let her mouth curve upward. Dad, I came to tell you there's a parent-teacher meeting this week. Since you're busy, I will be taking my leave first. After saying this, she forcibly held back, then left. What artist? Ren Jiawei sat down crossing her arms and scoffed, then couldn't help but say to Bai Lian, this Mr. Yu is just like your grandfather, useless in his loftiness and bad temper. Don't listen to him. Look at your grandfather, busy with art and tradition every day. What has that brought him? He's speaking without feeling the pain. I'd like to see him perform in public without taking a penny. Enough, Ji Xiaorong said, his head aching as he looked at Ren Jiawei. Don't say that anymore, or you will be heavily criticized. Ren Jiawei was indifferent. She was a worldly person after all. To her, all art was the same. Weren't all those art students burning through money? Bai Lian, with her brows and eyes downcast, was multitasking by memorizing vocabulary while listening to Ren Jiawei talk, occasionally nodding along. She sat politely, her slightly loose hair softly framing her face and eyes. Quiet and serious. Accustomed to her own way at home, Ren Jiawei had never seen someone who listened to her so seriously and responded. She paused, then started to say, "Don't worry, I'll find another master for you in Beijing." Bai Lian's wrist rested on the table as she leisurely traced a word. After a few seconds of contemplation, she seriously said to the two, "Thank you for going through all this trouble for me, but I really don't need a Guzheng teacher." Her teacher had already taught everything that was needed. The rest was up to her and how much she could comprehend on her own. Got it, Ren Jiawei waved dismissively, not really paying attention. "Let's eat first." After finishing her meal, Bai Lian returned to class. Teacher Yu's words had no impact on her. Chapter 117, 046 really doesn't need a Guzheng teacher, Wang Yufeng. _2 She was only thinking about the ancient zither. After flipping through her notebook and sketching a miniature zither, Bai Lian couldn't help but flip to the drawing of that black cat and raised her eyebrows involuntarily. She wondered if that teacher Yu would dare to tell Jianghu to his face that his drawing was too stiff and artisanal. Yang Lin hasn't come back yet? Ahead, Pu Xiaohan looked back, glanced at Yang Lin's usual spot, and frowned slightly. What does she always go off to do? You don't know either? Bai Lian came back to her senses and pulled out a pen, looking towards Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan shrugged her shoulders. Having been classmates for over a year, Pu Xiaohan knew almost nothing about Yang Lin. Yang Lin never spoke to others, even more introverted than Ning Xiao. The only bit they knew was because of Bai Lian. They roughly knew that Yang Lin's family situation wasn't good and she was always working part-time. Other than that, they didn't know much about her. Bai Lian opened her pen cap and glanced at Yang Lin's empty seat. She considered asking Lu Lingxi about it tomorrow. With the pen in her hand, she didn't start on her homework immediately. Instead, recalling something, she lowered her eyes and drew a line on the blank paper, then pushed the wet ink around with her clean fingertips, quickly completing the drawing. After looking at it, she opened her phone, took a picture, and sent it to Jianghu Lai. As Jianghu Lai was reviewing results, he saw the message on WeChat, casually opened it, and saw a black and white cat. Its entire body was low to the ground, lazily sprawled out and sleeping, with its tail curled up, revealing its fluffy fur spread out lazily. Jianghu Lai was somewhat silent, typing the words, "Your drawing is very good." Before he could send it, the next second, another message from Bai Lian came through. It was good, the cat he had drawn before. The contrast was stark. Jianghu Lai looked at the words he had typed and deleted them one by one. He opened the image of the lazy cat again. Then he placed his phone on the desk, glancing at it from time to time. Such a beautiful ink painting. He who passed the laboratory report to Jianghu Lai, immediately saw it on Jianghu Lai's phone left open on the desk. He was somewhat astonished. Jianghu Lai's cool fingertips accepted the report, giving him a glance, and spoke indifferently. This was drawn with a black pen. Really? He took a closer look and realized it wasn't an ink painting after all. He was even more amazed. As a result, that afternoon, all the team members who came to see Jianghu Lai learned that the young master Jiang had received a beautiful ink-style painting drawn with a black pen. It was very attractive. With a casual stroke, Bai Lian impressed a group of engineering students in the laboratory. After school in the evening, instead of going to the library, Bai Lian went straight to see Jiang He. The latter had sent her more than a dozen commas that afternoon. When Bai Lian arrived, Jiang He was holding a tablet, messaging someone. He, tell the teacher who exactly added those few strokes to the painting? Jiang He, it can't be young Master Jiang, nor can it be Mr. Ming. Jiang He, the other party sent another flurry of guessing texts, and as Jiang He heard someone knocking at the door, he quickly ditched the tablet and scrambled up from the floor to open the door. Bai Lian squatted at the doorway, leisurely pulling out a piece of paper from her pocket and handing it to Jiang He. Jiang He unfolded it and saw it was a cat lying on the ground. His eyes blinked in surprise. Study hard, Bai Lian stood up. Jianghu Lai hadn't been managing the lab much these days and wouldn't come back until midnight. Bai Lian remembered the app Jianghu Lai had mentioned, opened the question bank for the month, and the chemistry question from last time popped up. She glanced at it and casually took a screenshot and sent it over. Jianghu had been playing with a Rubik's Cube by her side all along. After finishing a set of papers, Bai Lian and Jianghu agreed that she would come to see him again tomorrow before she went downstairs. Downstairs, Chief Chen was talking to Ming Dongheng. Wang Yufeng did injure his leg, which led to a relapse of an old illness. Chief Chen had received information from inquiries made in the black market and then complained to Ming Dongheng. Today he is not fixing the door. Instead, he's repairing floor tiles. Once, Chief Chen could still believe it. After all, Chen Beixian had indeed helped an old lady. But time and again, Chief Chen felt that Wang Yufeng was up to no good. As the two talked, Bai Lian came downstairs, and Chief Chen stood up even faster than Ming Dongheng. Miss Bai? Are you heading back? I happen to have things to do at Backter Street as well. Can I give you a ride back? Ming Dongheng, who had just stood up, stared at Chief Chen slowly. His gaze was very cold. Bai Lian knew that Chief Chen often went to Backter Street. She lightly lifted her eyes and nodded politely to Chief Chen. Thank you. Chief Chen was overjoyed, not caring even about Ming Dongheng staring intently at him. Miss Bai, my car is just outside. Mr. Ming, Chief Chen picked up the keys. Then I will take Miss Bai with me first. The two left. Ming Dongheng stood outside the big iron gate, watching Chief Chen's car drive away. Bai Lian would rather take the bus than let him pick her up. Ming Dongheng thought for half an hour, but he couldn't figure out why the hell? Purist Street. Bai Lian asked Chief Chen to stop the car at the entrance to Purist Street. Once she got out of the car, she saw an old man leaning against the wall, squinting his eyes as if he was about to make a phone call. Recognizing that this was the old man who had fallen on the roadside last time, Bai Lian adjusted her backpack, put away her phone, and supported him. Where do you live? The sky was getting dark. The old man squinted his eyes, his cloudy gaze resting on the girl in front of him. She had a pale face and delicate features, wearing the tidy and clean uniform of Jianghu school. Young girl, she recognized Bai Lian and instantly smiled. It's you. Do you live nearby? Bai Lian supported her with ease and tilted her head slightly. I'll walk you home. When you get old, you get a few aches in your legs. The old lady hesitated. Will it trouble you? I was just about to call my grandson to pick me up. It's fine. Knowing that the old lady lived in a nearby alley, Bai Lian helped her to walk slowly forward. Chief Chen slowly drove towards Backter Street, and seeing Bai Lian supporting an old person in the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but sigh. Miss Bai is truly a good student. But Chief Chen looked into the rearview mirror. Didn't that old person look a bit familiar? Before he could recall anything, in the rearview mirror, the two of them turned a corner and were no longer visible. In less than 10 minutes' walk, Bai Lian found out that the old lady was Grandma Wang, whose family had lived on Purist Street for generations. Alien look, wearing a baggy camouflage outfit that made her look even more frail, Grandma Wang pointed at the small yard ahead and said with a smile, "That's my home. Come in for a cup of water." She patted Bai Lian's back of the hand. As the two approached the gate, someone in the yard heard the noise. He was in his 30s or 40s, with a light beard on his face and bare-chested, revealing a blue and white tiger tattoo on his chest and shoulders. One hand holding a shovel and biting a cigarette in his mouth, he swung open the half-shut door. "Godmother, I said I would go get it." Before he could finish, upon seeing the girl supporting Grandma Wang, his words halted midway. Chapter 118, 047 Director Jian doesn't care about his master's post. Second update, _1 Bai Lian looked at the other person, her eyes pausing momentarily upon the sight of the person's bare arms. She couldn't help but look up to the sky. "Little Wang, put your clothes on." Grandma Wang misinterpreted her glance and scolded him before comforting Bai Lian warmly. "Don't be afraid. Little Wang's tattoos might look fierce, but he is actually very honest. You don't need to be scared." Wang Yufeng looked at Bai Lian and silently reached for his jacket hanging to the side, putting it on. Bai Lian also recognized him. This was the person she had once saved in the alley. Without changing expression, she helped Grandma Wang to the main room. Once inside, she saw 3 ancestral tablets placed there. In front of the central tablet was a dry sunflower. She looked at the 3 neatly arranged tablets for a moment before shifting her gaze away. Classmate, Wang Yufeng, having properly put on his shirt, poured a glass of water for Bai Lian and Grandma Wang, then offered with a smile, "Have a drink of water." After finishing her water, Bai Lian prepared to go home. By that time, it had already become dark outside. Leaning on a walking stick, Grandma Wang stepped out and looked at Wang Yufeng, who was filling soil in the courtyard. "Little Wang, it's not safe when it's dark. Escort Bai Lian home." Wang Yufeng looked at Grandma Wang, hesitated as if he wanted to say something. He turned to look at Bai Lian, who was holding her school bag, her pale fingers tapping on her phone to study words, a wooden hairpin slanted in her hair, her school uniform spotless, and she lazily glanced at him, raising her eyebrows with an expression that said, "Try looking at me one more time." Wang Yufeng immediately averted his gaze. In such a manner, did he think she needed his escort? He quietly set down the shovel and escorted Bai Lian to the door. Both of them tacitly said nothing in front of Grandma Wang. Once outside, Wang Yufeng finally spoke in a muffled voice, "Do you live here too? I've never heard about it before. Just moved in." Bai Lian spoke slowly, chopping off another word. "No wonder." Wang Yufeng nodded. He had thought as much that someone so tough had shown up on Purist Street. "I don't come to my godmother's place very often. Let's exchange contact info. If my godmother needs anything in the future, just contact me directly," he said, pulling out his mobile phone, all earnest. Bai Lian gave him a glance. This time she didn't refuse. Wang Yufeng walked Bai Lian to the Ji family's main gates, made sure of the location, and then slowly made his way back. At the mouth of the alley, a black car was waiting for him. The man standing by the car looked down, full of guilt. "We couldn't find him." Wang Yufeng's stern eyes slightly lowered, the night completely enveloping his face. He looked at the black-clad thugs and spoke slowly, "You can't even handle a doctor. You have really disappointed me." Meanwhile, Chen Gang, exhausted, left the detention center. Chen Zhu, who had been waiting outside, immediately went up to him, asking, "How did it go?" Chen Gang, pressing his brow, got into the car, to the Ren family. The Ren family. Ren Xian had been waiting for Chen Gang to come. "I've got a hunch," Chen Gang, having figured out a bit of the situation, sat down on the couch. "The deeper reason is that they're deceiving their superiors and subordinates alike. The Li family just happened to catch the bullet, a warning to others. A new official needs to assert authority with 3 strokes. Although Chen Elder didn't need these 3 strokes, he wouldn't allow others to step on his head. Reorganizing Xiangqing was just a matter of time." Ren Xian, holding his teacup, equally at his wit's end, "I've asked Chen Elder and he can't be reached, not even on behalf of Master Xianxian." The Li family was no longer important now. Ren Xian tapped his fingers on the table. "I've asked the principal." After Bai Lian's performance, Chen Elder indeed went to find Bai Lian. "What?" Chen Gang was startled. It seems she really plays the guzheng well. Chen Zhu, also surprised, looked towards Ren Xian. He didn't understand guzheng but could appreciate emotion. He had been waiting for Ren Wanxian that day and did not know that Chen Elder eventually went to Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian had been silent all this time. It wasn't until Chen Gang and the others turned the discussion to Bai Lian that she said indifferently, "My mother helped her find Master Yu, and even with a high price, Master Yu refused to take her." Master Yu? Both Ren Xian and Chen Gang had heard of Master Yu and were surprised to hear this. Both knew Master Yu. Ren Xian, pondering, said, "Master Yu is talented and has declared that he wants to take on a disciple with real talent." It wasn't surprising that he didn't take Bai Lian. Ren Wengshuan's gaze dropped, feeling her smile was somewhat improper, and said lightly, she doesn't really know the guzheng. She didn't even sort out the different schools of playing. She just played white robe on a whim because she heard Chen Elder was there, trying to be opportunistic. Otherwise, Master Yu wouldn't have scolded her for seeking attention and infuriating him to death. Chapter 119, 047 Director Jian doesn't care about his master's post. Second update, _2 Chenju watched Ren Wanxian and suddenly spoke up. Bai Lian was not cutting corners. She hadn't originally planned to play the zither. Ren Wangxuan's smile froze. She looked up, incredulously at Chenju. Chenju, however, did not look at her. Bai Lian's program was originally a sword dance. Chen Wei asked me to go back and fetch the long sword, but Wanxian did not inform me of this. The long sword went missing unexpectedly, which is why Bai Lian ended up playing the zither instead. You, Ren Wanxian pursed her lips. She did not know why Chenju, who had always stood by her side, was suddenly turning against her. Chen Gang hadn't expected Chen Wei to be involved in this matter either, and his expression turned cold as well. Wanxian. Ren Xian rebuked loudly, looking at her, "You'll come with me to apologize to Bai Lian tomorrow." Ren Wangxuan's mouth fell open. At Ren Xian's side, the Secretary General discreetly shook his head at Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian took a deep breath, holding back, her nails almost digging into her palms. She lowered her head. "I understand, Grandpa." Jiang Fulai didn't get home until almost 1 in the morning. Jiang He's mood had improved quite a bit. Sitting on the living room carpet playing with blocks, the empty house filled only with the slight clinking noises of the blocks, it was very quiet. Jiang Fulai lowered his eyes, unhurriedly unbuttoning his coat while opening a picture Bai Lian had sent him, a chemical question. He glanced at it and hung his black coat properly. As he passed by Jiang he paused. Jiang He was sitting cross-legged by the blocks, attentively arranging them, with a piece of white paper by his feet. On the paper was a lazily sprawled cat. Jiang Fulai squatted down, his fair and slender fingers picking up the paper. Jiang He, who had been focusing on the blocks, suddenly looked up at Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai stood up, and despite not having rested much during the day, he didn't show any signs of fatigue. His noble features still exuded an innate gracefulness. In front of Jiang he casually folded the paper. Then slipped it into his pocket. Jiang He stood up. Jiang Fulai glanced at him with a rather good mood, his presence dominating from a higher position. He spoke with gentlemanly grace. "It's 1 o'clock already. If you don't sleep, you might not grow as tall as your sister Bai." On the side, Ming Dongheng, who had seen it all, Jiang He watched Jiang Fulai go upstairs. Then he looked down. He tapped on the watch that had been returned after being lost and selected an icon of an ancient tower. Illiterate frowny face, illiterate frowny face, illiterate frowny face, The high school senior who had just finished showering and was preparing for bed was hit by a barrage of vibrations. And they didn't stop. Bai Lian set down her hairdryer. She glanced at the frenzied Jiang He, reached out to click on someone else's WeChat, and immediately sent out a video call while she picked up a vocabulary book with one hand. She never wasted any time. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Fulai, who had just gone to the study to pick up a pen and paper, paused at the sight of the video invitation, adjusted the angle slightly before extending a finger to tap the green button. "Ah, where's Jiang He?" "Hand the phone to him." The girl on the other end spoke lazily, leaning against the window, studying her vocabulary. She said just the one line in a languid tone. There was no response for a while. Bai Lian couldn't help but look up. She had just taken a bath, lounging leisurely against the window. Dressed in a snow-white long-sleeved silk pajama set, her half-wet ink-black hair not tied up as usual, cascading behind her head and on the windowsill, a banyan tree from the courtyard in the background, and the moonlight shining down, casting her profile in an especially dazzling light. A faint red flushed at the corner of her eyes, strikingly beautiful. The long hair unfurled added another kind of scenery to the view. Jiang Fulai thought lightly that wooden hairpins weren't bad. He should send her a few more. He's downstairs. Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze, lifting his long legs to go downstairs in search of Jiang He, his tone quite light. What happened? Bai Lian continued studying a word, very casually. Ask him what the heck he's doing. He does need a lesson, Jiang Fulai said, one hand in his pocket, quickening his steps slightly. Returning downstairs, he handed his phone to Jiang He, who was poking at his watch, his gaze contained. Shadows enveloped him from above. Like a chill descending. Jiang He didn't even need to look up to know who it was. He ignored the other person. Xiaoniao, on the phone, Bai Lian drawled, try sending me another comma, why don't you? Jiang He's small fingers stalled midair. He looked up, his round eyes meeting Bai Lian's dark almond-shaped eyes. Jiang Fulai looked at him nonchalantly, hold on to it, go upstairs to bed. Jiang He carried the phone upstairs. Jiang Fulai watched Jiang He with cold eyes as he took the phone to his small room and then went to take a bath. When everything was settled, it was already past 2. He gently pushed open Jiang He's bedroom door. Jiang He was asleep, with the phone upside down on his chest. Only the sound of Jiang He's long breathing filled the room. Seeing Bai Lian coming, the principal stood up and then introduced her one by one. Student Bai, this is Mr. Ren, this is his secretary, and you know this one too, Ms. Ren Wanxian. Ren Xian looked at the principal, very surprised. He hadn't expected that no one in the school was aware of Bai Lian's relationship with the Ren family. Ren Xian said with a smile, Bai Lian is my son-in-law's niece, principal, you don't need to introduce her. Bai Ren Xian's side, Ren Wanxian gave him a glance, her lips pursed. Upon hearing that Bai Lian was a relative of the Ren family, the principal was also very surprised, but his astonishment was fleeting as he surmised that Ren Xian was there to see Bai Lian for a reason, and then he left his office to them. You talk. Bai Lian, with her school uniform unbuttoned and a cell phone in her hand, half closed her eyes, leisurely watching the principal walk out. Then she dragged a chair across and casually sat opposite Ren Xian. One hand rested on the table while she placed her cell phone on it, leaning back slightly. What's up? Ren Xian's secretary looked Bai Lian up and down with a frown. Wan Xian. Ren Xian turned his head and spoke sternly. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips, her head lowered, almost in humiliation. I'm sorry, Bai Lian, I didn't ask Chen Zhu to go back for the long sword. Bai Lian's almost pale fingers crossed out a word. Then memorized another word. Hearing Ren Wanxian speak, Bai Lian just slightly raised her eyes. Ren Xian met her seemingly mocking gaze. Even though Bai Lian had a pair of very attractive and seemingly non-aggressive almond eyes, they still appeared exceptionally cold at that moment. Bai Lian, Ren Xian looked at Bai Lian, trying to mediate between the two. I heard from your uncle that you're learning the ancient zither. I have a zither teacher from Xiangqing who's quite well known there. If you mention my name, you'd be able to study under him. As he spoke, he slid his business card toward Bai Lian with a smile that seemed quite casual. Maybe he could even recommend you for further training in Jiangjing in the future. For someone from Xiangqing, Jiangjing was undoubtedly an insurmountable mountain. Even Ren Xian himself held Jiangjing with reverence. Having the opportunity to advance in Jiangjing was pure fantasy for someone who had lived at the bottom of Xiangqing society since childhood. I hope you can forgive what Wan Xian did, and that henceforth, we can shake hands and make peace. Ren Xian didn't believe Bai Lian would refuse as he played the emotional card coupled with a tempting offer. Forgive? Bai Lian's fingertips pressed on the workbook. She glanced at the business card and simply laughed. I'm afraid that's impossible. Ren Xian was stunned. He hadn't expected that after bringing up Ji Xiaorong and the opportunity in Jiangjing, Bai Lian would still refuse. Bai Lian picked up the tea that had been poured for her on the table and gave Ren Xian a toast. I have a class to attend, goodbye. She rose unhurriedly, picking up her workbook and preparing to leave. Miss Bai, the secretary standing behind Ren Xian stepped forward appropriately. I know President Ren has been trying to find Master Yu for you, but you may not be aware that Master Yu doesn't just accept anyone. He only takes diligent students with talent. Trust me, this is the best teacher our senior has found for you. I think you'd better not dwell on any unrealistic aspirations. He was very polite, but his every word implied that Bai Lian's dreams were too lofty and her lot in life too slight. Ren Wanxian looked at Bai Lian with a sneer. Enough, no more talk, Ren Xian scolded the secretary, a master of playing good cop and bad cop, and sighed to Bai Lian, but he's right. Master Yu also only takes in talent that can perform at concert level. He can't be swayed by money, and Jiawei, a businessman, doesn't have many avenues to explore. Believe me, this is the best teacher I could find for you. A slap, followed by a sweet date. It was a trick Ren Xian was accustomed to. The best teacher you can find for me? Bai Lian stopped, grasping her cell phone tightly. She leaned forward slightly, her 2 fingers picking up the business card from the table. Ren Xian, however, thought Bai Lian was coming around. He was just about to happily say, from now on we're family. I don't care about Dean Jian's letters of recommendation, Bai Lian clarified after reading the name on the business card, let alone this Mr. Sure. Did you think I would care? She flicked the business card lightly, and it fluttered to the ground. Chapter 121. How is the performance of Jiangjing's teacher, number 048? Bai Lian tilted her face slightly, the slanting morning sun casting an ethereal glow on her profile, as cold as jade. She gave a slight nod to the 3 people, then turned and walked out of the office with an air of calm detachment. It was not about losing face. She really didn't care about that business card. Ren Xian had always been able to control his emotions, his every action aimed at ensuring his own welfare first and foremost. To plug the gaps above and cover the bases below was the principle upon which he survived. This reshuffling in Xiangqing had unavoidably affected him, his misjudgment that Bai Lian could play the guzheng, let alone the white robe journey, was something he had not anticipated. But it wasn't as if Ren Xian had no remedy. Now Ren Jiawei was eagerly trying to find a guzheng teacher for Bai Lian, and Ren Xian could tell that Bai Lian also wanted to seize this opportunity to leave a better impression on Elder Qin. So he did his best to find a well-known guzheng teacher in Xiangqing, yet he had not expected Bai Lian to react this way. Even Ren Wanxian was very surprised. Dean Jian? Ren Wanxian was the first to react. She turned back to look at the secretary. Who is that? Which Jian? There's no such person in Xiangqing. The secretary also regained his composure, bending over to pick up the business card from the ground. Mr. Ren, since she looks down on it, well, find someone else. Forget it. Ren Xian stood up, his eyes growing dark. Since she looks down on it, let her find a better teacher. After all, she's from the Ji family, she'll experience setbacks eventually. Lacking vision, overestimating oneself. Ren Wanxian apologized. He took out the business card. In the adult world, there are no permanent enemies. They scorn each other, yet also court each other's favor, being hypocritical and inconsistent. The first step into society is to adapt to this resilience, to the rules of this world. Bai Lian like this, Ren Xian had seen before. But even the toughest bone would eventually be broken, bit, by this world. She had the ability and was smart enough, but her backbone was too rigid. Hearing Ren Xian's words, Ren Wengshuan's eyes lit up with pleasure, but fearing it would show, she quickly looked down again. But even teacher you won't take her. Where else in Xiangqing can we find a better teacher? As for Dean Jian, none of the 3 people on the scene, Ren Xian, Ren Wanxian, and the secretary, had ever heard of him. They weren't particularly familiar with the guzheng. As far up their circles went, they only dared dream of Beiqing. They would never think of, nor guess, that the person they looked down upon had obtained a master's invitation from Dean Jian, who was not from one of the 4 great cities, but a teacher from Jiangjing. Mr. Ren, the principal smiled warmly as he saw Ren Xian off, then walked back to the school side by side with Ren Wanxian. I saw on the news that Mr. Chiu has returned. Do you think he could spare some time for a lecture to our senior students? Mr. Chiu mostly resided in Beiqing and rarely spent time in Xiangqing. He was the cultural development ambassador of Xiangqing, having risen from a humble background to profound achievements in calligraphy. Having him lecture would undoubtedly be the best example to set. Ren Wanxian was Mr. Chiu's last closed-door disciple. This was no secret. "I'll ask my teacher," Ren Wanxian said. "That would be great, Ms. Ren." The principal was very pleased. Ren Wanxian was much easier to deal with than Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Also, there is a tourism promotion activity for our city next week with journalists attending. Please come to school on Saturday to go through the process. When Bai Lian returned to her class, it was almost time for lessons to start. "Is everything okay?" Pu Xiaohan turned to look at her, followed by Zhang Shi's inquisitive gaze. Bai Lian pulled out her textbook, shaking her head. Her gaze glanced at the school bag on the neighboring seat, causing her hand to pause momentarily. "Yang Lin has returned." Pu Xiaohan noticed her gaze, his delicate brows furrowing. Lu Mum called her to the office. The office. Lu Lingxi reached out, wanting to brush aside Yang Lin's hair to check if her forehead had been injured, but Yang Lin stepped back. "Teacher." Yang Lin's voice was always quiet, her eyes calm, with scarcely a ripple. Yet her entire demeanor was like a high wall erected, cutting her off from everyone else. "You," Lu Lingxi's eyes reddened slightly, "come stay at my house." Yang Lin shook her head. "He will find out." Yang Lin's hair was long, nearly covering her eyes. The little that was visible, which should have shown the vibrancy of youth, seemed instead like a stagnant pool. Yang Lin, Lu Lingxi wanted to touch her head but withdrew her hand. "You must make it out of Xiangqing." Listening to Lu Lingxi's words, Yang Lin seemed slightly dazed. She turned and left the office. Lu Lingxi watched her hobbling figure recede. The bell signaling the start of class rang. Chapter 122. How is the performance of Jiangjing's teacher, number 048? _2 Yang Lin returned to her seat. Bai Lian only glanced at her when she stood up to let her sit down and didn't ask more. This gave Yang Lin a sigh of relief. The rest of the class had grown accustomed to it, and Yang Lin was inconspicuous enough that not many people paid attention to this side. Yang Lin took out her test papers and a pen. When Bai Lian saw the bruises on her wrist, her brows furrowed. As the class ended, Yang Lin was still bent over, working through questions. Bai Lian took out her phone and sent a message to Mao Kun, "Bring me a box of medicinal plasters." She sent her school's location to him. Mao Kun, on the other end of the phone, hesitated upon seeing the position of Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, then replied, "No problem, sis." Bai Lian glanced at her phone. Jianghu had sent her 2 messages. Jianghu was not the, little prince, today. Bai Jian, ? Little Wenmeng, cat, Little Wenmeng typed laboriously and sullenly, "My brother won't give it to me." A cat? Bai Lian rested one hand on the table, crossed her legs, and connected these 2 messages in her mind. Her fine hair slightly brushed over her brow and eyes while her pale, slender fingertips tapped on the screen. "Bai Jian, wait for me after school. I will draw you another one." Bai Lian took out another piece of paper and started drawing anew. At noon, after Bai Lian finished eating, she went to wait for Mao Kun outside the school gates. But this time, it wasn't Mao Kun who came. It was Xiaowu and a woman in black. She was dressed in tight leather clothes with a denim jacket over them, standing at the school gate looking at the entrance, the sunlight casting specks of light on her face. Xiaowu squatted on one side, smoking. "I've told you, I can do it alone. You should be guiding Zioki's design." Sun Chun withdrew her gaze and smiled seductively. "I'm just worried about you being clumsy." Xiaowu wanted to argue his case, but he caught sight of Bai Lian coming out. He hurriedly stood up. "Sis." Bai Lian, in her school uniform, walked towards them, facing the light. Xiaowu, with a ruffian's appearance, had even dyed a tuft of hair red. The gatekeeper had been staring at them for a long time. Now, seeing a good student like Bai Lian actually walking over, the gatekeeper wished his eyes were glued on Xiaowu. Xiaowu. It was totally absurd. Here is the medicine. Xiaowu handed a box of ointment to Bai Lian, then looked at Sun Chun and said, "This is Sun Chun, whom you met on Backter Street last time. She and Xiaoqi are working on a design flaw. It's a logo, a brand," corrected Sun Chun, glancing at Xiaowu with a pure English accent. She looked at Bai Lian. "Well, show it to you once the two of us get it sorted." "All right." Bai Lian accepted the round, deep green box of ointment, twirling it in her hand, and nodded casually, "Just show it to me when you're done." Her response was crisp and decisive. Sun Chun was momentarily stunned as she watched her. "What's up?" Bai Lian pocketed the box of ointment casually, giving her a lazy look. She raised an eyebrow. Her dark pupils clear and calm, simply looking at her. No different from the way she looked at others. "It's nothing," Sun Chun shook her head. After that night, she had been following Little Mao. He didn't ask her to do anything else. Once he found out she had been to school, he let her help Xiaoqi out. She had thought Bai Lian might not trust her or even detest her. Bai Lian waved them off and went back with the ointment. The gatekeeper, seeing her return, even asked, "Is everything okay, student? They didn't bully you, did they?" Bai Lian blinked, her long eyelashes casting shadows. "Not at all." "Not far away, Xiaowu, really, did that damn gatekeeper think he couldn't hear?" Bai Lian, with the medicine in hand, returned to class 15. Most students had gone to the snack shop after lunch or to the dormitory and hadn't come back yet. Yang Lin had remained seated without stepping out. She had eaten only a piece of bread for lunch, which Bai Lian had seen at the milk tea shop. Bai Lian pulled her chair back with a schluff and sat down, then took the box of ointment out of her pocket and unscrewed the lid. Yang Lin was bent over, buried in homework. She had missed the previous day and had a lot of assignments to catch up on. Just as she was writing a word, her left hand was suddenly grabbed. Yang Lin looked up in surprise to see Bai Lian looking down, left hand grasping her wrist, right hand dabbed with brown ointment, methodically pressing it onto the injured part of her arm. Yang Lin started to speak. Bai Lian lifted her head slowly, corner of her mouth curving into a slight smirk, though her eyes held no laughter. "Don't talk. I feel like cutting someone." She said it with an air of nonchalance. Her eyes narrowed, and the face that typically exuded grace now seemed devilishly charming, as though she had emerged from a sea of corpses. Yang Lin whispered very softly, "Okay." The bruise on her arm had spread a day later, a shocking expanse of purple. Bai Lian's touch was neither too light nor too heavy, and even somewhat soothing. Chapter 123. How is the performance of Jiangjing's teacher, number 048? _3 Yang Lin was already used to this kind of pain. Her body had become immune to it long ago. Yet now, she felt a faint pain where the ointment had touched her skin. After applying the medicine to the visible injuries on Yang Lin's arms, Bai Lian took a tissue and, at a relaxed pace, wiped her fingers clean before screwing the lid back on the container. "Take this," she said, handing the medicine box to Yang Lin with an indifferent expression. Yang Lin, holding the medicine box, looked at Bai Lian. "This is..." Bai Lian tilted her head, crossed her legs, pointed her index finger in the air towards the green medicine box in her hands, and flashed her a wicked smile. "See this? A product with no brand, no producer, and no ingredients listed. Slather this on for 2 more days and you'll be ready to meet King Yama." Yang Lin, after a long while, she seemed to explain in a low voice, I accidentally fell down the stairs." Be careful next time," Bai Lian said, her gaze lowered as she pulled out a book. With such a calm tone, it was hard to tell if she believed her or not. The last class of the day was chemistry. Usually the teacher revises worksheets, but today, after glancing at Bai Lian, the chemistry teacher decided to take the students to the laboratory to experience the magic of chemistry. The lab was located on the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building and was seldom used. It was perennially gloomy and cold. The teacher unlocked the door and went in, the high school chemistry lab was practically ornamental, hardly used, with a bunch of equipment placed around. Bai Lian followed the others in and took a look around. Glass cabinets were placed alongside, with glass bottles inside labeled with various chemical substances, most of which were unrecognizable. 2 to a group. The chemistry teacher put on gloves and took a beaker, slowly pouring diluted sulfuric acid into it before adding copper sulfate. The transparent solution suddenly turned green. After glancing at Bai Lian, the teacher methodically added aluminum foil and ignited it, the blue flames instantly leaping up in a beautiful and spectacular dance. Everyone watched the blue flames, and the chemistry teacher was very pleased with their reaction. He leaned on the lectern, fixing his gaze on Bai Lian. Classmates, if you study it earnestly, chemistry is a very interesting subject, much simpler than physics or math. Next to him, Pu Xiaohan had her head buried and was on the verge of dying from laughter. Zhang Xiais raised his hand. Teacher, you don't have to say classmates. The others, who had been holding back their laughter, finally burst out laughing. Everyone knew that Bai Lian got perfect scores in physics and was now buried in biology books every day. But chemistry? She didn't even glance at it. The chemistry teacher was rendered speechless by these students. He taught several classes, but class 15 always had the best atmosphere. Of course, as we all know, learning makes no distinction between high and low, rich and poor. While the teacher lectured, Zhang Xiais lowered his voice to Bai Lian. Did Teacher Lu tell you about coming to school on Saturday to record some material? She said we need good-looking people, so both of us have to go. Bai Lian, lazily propping up her chin while watching the chemistry teacher, spoke calmly. She did. So, will you go? Zhang Xiais scratched his head. Yeah, I'll go, Bai Lian replied languidly. Zhang Xiais uttered, oh, while Pu Xiaohan sounded a bit excited next to him. Has Xiangqing finally been noticed? Are they coming here to promote tourism? Don't get excited, it's not the first time, Ning Xiao pointed out coldly. The previous attempts didn't attract any investors. Zhang Xiais and Pu Xiaohan glanced at Ning Xiao, feeling that the student genius was a buzzkill. But they didn't dare to say it to his face. School was dismissed not long after. The lab emptied quickly, but Bai Lian didn't leave. She was actually quite curious about the act the teacher had performed and asked the chemistry teacher for the materials to try it herself. The chemistry teacher was beyond delighted, leaving the lab at her disposal. No worries, feel free to use it, and if you have any questions, come to me. He left humming. Zhang Xiais and Pu Xiaohan stayed back, helping Bai Lian clean up the aftermath. After being cooped up for 2 days, Jianghu finally ventured outdoors today. He squatted on the left side of the milk tea shop, holding his little bok choy, staring in the direction of the No. 1 middle school gate. By his side, Jiang Fulai stood half-hunched, his trench coat reaching past his knees, one hand tucked into its pocket, the other holding a phone, scrolling through his email inbox with an air of indifference. With his tall, slender silhouette, natural nobility, and aloof demeanor, even the sunlight scattered in the air seemed to shatter into ice and snow around him. Although the milk tea shop was usually bursting at the seams, today a bunch of people stood across the street, pushing and shoving each other, too intimidated to come near. Those who dared to enter practically sprinted past him. When Bai Lian arrived with Pu Xiaohan and others, they just so happened to witness a middle-aged man bowing his head and dashing into the milk tea shop. Chapter 124. How is the performance of Jiangjing's teacher, number 048? _4 Bai Lian must have sensed them, as Jiang Fulai slightly lifted his head. Perhaps finding Jiang He annoying, his eyes were as cold as frosty mountains, his thin lips tightly pursed, and his pale and frosty gaze swept over Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais. Zhang Xiais passed the beverage in his hand to Bai Lian. Feeling the gaze and lifting his head, his footsteps halted. You see, Zhang Xiais never liked listening to his deskmates' conversations because most of the time he couldn't understand them. At those moments, Zhang Xiais would feel like the idiot Pu Xiaohan referred to. But the person in front. That person didn't even need to speak, just a glance. Yes, just like now, a single glance was enough for Zhang Xi's to feel like an idiot. Ah, said Zhang Xi's, looking at Pu Xiaohan and Bai Lian with an expressionless face, I'm going to play basketball. He quickly fled the battleground. With sheer nerve, Pu Xiaohan greeted Jiang He, Xiaoniao. Hearing this nickname, Jiang Fulai's eyebrows twitched. He glanced at Jiang He, then stuffed his phone back into his pocket and sneered. Jiang He buried his head in his knees, too depressed to speak. Bai Lian held the beverage Zhang Xi's had offered her in one hand, and with the other, she took out a neatly folded piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Jiang He. Only then did Jiang He slowly lift his head and reach out to take it. Jiang He unfolded the paper at a leisurely pace. On the blank paper wasn't a cat. It was a graceful crane lifting its delicate long legs, half-spread wings as if to fly to the jade capital. Jiang He blinked, amazement sparkling in his eyes. Even the normally timid Pu Xiaohan couldn't help but speak, you drew it so lifelike. As Bai Lian passed the paper to Jiang He, she suddenly remembered someone snatching a child's possession. She looked up, about to say something to Jiang Fulai. Her phone vibrated twice in the pocket. Bai Lian looked down and saw it was an unrecognized number. She glanced at it and lazily pressed the green call button, answering, hello? The person on the other end probably didn't expect her reaction and was silent, only the faint breathing coming through the radio. Bai Lian remained silent as well. The two seemed to be engaged in a silent standoff. After a long while, a female voice on the phone said, I will be in Shangqing tomorrow. Bai Lian wasn't in a good mood today either. She arched an eyebrow, her response cold and brief, who are you? The woman on the other end finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke, you're asking who I am? Have you become so muddled that you can't even recognize your own mother's voice? Oh, Bai Lian replied, still with that same indifferent air, anything else? On the other end of the phone. In the car on the highway, Ji Mulan abruptly hung up the call. The refined man skimming through files beside her glanced at her and said, you need to give the child some patience. I just hope she doesn't cause any trouble, Ji Mulan said with a hand to her forehead, clearly exasperated. She's currently living with my dad, and that man. She's always been in Shangqing? The man turned to Ji Mulan, pondered for a moment, if she's in Shangqing, perhaps you could bring her back to Jiangjing with you. She's about the same age as Jiyue, they're sure to get along. Hearing him say this, Ji Mulan tapped her phone gently. If Bai Lian could go to Jiangjing, she certainly could have better prospects. Right, she's in her senior year just like Jiyue. Jiyue is smart, but alien is a different type altogether. You wouldn't know, but her father kicked her out of the house. Ji Mulan's voice was almost a sigh. The man was used to being around exceptionally talented people. Ji Mulan had to manage his expectations in advance, just to lower them a notch. That way, when he finally met Bai Lian, the disappointment wouldn't be too great. She's in her senior year too, said the man, surprised. How are her grades? Chapter 125, Ji Mulan's Desire for Control, the Handwriting of Bai Lian. _1, she's studying arts. Ji Mulan couldn't help but recall the frustrating past, as she had originally intended for her to study sciences. Ji Mulan was naturally competitive and naturally hoped her daughter would stand out from the crowd. Since she was young, she forced Bai Lian to learn everything. But Bai Lian seemed to be inherently rebellious. The more she was pushed, the more she would go against her, resulting in hanging out with a bad crowd and indulging in all sorts of hedonistic activities. Ji Mulan looked out the car window and didn't bring up the topic any further. Her grades are really average. When you see her, please be a little more lenient with her. The man sensed Ji Mulan's shift in mood. He knew that her child must be doing quite poorly in school. Thoughtfully, he did not press further, only offering a comforting smile. Grades aren't everything. Every child is different, and as parents, we have to accept all of their achievements. Ji Mulan smiled without saying anything. But it was more than just grades. She forcefully sent Bai Lian to the best science class, and in less than a day, the science class rejected her. If not good at academics, then what else? She went to great lengths to get a letter of apprenticeship from Master Jian, hoping she would practice the guzheng diligently. But Bai Lian slept during guzheng lessons, angering the teacher so much that she never returned to the Bai family's home. She provided Bai Lian with the best environment and hired the best tutors for her, but to no avail, which also led to Ji Mulan's breakdown. Ji Mulan had been outstanding since childhood, and she really couldn't accept that her own child could be so mediocre, especially when Bai Kaiming's two illegitimate sons were so exceptional. Once I finish up with things in Xiangqing, they'll take her to Jiangjing. The man closed the documents, comforting Ji Mulan. Let's find her an international private school. Everything will be fine. Hearing this, Ji Mulan did not respond. Of course, neither of them had considered that Bai Lian might disagree with going to Jiangjing with them. Not to mention Ji Mulan, the man hadn't thought about it either. They hadn't even arrived in Xiangqing yet, and were already planning Bai Lian's life in Jiangjing afterwards. Meanwhile, Bai Lian hung up the phone. She was utterly unaffected by Ji Mulan's call. In the memories of her original self, her relationship with Ji Mulan wasn't too good either. You'll be busy later. Bai Lian glanced at Jiang Fulai, who was looking at Jiang He with indifference, and couldn't help but smile. Leave Jiang He with me, and later, have Xiaoming come to pick him up. She asked Pu Xiaohan to take Jiang He to the milk tea shop first. Pu Xiaohan fled into the shop with Jiang He. Jiang Fulai, with one hand in his pocket, lashes lowered, his face colder than jade. Bai Lian, seeing that he was still not leaving, met his gaze calmly. Is there something else? Not really, Jiang Fulai spoke casually. I'm just a bit thirsty. Huh? Bai Lian raised the cola that Zhang Xi's gave her, then felt it didn't quite fit his overall aura. This is all I have. That's fine. Jiang Fulai took the cola from Bai Lian's hand with polite ease, his cool middle and ring fingers clasping the bottle top, eyelashes half lowered. Thank you. Bai Lian watched him walk away with the cola. The noble and aloof young Master Jiang holding a bottle of cola. All the way to the laboratory. Most people couldn't help but take an extra glance at the cola in his hands as he passed. In the lab, Hewen would get scolded a bit less than usual. When he went to report for the group, he couldn't help but stare more at the cola on the table. Jiang Fulai picked up his glasses, slowly placing them on his nose with deliberate ease, his eyes slightly narrowed, calm yet detached. Do you want it? Hewen quickly averted his gaze. He wished he could put an impassable boundary between himself and the cola. He took 3 steps back. No. Young Master Jiang, I've never liked cola since I was a kid. Hewen almost wanted to cry. But Jiang Fulai just glanced at him. And then he leaned forward slightly, casually handing the cola to Hewen, his fine hair falling softly. You want it? This time, young Master Jiang's statement was declarative, not interrogative. Huh? Hewen confusedly took the cola. Anything else? Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze, his icy look sweeping over through the lenses. Hewen quickly shook his head, holding the cola as he left the office with some bewilderment. Only then did Jiang Fulai leisurely open his computer to check on the experiment's progress. Cola, too unhealthy for his taste, he coldly thought. The following day. Saturday. Bai Lian got up early, first taking her backpack to the library and entrusting Jiang He with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. She went to the school first. Today, the school had a dress rehearsal for Zhang Cheng's promotional video. Zhang Xi's, who lived next to the school, arrived at the recording room at the same time as Bai Lian, yawning. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.